All right, all right. So, Dr. Homicide for $2. How's progress going on Disco Elysium video? It's going. Culprits now $10. Oh man, Keffels and Vosh are being exposed. Really hope verified drama tube grifters don't bastardize conversation with their fixation about making it about Lolly. Also, great job in the Disco Elysium video. Yeah. Yeah, it's, okay. So, an interesting clip came out by a guy by the name of Chris the Narc. He's another one of those, like, kind of upper there streamer YouTube people, I guess. And he apparently actually sat down, well, not sat down, he was at like an event or meetup, whatever, and he ran into Mudahar from Somewhere Innate Gamers, you know, that guy. The one who has been very vocal about going after Keffels now. When he talked to him, apparently the topic of Keffels came up, and this was before he got outed. This is before the big public blow up with Keffels. And Chris Thornart just knew about Keffels and was like, apparently, according to his words, according to the clip that's going around, Mudahar knew, a lot of people in the drama sphere knew, they knew that Keffels was doing shit, they knew about the money, they knew about Capway Ranch, they knew about all these things, and sat on it. They sat on it because they were more focused on other stuff. Specifically, at the time, Mudahar was working on the completionist scam charity thing. So, if you ever had the sneaking suspicion that all these videos and essays and all this shit seems to come out at distinct periods of time, all at once, in one big batch, that's because they do. They literally coordinate, and they will make or bury stories depending on convenience. So, while what Completionists did was pretty bad, you know, stealing charity for over 10 years and not talking about it, which I raised a point in a previous stream, like, how do we know that these people actually only just found out about this stuff and didn't, you know, also bury this for convenience? You know, now you have the thing where you have that, which is just strictly about stealing money, but now you have the grooming of children involved. People are looking into Otonoko Pharmaceuticals, the pedophile in Brazil that literally just puts together like boiled fucking paper bags and grape oil and all this crap to make bathtub HRT, covers it in anime femboys, and sends it out. So, if you ever find yourself arguing with one of these people, you can throw that in their face and go, remember when you sat on the Keffel story for a while children were being groomed? Because not even a thing if you can go, well, they didn't know. It's like, no, the Kiwi Farms thread is what kicked all this off, which has everything archived. Null was specifically talking about, like, the rumors, quote unquote, of Keffel sending people collars weren't even rumors. They have archived Twitter posts, you know, in the thread of Keffel specifically sending customized named dog tags of Discord users that he knew were underage. So it's like, yeah. Lulu 4 for $5. With Japan, DC, and Warner Bros. Shooting down a Batman Beyond animated film made by the Spider-Verse team. Considering how Across the Spider-Verse kind of ended up with all the crunch that went on there, probably for the best. Sounds like there was too much on their plate as it was. Turkey Tom was one of them. All of them. This is the entire circle right now. It's a thing where I do think it is suspicious, yeah, the Meat Canyon thing, where Meat Canyon, out of the blue, made a video about Lolly. And one thing I did think was okay about the situation was, like, people kind of picked up on that. We're like, wait a minute, you're going to talk about this now? You know, yeah, dog collars, not dog tags. Well, I mean, I use it interchangeably. I know it's not the same thing, but, like, they call them dog tags because in the military it's like wearing a dog collar. But it's this thing where, like, yeah, they all knew, they're all coordinating, and they're all trying to, right now, shift the argument. Like, think of it like this, okay. The argument came out that Vosh, who was condemning Lolly stuff and anime and saying you're a pedophile if you like it, specifically was calling his enemies pedophiles, had, you know, Lolly art of them getting fucked by horses on his PC. So obviously he's outed as a massive hypocrite, and it got people talking about the other times Vosh has mentioned pedophilia, where it's like, hey, you've literally asked for the age of consent to be lowered. You have said that people who, you know, have been arrested for child porn shouldn't be punished because computer parts. He has had multiple massive red flags and yet want to moralize and call other people pedophiles. That's what kicked off the entire argument. You know, that is literally what kicked off the entire argument. So, seeing them now run through everything and try to change the subject to the point that, like, now Keffels is getting the brunt of the heat, as Keffel should, because he is a fucking pedophile who's proven to have actually gunned after multiple kids and tried to set up an entire drug network. also a bunch of other shit. Vosh is pretty bad too, but all they have for proof that's solid is the one chick he sexually harassed that basically started his career in the first place. But you have all that. Now Keffels is kind of the useful idiot. Now they're trying to talk about fucking Tipster, and it's like, oh, well, Tipster has to suck up to the queen. And I'm sitting there like, who the fuck cares what Tipster is doing? The important part is that Keffels is a pedophile. You know, it's like, I don't give a shit if like, oh, haha, fat, pathetic Tipster. It's like, yeah, he's a fucking fat, pathetic dude. The important part is there is a YouTuber out there trying to set up a black market HRT network and was working with a Brazilian pedophile to send children HRT contaminated with pubes and cat hair. It's like that's kind of the bigger issue at the moment. So them trying to make videos about Loli and talk about how Loli's the problem. It's like, Keffels was not inspired by Loli. Keffels is not an anime person. Keffels is just a fucking pedophile. Mark99 for $2. Hey, Loli. Today's been very rough. Thanks for the stream. Reminder, drink some water. Yeah. Eco for $1. Hey, Lolio. Mick Canyon bitch about Loli now. Start the timer. Yeah, and it immediately blew up in Mick Canyon's face because people were looking back on his Tom Brady animation and a lot of his other animations, his Ben 10-1, and going, you are literally doing the exact same thing. You are also sexualizing minors. In the Tom Brady case, it is his actual real-life son. And now they're trying to go, well, that was a joke. It's like, but these aren't your standards. The standard wasn't it was a joke because they've also gunned after Master Roshi, who is a joke character in Dragon Ball that sexually harasses women. And they say that's a problem. That needs to be gotten rid of. And Master Roshi's not even a real guy. For the Tom Brady one, that was literally a real-life man and his son. Miracle Chow, $5. But that Mango Ranch information was gotten by the infamous 4chan known as Hacker. We can't use that against Keffels, Vosh, etc. Yeah, right? Even though some of it was literally just clips they said. Cold person, I have $10. Reminder, what Lester Freeman said in The Wire. When you follow drugs, you find drugs. When you follow the money, you have no idea where you're going to go. Not 100% applicable to these grifters, but you know what I mean. Oh, no, you're onto something there. You are onto something. No, Wendigo and Spencer are a lot of moralizers. Hope he doesn't try to jump in with a current statement to back them up. I think he'll stay out of it. Wendigoon's pretty steadfast in his, I just want to be left alone and talk about my cryptids thing. Mick Canyon fell off when he became popular. Yeah. Keffels groomed and tricked kids into transitioning because they can understand what trans stuff is, and doing so fucked them for life. Yes, it is something that people who have looked into Keffels and Catboy Ranch and all that have said it is damn near equivalent to the Cure of the Wolf thing. It is an entire network of pedophiles exploiting and abusing children. So hearing them warp the argument to be about Loli is like, you people are going to hell. Like, there is no justification to this. No, like, oh, well, it's a pipeline. If you watch anime, you know, you turn to a pedophile. No, you are going to hell. You are specifically warping the argument away from something so someone doesn't get punished. Cold person have $2. They don't have standards. They do double standards, yeah. Mad Loop, what did me Kenny did? He, out of the blue, released a video shitting on Loli, literally calling it the worst. He calls, like, anime the worst fan base on the internet and talks about Loli shit. Gets a whole bunch of stuff wrong, by the way. And was posing in front of an entire bookshelf of manga. Some of it contained Dragon Ball, which once again contains material he says is bad. Straight up says even the tame stuff is PG-13 child porn. And now people are ripping his ass for it, going, are you fucking joking? 1-800 taking smells, $5. Just gonna start calling anyone who defends this a pedophile. Call a spade a spade. Also, that Disco Elysium video was cinema, and I watched it eating pizza. Yeah. I watch Mick Canyon every now and then. He had some fun videos, but I cannot shake this veneer of fakeness he has. It's what all the top tier people have. They just, for some reason, sell out their principles, and they just don't think anything bad will happen to that. You know, you have PewDiePie who did the opposite. PewDiePie went on to be like, I'm just going to be me. I'm just going to be who I am. I'm going to be honest about what I'm doing and why I'm doing this shit. Same with Filthy Frank. Filthy Frank's like, I'm never going to disavow what came before. I'm always going to accept that was me, and I just want to do my own thing now. People love them. They love them still. Everyone who has done the opposite and done the, well, I disavow my past, has become a fucking moron. Spaz Space for $1. Remember the werewolf boss in SMT5? I was stuck on that boss until I looked at the weird shield icon. Turns out it completely negates weakness and critical hits. I beat him shortly after finding that out. Yeah. Namu Zed for 10 fake monies. It's crazy how drama between right-wing YouTubers is always more tame and petty than BreadTube, like griefing someone's Minecraft server versus grooming kids. Yeah. Now, of course, the Minecraft server in question that was griefed was Short Fat Tacos, and he's not right-wing. In fact, I'm kind of insulted that you would imply he is. I don't accept him. He's not my people. My 14 characters are Dragoon now. Just got to get the level 50 for signature armor and gay bog. Yeah. Good shit. Gold person with $2. Not just Dragon Ball, One Piece on that shelf too. Yeah, it's like people are pointing out, it's like, you are a massive fucking hypocrite. If you consider this stuff to be child porn, you by your own standards are a pedophile, which is something they never understand. They never understand. Iramentaro Areola for $20. You see me Canyon's vid, I'll say this, he's got some balls considering his Tom Bradley son video being straight up sus. Yeah. Tom Brady. But you put Bradley, and I kept trying to say that, and it fucked me up. Thad from the Cool Kids Club for $5. Oompaville inserted a segment in a vid about Kiwi Farms bad for stalking Keffels not too long ago. Yeah, and I bet they look fucking stupid right now. Seg162, $5. Principles. You think these people have principles? They don't have principles. They don't have morals. They're walking dialogue trees, pretty much. Got banned from Short File Talker's server for typing a black man forcing his penis in and out of a vagina of a white toddler. Technically cannot classify as rape due to privilege dynamics. Tifa's wearing a bikini where so back bros looks like he is cheating work out for square. Okay. That is something I want to talk about. To spin it to much more positive things, you know, to segue out so nobody gets any ideas and looks at their gun and goes, you speak, I listen. You may have noticed that there are a shitload, and I mean a shitload of layoffs going around this year. Technically it started last year, but it especially is going bad this year. Yeah, I think like in the month of January alone, there was like, 6 or 7 different articles about major industry layoffs. Not just company layoffs, industry layoffs. The biggest one being journalism. Journalism was especially hit hard with layoffs. And it's just been continuing ever since. So throughout all of January and now getting into the last half of February, every industry's been dealing with layoffs. So it's something I've kind of noticed and was like, hey, wait a minute. Remember back in 2008 when the economy crashed and the people getting laid off left and right, and that was considered a recession? Now the exact same thing is happening. The economy's crashed and everyone's getting laid off, but they're not calling it a recession. So what I think it is the economy has taken such a hit, and especially with it being an election year, that they are desperately trying to go, no, we're not in a recession. We're not in a recession. Everything's fine. But they can't bullshit their way to the companies where it's like, well, the fuck you mean we're not in a recession? Have you looked at our books lately? So you may have noticed that a lot of companies have thrown a shitload of people out or are flat out dissolving. We talked before about Crunchyroll and Funimation, how Funimation is basically just completely congealed into Crunchyroll now. Anything that even pointed to Funimation being a thing is kind of dying bit by bit. Copper's $95. Meat Canyon will run the donkey defense. He'll double down while his fan base will say it's just joke satire. It's how they keep getting away with it. Oh, yeah, but if you throw it in their face long enough, they'll spaz out. But yeah, it's a thing where, you know, every single time these headlines come out, you're noticing less and less names and less players on the board. So it's a thing where I think kind of the biggest cultural sign of it, I'm trying to find the right way to word it so it doesn't sound too spastic, but basically, you know, you have the Final Fantasy VII Rebirth gameplay come out, and you have this scene in Final Fantasy VII where Tifa and Aerith go to the beach. They're in their swimsuits, they're trying to have fun. You get to have fun in the resort after you get out of Midgar and all that shit. So it's something people notice that, like, Tifa especially had a very sexualized costume. Very. I mean, her you know, chest was all out there. You could see straight down her cleavage. Aerith too, very, very sexualized. And if you look at Square Enix's website, they've removed all references to ESG. Like, all references to ESG. So it's actually kind of interesting. Because people have been talking for years about how, well, not years at this point. People have been talking lately, and I pointed out when it happened, that BlackRock lost a shitload of money. They lost what was it, like $4.5 trillion in the span of not 4 years, it was like 2 years. It was something crazy. I saw a big Final Fantasy Twitter account that said, wow, the people that complain about Tifa's boobs getting censored are very quiet after this new trailer. That's the thing, though. That's the thing. So they're trying to spin this as like, oh, wow, all the usual people aren't complaining. It's because they got what they wanted. Culper's $95. Why the border's open. Employment situation numbers are banger, but there are all these layoffs, all the job numbers coming from part-time illegals. Yeah. So they're trying to go like, oh, all the usual suspects are quiet. It's because why would they complain? They got what they wanted. They won. They have sexualized girls in a JRPG now. Square isn't censoring them as much. I think her like cowboy outfit's still kind of censored, but it's like still the swimsuit more than makes up for it. Square Enix removed all reference to ESG. Obviously, this is a single company, a single game, but you also look at Persona 3 Reload. Battle dresses were still in the game. You didn't have the scene with the tranny, but battle dresses are still in the game. A lot of companies have been laying off left and right while trying to say, oh no, we're ESG compliant. Like they're trying to talk about Sega donating to mermaids, but that happened like 3 years ago. Sega donated a while ago. So they're trying to act like it's new news when it's not. In fact, Sega has also purged a shitload of people from the company. Axie042, $5. Fine, Lolly, I'll play the Kami game, even though I avoided it like the plague for 3 years because the fan base I'll get while it's on sale. Andrew, $5. Woke activist. Hey kids, you know how to twerk? Lolly and showed it. The Lord may forgive, but we don't. You say it's about principles. I say they probably have skeletons in the goon closet. Wouldn't surprise me if they had iceberg degeneracy. It makes Lankara blush. Yeah. My area knows the recession, even if the news won't say it. People just know. Yeah, and that's what I mean. So, as stated, Sega has laid off a whole bunch of people. Square Enix has completely removed all reference to ESG on their website. Culprits now $2. Step in the right direction. Don't get complacent. Exactly. Don't get complacent, but notice that things are changing. Square Enix has removed all reference. Japanese investors have openly talked about that they are pulling out of ESG funds. Billions and billions are being pulled out of ESG funds. It is now just common knowledge among Japanese investors to avoid ESG. If it's proud about ESG, they're going to not talk about it. They're not going to fund it. I think that's why they wanted to push Bridge, where it's like Bridge is literally just ESG with a new name. I mean, they can say like, oh, we're going to change the way people think. That's what ESG promised to, and it didn't. So I think it's a thing where slowly but surely that thing I was talking about is happening. I wouldn't even say slowly but surely. It's kind of just right now in the middle happening. And remember, ESG company we're talking about lost trillions, not billions. Yeah, that was BlackRock. One of the major players. This is not like, oh, just some, random hedge fund no one's ever heard of. BlackRock is the big player. They are the people buying up shitloads of land in the U.S. and pushing a lot of these policies. So what I think it is you have essentially people testing whether or not it's okay to drop ESG. Andrew, for $2, any thoughts on Death Note? I will talk about that later. I really want to finish this. So you have a lot of people kind of testing ground for getting rid of ESG. The recent Tomb Raider remaster. This sounds really crazy, but all they did was splash the warning page. And they censored the one chick who was naked on the guy's jacket. And they had to do that to maintain an age rating. So the splash screen message, which is literally just there because Crystal Dynamics told them to, when Aspers, I think that was the company that did it, straight up just remastered the game, and they even had the artwork of OG design Laura. And OG design Laura looks really, really good. She had her classic, booty shorts, classic tank top, had her two guns, and it looked like old Laura. Another one, Marvel. Look at what they're doing with Ultimate Spider-Man. Ultimate Spider-Man, the run they have right now, is the exact opposite of kind of the soy Spider-Man. I really don't want to use that term. It sounds really, really stupid. But it's literally the exact opposite of the Spider-Man they've been pushing. It is a 30-year-old Spider-Man with a stable family. The story's focusing on Spider-Man being a good father with a good family. Uncle Ben and J. Jonah Jameson are running the Bugle, and they're very strong characters with strong personalities. And the recent run so far, it's only been 2 issues, so let's not count our chickens before they hatch. But it's like you find out that Spider-Man gets the idea for his costume because his daughter drew a picture and he wanted to be an icon for his daughter. It's like, man, you look at everything Marvel was pushing years beforehand, and apparently, like, supposedly, Marvel is pissed off about it being so successful. So there's a lot of these signs of, like, people are dipping their toes back to just making people happy. I mean, you have Stellar Blade, which is the most obvious one, but it's like, Stellar Blade never seemed to give a fuck to begin with. It's like, nah, we just want to show off a really hot Korean chick, which, fair enough. I wouldn't eat kimchi off her pussy, but, that's just Koreans. Even the text file of the content warning of Lara Croft was data mine. Devs even include a message mocking ESG. That's what I mean. So obviously, I'm not saying give up. It's all it's all over. We won. The bugs have been routed. We took Klendathu. That kind of shit. No. But it is a thing of like, holy shit, things are changing. XE042 for $2. Is Capcom pulling out of ESG? If so, thank God. I don't know about Capcom. What was that, Lolly? Don't worry about it. All I'm saying is, I might stalk her. Love all your vids and keep me sane, but aware all the ESG woke BS. Yeah. Was on GameFAQs and saw a thread in the FS6 section about Ruben Langdon's firing. Sheer venom against him was heartbreaking. That was another thing. Ruben Langdon got to say his side of the story where it's like, hey, I got fucked over by Capcom. Specifically the director of Street Fighter 6. But in the same breath, talked about how Itsuno stuck up for him and was like, he knew it was bullshit. And was like, no, you didn't do anything. Fuck that. So remember that when Dragon's Dogma 2 launched, remember, Itsuno stood by Langdon. I would eat her out. Yeah. Ignore cold posters. Don't get complacent. Exactly. The current methods are working. Make a good product and they'll give you money. What a shocker. Yeah, shout out from Wendigo in last stream. He just seems like a really cool dude. He's finding Avatar live action so bad, even people who liked One Piece live action are saying it's shit. Yeah. Capcom and Sega seem to be the biggest ESG gimps at the moment. Sega's application process even states that will give tax breaks to minorities to make up for historical mistreatment. Yeah, and I guarantee you that's not going to last too long. Like, if Square Enix can not bungle it, if Square Enix can not fuck up and manage to ride the we're not going to be ESG woke thing into success, I think that will make everyone go, all right, let's just drop this shit. We're done with this crap. Why did we ever listen to Reset Era? Did you hear about Gundam Breaker 4? Wasn't that already a game? I thought that was already a 1, and that one wasn't as good as 3. Co-person for $5. Most if not all the ESG funds get money from your average Joe, all but one of my target fund options with my employer, Vanguard, or some equivalent. Yeah. Someone did not listen, posted the DE video on Reddit, and it currently stands at 0 upvotes and 22 comments. Bunch of salty assholes. Oh, and they also call you pedo. No, I know. I saw it because the guy posted in the Discord. It's just basic, his username Loli, therefore pedo. And it's like, all right, so average intelligence of a Redditor can't get past a username. Can I cover Vinland Saga like you cover Berserk? Not like I cover Berserk, but I will talk about it. Want to see a Girl John Paradise remake recreation where Langdon voices the protagonist? Yeah. No, new Gundam Breaker. Oh, I didn't know there was a new one. That could be cool. X042 for $10. Itsuno-san is the GOAT. Itsuno is the GOAT. He stood by his boy. That was me. I posted it. Also, the guy who asked about Death Note, it's pretty good. I'm going to make sure I addressed it. Gotta say, Ninja Kamui is pretty neat so far. Yeah, the song I played is from the soundtrack. It's in the fight scene in the restaurant. It's been pretty damn fun. I like it. Just straight up mindless bloodbath. It's great. Have you watched Akiba Maid War? Yeah, that one's fun as hell. Can I fuck Clausier and DE? Don't. It's a bad idea. Filtered Don Lott, who's a right-wing FE tuber, also got filtered by your name. Yeah. At first, I just did it because it was a pure shitpost. Now I'm kind of realizing, like, wow, people will actually just shut their brain off if there's a username they don't like. Holy shit. Doing story stuff. Now attempting Birth by Sleep Secret Bosses as Terra. Yeah, wish me luck. Makes me wonder how long until Disney and WB start to feel the pain of quiet recession. Same with Nintendo, considering they seem fine, especially with Switch 2 rumors. That's the thing. Disney, for a while, has bled left and right. They have bled God knows how much money. So it's honestly shocking that they just keep doubling down. I think... So, obviously... I don't know if I want to use the terminology bubble. I mean, I love using my term bubble. I love my economic bubbles and all that shit. But, when every bubble pops, there are people who learn and adapt and grow. And there are people who just double down, refuse to change, and die. Disney might be the company that refuses to change and die, which will be a genuine I think Disney dying will be an actual existential moment for people. Not just America, just worldwide. It's like, what? Axie042 for $5. Ruben Langdon did nothing wrong. Let the man talk about aliens and Bigfoot. He's the one bright spot we have in this dark world. Lawrence Job for $1. Know what's scarier than a snake you can see, a snake you can't see. Never let up. Drive it into your fucking heads that ESG is hated. Yeah. Too big to fail, aka bailout. I don't know. With Gina and Ruben ousted, bet they're two fairly cheap VAs and are more cap actors for any indie devs. I wouldn't necessarily say cheap. They seem to have decent enough careers. I mean, Gina's the one who's in a really bad spot. Ruben's actually hanging on. As stated, Itsuno stood by him. Itsuno was straight up like, no, I'm going to keep you around. The only reason he didn't voice Dante in the mobile game is because the mobile game didn't even decide to have voice acting until the last second. He survived the recession by drawing furry art dumbass get with a theater script. What should we do with the conservative grifter faggots? They still have not realized the world their parents threw away isn't achievable anymore. Oh, they are always to be disregarded. It's like always disregarded. Do you see tweets saying that porn addicts will never be game devs? Did I see it, motherfucker? I ratioed that motherfucker so hard. Because I literally just put, who do you think built the industry? Cult personality, $5. Remember when all the Raiders said they were boycotting Reddit a while back? It's almost like they're addicted to it and have no principles. Yeah, I mean, people in general have a bad problem sticking to boycotts, but it seems like, at least nowadays, just due to the sheer commitment game devs want you to have to them, it's easier than ever to boycott. Where it's like, well, I can't afford to buy your game on launch, and I'm not going to buy it if I think it's going to be shit. Bones of the Story, $5. Hi, Lolly. It's silly, but I really liked Onyx, the Fortuitous, and the Talisman of Souls. I don't know what those are. I might look those up. Needs to be a massive death of the ESG altar. Disney already took billion-dollar loans from U.S. and Canada a few years ago. Yeah. Playing Moralize the P. The Wolong weapons are fun, but charging enemies can eat 1,000 dicks. Yeah. The game can sting when it wants to. Worst part about Disney dying is all the leftists like Phyllis will still look at Iger and co. telling how leftists they are and still go, they aren't real leftists. There's nothing wrong with us. Yeah. Remember, boys and girls, communism when you watch as the woman you're obsessed with, whose name you don't even know, gets fucked by another man. Disney does seem to be the type that's hard to learn. Unlike WB, the Lex Luthor actor really seems to be happy for the role. Doesn't help their animation stuff stagnated. Yeah. So it's a thing where I've said it over and over and over again, and it's every single time people want to get blackpilled or go like, it's so over and they're going to rule the world forever. I said constantly, you can ignore money. You cannot ignore the consequences of ignoring money. Every time I would say that, people would go like, oh, but, they have money. It's going to be, it's so over. The people just give them money and they can, they can do all this shit. And now you're looking at all the layoffs going around. It's like, no, they're not. They're not indestructible. So the whole thing about it is money is the most powerful factor in society. Everything about society revolves around money. This isn't even just our society. I'm talking society in general, because it is the natural step of the barter system, which is you go to a man who has a cow and ask him for milk, and in response, you'll give him one of your pigs. One of those things. So money, which is kind of our way of evolving that. We have a currency that's a valuable thing, whether it be gold, silver, whatever, and you give them to that. You give people that in exchange. You give them their weight in gold, that kind of thing. So that has powered civilization for literally hundreds of thousands of years. Even monkeys in the wild will give each other things as like trades. Josh the McKnight for $5. Disco Elysium video was awesome. Also, thanks for introducing me to the game. Probably in my top 10 list now. Cheers. Yeah. Cult personality for $5. The one on boycott I maintain is I refuse to play Blizzard games. Never have, never will. Scout's honor. Here's looking at you, Pat and Jason Schreier. Oh, 100%. 100%. But so, even monkeys in the wild have been giving each other stuff and like making tools and giving each other food and all that. So it is literally ingrained in our fucking amphibious reptile brain, to use the Disco Elysium term, to barter and to trade for what we need. ESG, Bridge, and all that specifically operate off the idea you don't have to. Money is unlimited. It will just appear up out of nowhere. You don't have to worry about losing money because you'll just get more in. That's breaking natural law, because if you're not offering a service that's as valuable to what you're getting, you're not going to get that money back. Think about the amount of times that, they manage to trick people. It's very, very low amount of times. You can trick people some of the time. You can trick people a lot of the time. You can't trick people every single time. And if you keep having critical failure after critical failure after critical failure, the amount of times you're able to trick people gets less and less and less. Not just out of the sense that they won't fall for it, it's also it will not make its money back. You cannot cover up the fuck up like that.
He turned us into fucking killers!
Another example of nature healing itself is Lollipop Chainsaw Repop. Yeah, they're literally advertising they're not touching the game. You're going to have every outfit. It's just going to be complete. We're just remastering it, which is the best possible thing they could do. Only thing I can imagine is some of the songs are going to be in there just because music licenses. I thought Occupant Made War was fun, but Tonal Whiplash was sometimes too strong. It'd just be how it be. But yeah, so it's a whole thing where ESG and Bridge specifically wanted to fight against literal evolution. ESG, and by its very nature, because ESG was the essentially beating stick, I guess, to a bunch of left-wing billionaires who wanted to essentially establish Chinese social credit systems. Because if you look into ESG criteria, a lot of it really does mimic Chinese social credit. Cult personality $2 trying to socially recondition, re-engineer. Exactly. They are trying to change how people think. That is literally word for word what they said. Slimy Skeleton $2. Cruelty Squad was right. I have the divine light. But yeah, it's literally a thing where they're trying to change the way people think, and you just can't. It's not a matter of you can't do that because it's wrong. I mean, no, you're never going to get rid of human instinct. You can get a few individuals to do it. You might even get enough for a big group. You're never going to get all of humanity. I'm guessing you also saw the CyberSex account trying to say Baldur's Gate 3 and Husband Hotel success proof debunk of people saying woke doesn't work. That's the thing, though. Baldur's Gate 3 has never, ever touched upon woke. Baldur's Gate 3 explicitly avoided that as best as possible and said, we just want people to play our fucking game. Like, even during the bear sex thing, Larian was never shitting on anyone else. They were just like, we thought it was funny. It was the games journalists that wanted to prop it up, and look what happened to them. Husband Hotel is especially hilarious because it's like, that's not success. They can't decide whether they want to cut off Vizzy Pop's head or not every other fucking day. So it's like, that's not a major success. It's like, oh, you got another Steven Universe type cartoon on the air. Congratulations. Star Wars Battlefront 1 and 2 are getting re-released, but not a remake. Just update to run on Windows 11. Yeah. But fucks on both sides calling it woke. Yeah, they're grifters. Eco for $1. If things go well, then I hope I might not see a gimped release of Senran Kagura 7 one day. Yeah. Box Media File for $3. Disco Elysium video was good shit. Yeah. I'm happy people enjoyed it. I'm happy. It was funny because during the premiere there was like some commie dude who was going like, well, if you just read Marxist literature, and I'm like, why would I do that? Why would I do that? Why would I go into a game all about expression and differing ideologies already committed to one? That's stupid. Like, why would I already bias myself going into something? It's the thing where they tell you, well, if you just look at it from a Marxist lens, it's like, why? Like, why? Why do I have to? Why do I need to? I heard a massive internet blackout happened today. Were you affected? No. I had no idea what people were talking about. Is a lot of the SG stuff just a way for Marxists to destabilize countries for China? I think that's the cope. I think the cope is, oh, we totally did this on purpose, when the truth is, no, they're just fucking morons. They're just fucking morons. But what it is you had an entire economy built off the idea of the Anita Sarkeesian consultation service. There is a reason her name is back in the headlines. So basically, Anita Sarkeesian was kind of sold as a lie to a lot of people. People were told explicitly over and over again, hey, all she wanted to do was make her feminist essays, and then people started railing on her and threatening to kill her, all that shit. No. Anita Sarkeesian explicitly was already in the industry by the time feminist frequency was a thing. She was a consultant. The feminist frequency videos were directly a way for her to advertise her consultation business, to tell people how to be more feminist, be more diverse, be more HR friendly, that kind of thing. So when they blew up the way they did and people started railing on her, that was not, in fact, oh, well, that was horrible gamers pushing her into the spotlight. She was already a very prominent person in the behind the stage thing. All we did was bring her out into the forefront. Why do you think games media leapt to defend her when they did? It was not out of humanitarianism, you know? She was saying all the same shit that Jack Thompson said, almost word for word, yet for some reason it's okay now. A lot of people made the joke at the time. It's like, oh, because she's a woman, so obviously they're going to do this. But really sit back and think about that. Why was Anita protected? Why was? And the truth was, it's because she was already deep in the industry. She was already considered one of them. So people weren't railing on somebody and, you know, pushed her into stardom. She was already a protected class, and that's why it blew up as bad as it did in the first place. Nia's a plague. Everything she touched died, specifically Mass Effect. I'd ban her from coming onto my land. And that's the thing. So that's the thing. Anita specifically wanted to push her consultation service. Get me and I'll advise your game, make it more woke, friendly, blah, 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 the usual crap. But then you had an entire economy. That's where Sweet Baby comes from. Sweet Baby and companies like that are specifically saying, hire us and we'll make you more ESG friendly. I wouldn't even be surprised if we find out ESG's been going on a lot longer than people say it was. And only just now recently is getting worse and worse. But the thing is, companies now are kind of getting hit with the realization of like, hey, I have to make drastic changes to my company, and there's nothing good coming from this. Like, where's the returns that was promised? Where is the money? Where is the money? And if people want to go like, oh, well, by the time they realize that it's too late, it's like, no, because there have already been articles coming out saying that people have just been hiring their daughter-in-law to go on the board, and now they have a woman on the board, that kind of thing. So it's like a lot of people are going, I can't afford to keep doing this shit. I got to make money. And they're still going like, no, but you got to listen to us. You got to listen to us. It's like, if you don't justify your job, eventually you'll realize you don't have a job anymore. So what you're saying is bye, Spider-Man, FF7, P3R, and Dragon's Dogma 2 and support these games. I'm not saying like become consumer, because that's still not a good mindset to have. If you can buy. I still don't like ideas of games being $70. But it is a thing of definitely be very vocal and go like, this is what people want to see. People want to see shit like this. So if you MP3 Reload is $70. Yeah, I don't think it's worth $70. People don't realize Nia's been around for years. When the gaming industry took her seriously. When I first looked into her, the first thing I popped up was the Legos. Yeah. Trying really hard not to type Northern Boys references on Disco Elysium vid. By the way, bid was kick gas. Yeah. Looking forward to Dune Part 2. I think it'll be interesting. What was your take on the Mama Max drama? Really disappointed. Really disappointed. You know, YouTube fame just does that to people. Just turns them into parodies of who they were. So what now, Kentucky Cow, when it comes to your next vid? Oh, I got an idea for the next vid. I got an idea for the next vid. If only you could willingly kill the Hardy Boys. Are you pretty good? Let's go on Mama Max. He ended up kind of shitting the bed. Like, started kind of staging pedophile hunts, started accusing people without any proof. Just kind of became an obnoxious ass and saying, like, if you are not all the time talking about how children are trafficked on the internet, you are supporting it. It's like, yeah. Total Hardy Boys death forever. Post on the subreddit, I got one to watch 20 minutes, and he thinks you're a sociopath for wanting to kill the Hardy Boys. Oh no, the thuggish drug dealers. How sad. What a tragedy. You like Pat Labor? So video when? Pat Labor's really good. I'm going to finish my run on DE to watch your vid. Yeah. It is a very good game. Give Far himself take down Snake Thing. Genuine pedophile. Mom Max admitted he knows nothing about if his video helps stop anyone. Yeah. It's just one of those things. Internet vigilantes, they will always disappoint. Even the ones that seem like they're doing good, eventually they will disappoint you. Okay, I gotta remember how to get over there. Should be as simple as... Oh, yeah, just take the long way. Now we're gonna have to do the long way with the whale. Max is what lefties say Sound of Freedom is. Sadly. Sorry, DE video. Great work as always. Yeah. DE subreddit unironically believe Everett over Joyce. Why do we care what they think? Yeah. That's kind of I kind of added a few jabs where it's like, why in God's name would you believe the man that lies to you in every single conversation? Oh, he believes what he's saying. No, he doesn't. He openly states he wants to turn the entire city into a cartel. Did you see SMT5 Vengeance trailer? If so, what are your thoughts? I'm ready to buy it on Switch again. When you realize that Anita was a red herring? Very recently, because people are still talking about her. You know, they're still going like, oh, all she wanted to do was critique games. And specifically after the revelation of, like, you can literally hire a PR company to run defense for you. People found that out about HBO. They found that out about Rotten Tomatoes. You can specifically hire PR companies to make accounts and fight for you on the internet. That has completely warped a lot of my perception around internet drama on Twitter. At first I thought, man, people are so dumb. Now I'm unironically kind of leaning on the idea of, all right, dead internet might be a thing. There might not be as many people using Twitter as we think. So I am of the legitimate belief every now and again Anita hires people to specifically bring her name up on Twitter so then people talk about her, so then she can then go to another company and go, well, look, I'm still a very controversial person because I want to speak the truth and help your product. And then she'll puff herself up, and the executives who are retards who don't look into her will obviously believe her. Some are, in fact, dead believers. You know, they're diehards, and they will never stand down from defending Anita. That's where you get Movie Bob. But, you know, Movie Bob had an entire song written about him by Eminem about why he's a dangerous individual. That was a Stan reference for those that don't know their Eminem lore. Chris Hansen comes to mind every time he does internet vigilantism. Man lost his touch. Yeah. Looking forward to Hi-Fi Rush coming to PS5. I think it'll be really fun. I like Hi-Fi Rush a lot. Paying for PR is what Game Grumps company was doing when someone on their team openly criticized Dream Daddy Project and he almost had a Holoca incident. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's a very common thing. And then you think about like botted likes on Twitter. More and more people are realizing that all these accounts that get like 100,000 likes over the course of a day are completely botted. All these things, you know. Now, granted, some of it can be described as like nobody knows what tweet will get big. You can suss it out with enough where it's like, hey, wait a minute, why are the comments and the likes not matching up in ratio? We're like, that's kind of weird. That's usually a really big indicator where it's like 100,000 likes and then like 13 comments, that kind of shit. But point is, there are some that are legitimate, and I think that does just apply to human stupidity. Curls DB, $5. Hope to God your next video is another game video. I'm a little tired of movies and shows. I'll watch them though because they're good videos either way. It's not going to be a game. Yeah, 24K likes, 5 comments. That's blatantly botted. Exactly. So whenever tries to defend Anita, point out she already refused to pay trans employees and justified it by lying feminist frequency was a non-profit charity. Yeah. Which person, criminal gang or criminal gang fueled by ideology? Same damn thing. Still criminals. That's in CD Power downplaying how evil the elves are in Witcher, making the Scoia'tael sympathetic, and the Ein Elb in the books. There's one more slaves, not free in the world. In general, the game's kind of made a point of it of like, listen, everybody's kind of fucking terrible. And I mean, the Scoia'tael are still pretty villainized in the games themselves. It's not too much of a, oh, look how noble they are. They say they're pieces of shit more than once. Copers $95. Same people that are trying to please with ESG will seal clap with no bad training scene, but then complain about teacher online chatting and battle outfits. Yeah. Been looking in cybersecurity boot camps. Yeah. Pays very well if you're actually good at it. Berserk chapter coming out in June. My birthday's in June. Gonna count as a gift. Yeah. We are so back. Slowly we are coming back. What spring anime are you looking forward to? I don't know what's coming out in spring. I haven't checked the releases. Baldur's Gate 3 got hijacked near the end. They used to clearly define both sexes in the character creator, and I bet the drag queen NPC wasn't there for the 1.0 push. Maybe, but even then, what's there in the game is still really, really, like, it's there. You can just ignore it. Japanese devs, alright, BlackRock, you money grabbing fuck. Where's the money you processed me? Tuesdays and Malik and Cowboy Ranch Drama on the farms are actually stop predators, and that's why so many big people want it dead. Yeah. The entire reason Keffels went after Kiwi Farms in the first place is they had proof that he was a pedophile. Have you ever seen Fang of the Sun Dragoon? Dugram, first series created by Ryosuke Takahashi. I have not. That sounds interesting. Everyone knows that people in cybersecurity are furries. Konosuba's in spring. Oh, yeah, Konosuba Season 3. That'll be great. Yeah. Keffels does not help Keffels out with the Vosh video. Yeah. Co-person, I have $2 question. Why are most hackers also furry trannies? Because you kind of need to be crazy to be that obsessed with computers. Remember the movement to kill KF? Pipper Toronto remembers. Yeah. Josh might be a doomer who is a fucking idiot about anime, but you know what? You can keep a website running. Watch Dougram? Okay. Baldur's Gate 3 definitely feels like someone, whether it be Wizards of the Coast, new writer, hijacked the writing later on, compared to anti-refugee people treated in Act 1 to Act 3. It's very possible. I still have not gone to Act 3 yet. I've been fucking around so much. So good. Plus, I haven't been playing Baldur's Gate 3 lately. I've been playing Final Fantasy. You guys trying to mod FMMC into the game. They're dedicated, I'll tell you that. But I mean, seeing my girl again, so be it. For Persona 3? Oh, that'd be fucking cool. If they get DMCA'd, that means Atlas is going to do it eventually themselves. I mean, hey, if they can afford $5K fursuits, they can afford some pipe bombs.
Into fucking killers!
Great video. Also, start my new job tomorrow. Wish me luck. Yeah. Josh has his uses, but he burns bridges as well as Ethan Ralph at times. Oh, very much so. I stated, get him talking about anime, he will burn every fucking bridge around him. And people want a Persona game with an adult cast, just seem to want Like a Dragon 7 or Disco Elysium with a fleshed out combat system. Well, that's the thing. You can literally point to them with the Persona game, with an adult cast. That was Persona 2. And they're still like, no, but I want a different one. It's like, all right. So you just don't want anything. All right. Seen Mikami being retarded? We talked about that, yeah. Immediately outed himself with a double standard because people found out he was following a Loli VTuber on Twitter. Apparently they even collabed together. Also, his Tom Brady animation, his Ben 10 animation, his McDonald's one, his Willy Wonka one, where it's like, why are you allowed to make these jokes and have this sense of humor and no one else is? Because that's the thing that always kills me every time this situation happens. Every time the situation happens and people point out the double standard, people go, oh, so now you're offended by it? It's like, no, the point is, why is he offended by this now? You know, if he had this sense of humor, why is he trying to gun after other artists knowing he could have that thrown against him? And the truth of the matter is, probably because he didn't actually want to do the video and just got talked into it. Because it's the popular thing to do. Girls DB for $2 later on a Cyberpunk 2077 stream series. Be cool here. That would be cool. MC Modder, the same dude that made the Resay mod for Smash and complained about the battle outfits. Oh, shit. Mr. Marie for $2. Why does Josh hate anime? He used to be a mod for 8chan, and he swears up and down anyone that used a Loli avatar was a pedophile. So he just kind of ingrained that stereotype into his mind to the point of, like, he will literally talk about anime as, like, a mind-rotting parasite that will turn you into an absolute gooner. Like, he actually thinks it's, like, mental poison and refuses to touch it. At least be consistent with your contempt. And that's the problem. Everyone knows it's fake. Seeing the Elden Ring DLC trailer looks awesome. I think it's funny they're still trying to advertise written by George R. R. Martin as a positive, and it's like, no one gives a fuck about the dude anymore. Atlas for 5 fake mice. I think there could be success for Western media companies if they switch Chinese for Japanese audience with added JP subs, dubs, and JEP exclusive content. Well, in general, it's a thing of, like, they need to drop the ESG guidelines. They need to drop this shit. Like, they've dumped so much money trying to get people to like this, and it's never worked. It has never worked. Even when they managed to get Barbie at, like, $1 billion, it's because they lied and made it seem like it was about Ken. You know, with Ryan Gosling. They played into the literally me meme. You know, I guess the best way to describe it is, like, look at the Hogwarts Legacy boycott and then look at the Budweiser one. I know that's a very, very, very tired comparison, but there is actually something there. Juan Noy for $2. Thanks for the new vid. Praise the almighty Stickbug. He is a very good boy. But, I mean, it's an actual thing. So, you have the Hogwarts Legacy boycott, which, you know, the people involved with that go way too far. They shit up everything. They look like absolute fucking psychotic man-children. People see that, and they get angry, going like, well, what the fuck is your problem? People just want to play a video game. You're going to dox people that want to play a video game? You're going to make a literal 1984-esque tracking website to name and shame streamers that want to play a video game? You know, that kind of thing? And then people, obviously to spite them, buy it, and Hogwarts Legacy becomes one of the highest selling games of the last several years. And then you have the Bud Light boycott with Dylan Mulvaney, where a trainee shows up for a campaign once, and people cause such a stock price drop for Bud Light that it becomes an actual existential threat for the company. And I'm honestly kind of convinced now, kicked off the snowball that's turning into what we see now with people going, why are we following ESG if all it does is give us bad press and we lose money? The narrative, that's the thing. You can ignore money all you want. You cannot ignore the consequences of ignoring money. Like Saul said in Disco Elysium about journalists being weird. About journalists being Japan's weird jokes, it would have been funny if they didn't go far with being moral guardians. Yeah. Go per with $2. Also, Kirstone kicked up a hornet's nest, huh? Yeah, she always does. That woman is fucking crazy. No, bro, keep doing it. If you mean, like, still boycott Bud Light, I boycott Bud Light in the sense of, why would I drink that crap? It's not even good. It's like, I always drink, like, if I want, like, sour water, I'll just drink Mexican beer. Because, like, at least I can put lime in it. When it wasn't an issue-related question, general business question, thinking of doing something for myself for the future. Ah, okay. Yeah, let me find what it was. Yeah. Are you talking about, like, what are you talking about? Like, dubbing Chinese media to Japanese so Japanese people can watch them? I mean, yeah, if you know Chinese and Japanese. And know how to, like, change them between the two. What did Kirsch do? If he's talking about what I think he's talking about, specifically called out a lot of the people gunning after Fillion, I think it was, because she made a George Floyd joke. And, like, specifically called out how Niji Sanji, which wanted to play moral arbiter about that, had people themselves that were making racial jokes about white people. Chinese getting desperate for Madam Web. They reached out to Hall Live to force one of their talent to advertise the movie. Poor Lou. Yeah. Are you Chinese or Japanese? Here's Twitter is blowing up. Her compilation that racist VTuber got featured in a Rev video. Yeah. I'll attack anyone who willingly gives me a Bud Light or a Modelo. Alright, listen, okay? Modelos are good when you're at a Mexican restaurant. But no, I started drinking Pacifico instead. And Pacifico is like... Pacifico is more watery, but also doesn't have as sharp of like, oh god, that's the bad beer taste. I like hired a man pretending to be a woman showing piss, pretending to be beer, quite fitting. Yeah. I'm Hispanic and that shit's awful. Listen, okay. I was thinking making Western media content and then going, hey, let's try to expand our audience and do JP subs, JP exclusive content. Oh yeah, trying to push it for a Japanese audience? Yeah, that works. That's what the Common America dude did. Obviously, different field than I think you're talking about, but Common America explicitly made it anime styled and really wanted to push anime vibes to it, and it ended up blowing up really popular in Japan. He actually had like manga artists do art for him because they like Common America. The only thing safe to drink is the soda. I'm myself drinking vodka or Everclear, either that or Dos Equis. I'm talking about like beer, as in you're just wanting something to drink and it's kind of there. And you don't want to get fucked up because you might have to drive later. Girls DB, $5, work in a call center, talk to a right-wing boomer. One of the funniest calls I had started with Bud Light, ended on AR-15's Dream Grandpa, in my opinion. You probably made his day agreeing with him where it's like, oh yeah, hell yeah, man, I love all that stuff too. Really hate the circle jerking about chosen few non-AAA games at a time like Baldur's Gate 3, Pal World, and Helldivers 2, they being online only with a cash shop, play actual indies. I like Modelo Negro. I have not tried the Negro. Tried Tecate? That sounds familiar. Give me a sec. Mexican, I don't know why, I just like him. Just put lemon in it, and his culturally acquired taste like cilantro. Maybe. Alright. I have seen it around. I have never drank it. I mostly drink Guinness whenever there's beer. Guinness is good. God, America's alright. It's light on substance, gets even lighter as time gets on, but the art's nice. Yeah. Sometimes that's all you need. Need the Aether Current. Rib Knight for 2 fake monies says nothing, but it's his first one, so throw things at him. I hate Modelo just for those commercials where they put generic hip-hop beat over XT Gold. No, do not go to Music of Hell. Favorite beer is Pear and Black, a local beer from Michigan. I might look that up. EVS hates it. Common America for some dumb reason. Bitch is making money. It's actually good. Yeah, it's like, don't burn a bridge. That is the reason I speak so hard on avoiding cult posters, because they will do shit like that where there's somebody that's actually trying to come up with something and it looks like it's getting off the ground. It's like, that's really cool. That's really interesting. And a cult poster / wannabe authority on the field or subject will just start trying to shit on them and go, well, no, we have to get rid of them for X reason. And it's very obviously like envy or something like that. Just watched a documentary on Disco Elysium. Felt really bad for the lead artist. Got screwed over by the art director. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. As stated, you watch that documentary and you're like, holy shit, these people got really fucked over. And it's especially bad that people have been trying to spread the Argo quote around, where it's like, oh, that documentary changed everything and none for the better. And try to be like, oh, see, he hates the documentary. He hates it. And then Argo clarified on Twitter, it's like, no, that documentary did the one goddamn thing no one did and actually asked us our fucking opinion. So it's like, you know what, Argo? You might be a fucking commie, Euro-poor piece of shit, but you seem like a good dude. He seems like a good dude just wanting to write video games. Watching through the extended trilogy of Lord of the Rings, which one's your favorite? I love Return of the King. It has some moments that genuinely hit really hard.
Do you not remember me?
Selling a hard version of soft drink that Aussie Lemonade Monster's based off. It's called Hard Solo.
I who glimpsed the truth.
Yeah, it's Ross Felger. I love this dude. He's kind of a cuck, though. So Roommate had Season 2 of Halo 1. Yeah. Still drinking the Gamer Subs titty powder water? I am. I actually have it right next to me.
Summoned Shiva's soul from the beyond and offered myself as her vessel. She has made her heart known to me.
Also like Asahi beer, not because it tastes well. Japanese women and anime girls drink them. Asahi was garbage. we drank it in Japan. That shit was fucking poison. It's like, oh god. Thanks to that tweet she made, we found out that when she was younger was total Puerto Rican death. Her literally me character was probably that guy with a dented head and smiling friends. Who are you talking about? Oh. Oh yeah, Kirsch. Okay. So how I feel about Tom Morello. I hate his politics, but damn, could he fucking shred? Yeah. Modilla N-word is pretty good. Seriously, that was Helldivers too, not buried for having a cash shop generalist bullshit in the character creation and cash shop and awful DRM that screws your ability to play the game. You leave the hag beer alone. Lead artist got screwed over by the art director. If you watch the documentary, it was 2 separate positions. Not even kidding. Here's your favorite spicy fox leg was even spicier than when younger. Yeah. This brown is actually good or just a meme? It's actually really, really good. Tofu for $5. Thoughts and opinions on 2003 Texas Chainsaw Massacre reboot. It is okay. Arlie Ermey's good in it. Zodiac for $1, but lolly, real communism's never been tried before. Real communism. Real. Does DE let me fuck Phyllis to ball? Her model has a big ass. You cannot fuck anybody. Her Kirsch doesn't realize she's grown so much her literally who shield is fading. And so long as she keeps the middle finger up. It's like, yeah, you might get recognized and you might ruffle feathers you probably didn't want to ruffle, but better to stick to your principles. The artist got screwed over by the art director. Heck, does that work? I remember back in id Software, anyone who can draw is the team artist. Dev teams of today have so weird overhead. Yeah, welcome to Studio Zom. That's on the Spawn show. It was okay. Really, really awesome character moments. Keith David just is Spawn. He is basically the only voice actor for Spawn, but definitely was let down by probably not the best budget for their animation. Maybe do not translate the phrase I hear, I see, I learned to Latin. The animated Spawn show? Yeah. Like a lot of people involved in Disco Elysium knew each other since kids and screwed each other over. It's depressing, like with Argo and Robert. Argo, I felt really bad for. That's why when they were trying to spread the whole, like, oh, well, Argo said, I legit kind of felt betrayed. Like, dude, I felt bad for you. Now you want to shit on these people? Then you find out that was taken out of context, and he 100% liked People Make Games and likes the documentary, and he was the only one that actually gave a shit about his fellow employees. It's like, goddamn, Argo, like, land on your feet. I hope you get something good. I hope you get like a big contract so you can live on a fucking house on the beach the rest of your goddamn life with your wife and kids, man. Thought the animation was good. Towards the end, you can kind of start noticing they were running out of money. Argo was literally a teen when he met Robert, who was 20. Yeah. Keith David played a creepy pimp guy in Requiem for a Dream. Makes a good villain. He's just a good actor. Every time I watch Lord of the Rings, I get super emotional. Those movies were my childhood. Aragorn was my childhood hero and still my hero. Super good. Keith David should be a narrator for Berserk or something. We've had this conversation before, and we've all kind of agreed, like, he would make a pretty fucking good Skull Knight. Which GTA 4 do you usually go for? Deal or Revenge? I usually go for... I'm trying to remember. Which is the one where... Which is the one where cousin dies? Because one of them, the cousin dies, and I don't like that one. Because I like the one where he wins and Nico gets fucked over. Because as 4 goes on, you kind of realize that Nico is a bad person, and he kind of deserves it. Deal? So Deal is the one where he dies. Keith David was great as the Arbiter. Kill me or release me, Parasite, but do not waste my time with talk. Yeah. Where should I get the brand sacrifice tattooed on your balls? Yeah. Revenge, girlfriend dies. Deal, Roman dies. Okay, okay. Kirsten this year Hughes will lose her literally Who shield, but will obtain an absence to literally me shield. Yeah. Jameson Price is Skull Knight, but yeah, I would trade him for Keith David in a heartbeat. Jameson Price did really, really fucking good, but we got it. Yeah, it's a thing of like it's fucking Keith David, dude. I really love this folk art style. 14 is so good.
Why should I believe your version of events?
I love Estinian. Anyone who thinks it's weird that Robert met Helen when he was in his 20s and she was 14. I'm not saying anything, but... And Keith David immortalized the character. That's one of the few actors where he is immortalized. Yeah. Persona 3 Portable is $12 in the PS Store. Would you recommend that or Remake? I think Remake is still full price, so I'd recommend Portable. We'll spam $2. Hey Lolly, what's your favorite Mel Brooks film? Blazing Saddles is classic. Spaceballs is a fucking legend. Men in Tights is underrated. Tuna J would have been the perfect narrator for Berserk. Yeah. Speaking of VTubers with big asses, Coley Shroom. I don't know who that is. So they're bringing back old Battlefront games? Yeah, and it's not even going to be a remake. It's just going to be the remastering them, and you can play them on PC now. Doesn't Portable have FemMC? Yeah, that's why I'm suggesting it. Because you get 2 whole campaigns. I mean, 2 whole campaigns, but you know what I mean. Best girl in Dead Rising 3, cute emo GF Annie or Hag Cop. Annie is Katie, and she pisses me off. And Hag Cop, throw her out the fucking window. I don't care about her. Best girl is Nick. Seen Ricky lately? Looks like he's on the verge of death. He also led a dude's information called John. And he made fun of all the bad things that happened to him. As stated, devil in a bottle. Like, Nick dipped straight into hardcore alcoholism. In a way that stopped being haha funny jokes.
But if any Ishgardian, regardless of allegiance, has such potential within them, 12 forgive us. To think of all the dragons we've slain.
Just keep MMC away from Ken. Think Keith David could do Raziel? I'd like to hear it. Maybe not Raziel. Maybe Kane. Maybe. Keith David did Goliath, Amazing Gargoyles. Really missed that show. Yeah. Drunk stream every once in a while is funny for your audience. Every night becomes concerning. Especially when you have to, like, go and drive your kids places.
Now I have my answer. He has no intention of winning the Dragon Song War, for it is no war at all, but vengeance. An eternal requiem sung for
One of the Sabaton members in the middle cover of this baseball theme is God tier. Vice confirmed it's fucking dead. Let's fucking go. Also, the USA did a new moon landing in over 50 years today, you guess? Yeah. Yeah, Vice is officially dead. They are shutting down large chunks of the company, and they've laid off hundreds of employees. So yes, that was another part of the layoffs that I wanted to talk about, but I kind of just forgot. Vice is dead. They are officially dead. I think as Argo put, Robert had a lot of charisma, but as Argo put, Robert had a lot of charisma, but wasn't a great leader, and he's still a bit childish. Probably why a lot of his friends he met as teens while an adult. That is true. Keith David, Skull Knight, who would be a perfect Zod to compliment him. Ah, fuck. Shitpost answer, Willem Dafoe. Willem Dafoe as Zod, that would be interesting. Actual answer, James Earl Jones. Who voiced Skull Knight in the movies? I like his voice. Jameson Price. This dude's so fucking metal. Yeah. Yeah, moon landing recently? Don't worry about it. With Keith David as Kushan Emperor. Oh, Ganeshka? That could work too. Dude, I'm gonna dance over Vice's ashes, yeah, right? Defoe could, but he's got too much goblin in his crazy voice. Also, Ryuk. Yeah. That's what I said, shitpost answer. Actual answer, James Earl Jones. Yeah, I voiced James Earl Jones, right? Because Real is too old. That's the thing, though. Zod is like a 100-year-old warrior. So hearing a really old man voice coming out of someone who's supposed to be in his prime, that would sell a contrast. I think that would sell a really interesting contrast. David Kaye would be a great voice actor for Berserk. What has he been in? No spoilers, but regarding the Act 3 stuff in Baldur's Gate 3, the anti-refugee people are blatant stereotypes, despite the city supposedly always being a haven for refugees. A contradiction. Okay. Like I said, I haven't gotten to Act 3 yet, so I don't know.
I, for one, am intent on continuing to the east.
I would love either Esper or Night Dive to make a Legacy of Kain collection. I would as well.
Nidhogg's lair, the Eyrie, is said to lie in that direction. And the eye tells me he is near.
You can see Raw Perlman and Skull Knight. He has a bit too much casual in his voice. You need someone very formal.
I have been true to my word.
You not do collabs because you just want to stay in your corner of YouTube instead of getting involved in other social circles? Kinda. Yeah, that's part of it.
But your efforts at Parley have come to
Another part of it is, like, I've had people ask me to, like, appear on shit before. And usually I'm, like, kind of considering it. Then they get really pushy, where it's like, hey, are you going to do this or not? And it's like, dude, don't take that tone. Don't take that tone. This is a favor. This is a favor. So I'm kind of like, I don't kind of want to set the expectation and people start feeling like it's an obligation, you know what I mean?
Nay, lady. I would but pierce its vengeful heart. When Nidhogg
David K was Jedi in Marvel's Capcom Infinite. Also, aka the only great thing in that piece of shit game. Okay.
You yourself spoke of the Great Worm's strength, that you believed him powerful.
Didn't Esper fumble the KOTOR remake? They did, but that's dead and buried. And right now with the Tomb Raider one, they're going out of their way to show we care, for the love of God, we care.
With an army of knights manning the defenses.
What do you think would best place Schizo Harry in a Disco Elysium movie? I don't know. That is hard.
In his own lair.
Live voice actor for New Guts or New Raziel. I think Noah's voice actor from Xenoblade 3 would be a perfect Griffith.
And if the tales are true,
I kind of want Mark Dorison, though. But yeah, no, I'd be willing to hear it. I really like Clive in 16. I thought his voice actor did very well.
but such speculation is meaningless.
Fair enough, we're going to see a collab with Kirsch, but oh well.
Our first task.
Gonna have to yell at her about that then.
Nidhogg's lair.
You know, I offered to buy the woman a cruise, and she was all like, oh, well, maybe another time, and then told me to get out of her house. You know? Just you know, wanted to, you know. First of all, mind your fucking tone. I never snapped at him, but it was a thing. There have been people I just ghost because I'm kind of like, I don't feel comfortable with this.
This conflict is ended.
Brad Dourif for Harry. Brad Dourif would be fun, but he also looks like a skeleton. If you want to talk about old, Brad Dourif is fucking old. How about the black guy voiced Tartarus? Would he make a good Zod?
Lies. Everything I believed.
You know what? I'd like to hear that. Yeah, I'd want to hear that. Here's that pocket casting choice. I want Dwight Schultz to play Void. The guy has incredible range and can be extremely intimidating. Yeah. David K is best known for Beast Wars Megatron. Oh, okay. I never heard him then.
And we have not the time to wait for her to
Defoe as Harry's been crazy with the lighthouse and inside. Maybe? I don't know. It's more than just crazy. Harry also has to be very pathetic. So Willem Dafoe would have to play a very pathetic character. Do you know when the new 14 graphics update is? Should be right before Dawn Trail. Like, right before it launches. Nick Cage for Harry. Must join the crusade for the honor of the cheddar cheese god. Harry shall be thy herald. Bob Odenkirk can play pathetic. Maybe. That'd be one where, once again, I have to see. Because Bob Odenkirk did a lot of sketch comedy back in the day. He did, what was it, the Guy Show or something like that? Nick Cage. Okay. Nick Cage as Harry, that would basically just be him doing Bad Lieutenant, but intentionally over the top and crazy, and it's supposed to be artsy and weird. So yeah, I think you have something there. I would actually like to see Disco Elysium Nick Cage Harry, the Man Show. I don't know if it was the Man Show. I'm a cute tomboy nurse with a sleeve tattoo today. My mom was there with me for an appointment and I missed my shot. Curls DB, $2. David Harbour could do a Harry, in my opinion, no commie. Thing is, David Harbour's an asshole. Let's see if we can explore a little bit more. Can't think of other voice actors for Berserk. Voice for Guts, Koska, and Griffith for 97 are perfect. Perfect, and they still love the roles. They still love the roles. They haven't done that thing of like, oh, well, back in the day, we had to do some really nasty shit to get by. No, Kevin T. Collins was pissed off when he was not cast as Griffith for 2016 anime. I know you're gonna say like, oh, really, 2016? It's because he loves being Griffith. So it's like, you know what? Props to him. Props to him. That's on Nashir Dalal. He was Charles in Red Dead Redemption 2, and the dub voice for Wolf in Sekiro was also good in Jedi Survivor. Oh, that guy? I thought it was pretty good. I never played Sekiro in dub, so I never got to hear him there. As Charles, I thought he was pretty good. I thought he was a pretty good character. I think you could do a multiple choice, multiple actors thing for Harry and Disco Elysium, different actors for different routes. That'd be a little too complicated. I'm probably 97 cast. They've aged almost 30 years. Would still be fantastic to see him return. If you watch Memorial Edition, they really don't sound that different. Need Kevin back if only for new Griffith song covers. Yeah. But one I crush on as a commie, I'm no longer interested. Olivier, would do Farnese justice? The chick who played her in 2016 actually did a good job. She tried. It's just the fact that 2016 all around was a fucking mess. Thoughts on Jameson Price? We talked about him. Yeah, he was the Skull Knight VA. He was really fucking good. Speaking of Berserk, would Stefan Waite be a good for the Snake Baron? I think so. He's got that Insidious voice down. Insidious that can turn into powerful. Those old school Shakespearean actors, man. It's like... Ryan Gosling for Harry. Finish your Disco Elysium video. The only thing I find bad about the game is there's no critique of cronyism. Yeah, kind of the big, obvious, glaring red flag in every single ideology, and you can't really talk about it, which is... I mean, the problem isn't the ideology, the problem is the cronyism and corruption. But I think they don't address that, because then you have to say, like, yeah, everybody does that. That's on guest characters in fighting games. Are you the mindset you shouldn't be there? No. They're fun. If they're fun, people love them. You know, I remember fucking Soul Calibur 4. We get to play with all the Star Wars people. It was great. How'd you get into Berserk? I've told the story before. So back in high school, there was a guy I knew who was way more of a weeb than I was at the time. Because in high school, I was kind of still floundering on anime. I'm like, do I really like it? Do I not like it? You know, I didn't know what my opinions on anime were yet. So he told me about Berserk because he knew I was a big Punisher fan. And it's like, oh, think of it as like medieval Punisher. Not the best way to describe it, but it's just get your foot in the door, get talking about it type thing. So I kind of just put it in the back of my mind and forgot about it. Then I think like a year or two later, you know, sometime later, I don't remember exactly, I was talking to my brother, and I asked him, I was like, hey, have you ever heard of Berserk? Like, you know, what's up with that? Is that any good? You know, a guy in school told me about it. He's like, oh yeah, Berserk's metal as fuck. So I just pirated a bunch of volumes of the manga and just sat down and read them. And I was like, holy shit, this is really good. And it just kind of became the crack that defined my personality for literally over a decade since. Sucks that Ezio was put in the worst Soul Calibur. Yeah. They were fun, but Yoda was broken. That little cocksucker. When the Helldiver 2 stream, when the servers are updated. When the servers are updated. Loli shows his true colors. He was a fake fan. In high school, absolutely. I was absolutely a fake fan. Because like I said, I didn't know my true opinions on anime was. I unironically used the no, but it's not like other animes thing. I've since grown up and went like, why the fuck do I care? A similar story for me in JoJo, except it was in a gay bar. Now I think about it, that was probably fitting. Kind of Berserk from It's a Gundam. Is that weird? Yeah, It's a Gundam's a really big Berserk fan. He's done like multiple videos on his side channel where he does Figma stuff and like statues. And he's done like, what, 3 or 4 Berserk statues now? By the way, glad he got into Berserk. I am too. I have to tell you, that shit's crack. Like, it is something to where it quite literally ruined a lot of other fucking series for me. Because I'm like, well, Berserk did that better. Berserk did that better. I was pretty obnoxious about it for a while. Now I've accepted that, like, alright, not everything could be Berserk. That's not fair.
He turned us into fucking killers!
I got into Berserk because of Blockbuster slaughtering the Eclipse. Yeah. I haven't played Disco yet, but isn't Renee more of a monarchist than a fascist? Monarchy isn't the same as fascism. As far as the game is concerned, they are the same thing. Yes, there is a difference in real life. As far as the game's concerned, he represents old school fascism. Because if you admire anything from the royal family, if you look at any royalist stuff, you get points towards fascism. Yes, I agree, it's bullshit. That's just the game. Got into Berserk because of you and your part 1 of Berserk Saga. Yeah. Willem Dafoe as Snake Baron? Yeah, I think it'd be cool. I kind of want him to be a bigger part than the Snake Baron because he shows up for a fight. First introduction Berserk was funny enough, a small part in a 1 day more AMV and thought it looked cool, so I searched it out and never looked back. Yeah. The story for me, I kept hearing Berserk, but never got around to it until a few years later and realized jaw-droppingly good. Oh, yeah. Red account got permanently banned again. Taking Berserk when we get in that Demon Slayer vid. I plan on working on that sometime this year, because I kind of want to talk about, like, once again, I will compare it to Berserk, but in the kind of the general difference. Not of like, oh, here's story-wise. It's like how they've been kind of treated since they've come out. Demon Slayer has been milked time and time again and is like hilariously sold out. Not in a bad way, but you know what I mean. It is all over the fucking place. They milk Demon Slayer like a fucking titty. So it's a thing of like, you know, Demon Slayer has all these projects for it. They are really going out of their way to push Demon Slayer. And it's kind of interesting because you look into it, and it is a shonen. It is aimed for, I'll say about younger kids. Not younger kids, but, you know, younger teenagers, maybe around 13, 14. Because there's a lot of elements to it that kind of speak to that, where, you know, it has some horror elements, some body horror, and it's like, oh, that's for teenagers who are just getting into the idea of darker stories and, like, people dying and things like that. But they want something more advanced than Dragon Ball, where, oh, they'll die, but they'll come back in a few chapters anyway. It's like, no, they die and they fucking stay dead. You know, very simple characters that are easy for a kid to remember. It's more about their designs than how they talk and how they act. Very pretty animation. All sorts of money's dumped into the animation. Keeps it very flashy. Berserk got big after Mura's death, and Twitter tourists had a meltdown over the more explicit scenes like the Wyod clips. Yeah. For me, Berserk got me hooked early on when the Count opens the door to his wife cheating. Yeah. What'd you do if you opened your P.O. box and found a letter written in Korean lady's period blood? I saw that Dankula video too. I'll go straight to the lady at the post office and go like, oh, so I don't have to sign for this? Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah.
It is time we called upon Master Garland. It will be just like the good old days, no?
If I want a demon hunting series set in the Taisho era, I played Demon Summoner. Seriously, let's bring back my boy Radao, yeah. Or Radao. Can't confirm my 10-year-old brother likes Demon Slayer. A lot of people like Demon Slayer, but it's just kind of my general point, where it's like, it's a lot more simplistic, and therefore, I think, easier to kind of whore out in that way. And yeah, it does kind of speak to a lot of stuff that younger people, and a lot of people in general, kind of like, where it's just a very fun, kind of no-holds-barred action thing. Itself when it's 2.5 chapters. Yeah, Demon Slayer is not very long at all. And I will admit, a lot of the lore around Demon Slayer is interesting. Like, the demons themselves, even though they're basically vampires. The whole thing with Nezuko and her turning into one and trying to keep her humanity. It's like, that's all interesting. The problem is, as stated, the cast is very, very, like, they're not really fleshed out. A lot of the time when someone gets a backstory dump or gets an exploration of who they are, it's because they're about to die or be not relevant to the story. That's just kind of a personal thing that I don't like. Compared to something like, you know, Bleach or Dragon Ball, where you learn more about the characters, and you find out more about them as the series goes on. And yeah, you'll have some filler stuff. Yeah, you'll have some moments where it's like the pace, you know, slows to a fucking crawl. But along the way, you're still kind of like, I like the world they're setting up. I like the characters in it. You know, Hunter x Hunter does the same thing. I think Hunter x Hunter is really good too. All right. There it is. Demon Slayer is like Naruto. That's probably the way to look at it. It's new generation Naruto, but a lot better than Naruto. Even with my problems with it, it's like, yeah, it's better than Naruto just in every way. There's a Netsu or Snake Hashira should have been the protag. Talk about Demon Slayer hitting the jackpot, one of the most... Yeah, we talked about that, yeah. Tanjiro is just Jonathan, but for people who can't get into JoJo, that is probably the best way to describe it. He is just a nice everyman type hero. You know, he's kind and patient with people, and he's very agreeable, which makes it easy to move the plot along. It's like, yeah, stuff like that. Since creator Demon Slayer did not expect to get as big as it did, hence the rush ending. Yeah, I think a lot of people kind of agree with that. Just beating Overkill at Final Fantasy 2 and now at 3, yeah. How do you get the experience boosting stuff in 14? Oh, talking about Road to 80? Just make a new account. Make a new account, and I think there's some criteria to where it'll wear off. Obviously, it'll wear off your over level 80. But I don't remember the exact criteria for it for any other way. Yeah, but Jonathan's a dog. He fucking pumped and dumped and married Arena in one night. Yeah. Remember the time when Demon Slayer outsold the entire Western comic industry, or that time Rent-A-Girlfriend managed to do that too? Yeah. They just announced that Berserk did it too. Berserk is like the highest selling manga series in America. How much money do I have to give my Hollow Oshi for her to say she'll marry me? How many Akasupas can you afford? So unfortunate Vosh was caught with file containing nothing but horse and Farnese scene? Yeah. Live Okami was released in the time period. People looking at a black paint dot on dog rear didn't make people think Hideki Kamiya wanted to fuck dogs, and still to this day. Highest selling manga in fall 2023, if I recall. Yeah. Started Disco Elysium last night. Only got to about the dumpster diving, but I lost it when Harry went, "Oh fuck, where's my gun?" Yeah, it's great. Akasupa, Akasupa, Akasupa. I remember some time ago, Demon Slayer author said she wanted to write a pure comedy for her next manga. Do you think it'd sell well, or the audience be sour by it? No, I think it would do well. A lot of the humor in Demon Slayer is actually pretty good. I actually think it's pretty funny. It's one of the reasons I like Zenitsu as a character. I know some people don't like him. Some of his comedy scenes are fucking funny. The Spider Mountain arc where he's just freaking the fuck out on the mountain is pretty good. And he sees like one of the spiders has like a baby face. I think it's actually the main one he's supposed to fight. And it just goes, "What the fuck is that thing?" It's fucking great. So to go back to Disco Elysium, do you think there'll be attempts to imitate the style of the game with state that'll go into different aspects of conversation? There is one. There is one on Steam. I forgot what it's called, but it's kind of like a fantasy steampunk thing, and it's about a city in the sky, and it straight up admits that it is inspired by Disco Elysium. I forgot the name of it. No, you're not bashing Naruto, but become rather sensitive to the over-critiquing of it because they're comparing it to other anime we've learned from Naruto's mistakes. Oh, no, when I say Demon Slayer is better than Naruto, I just mean it is better. It's not a thing of Naruto is bad, I'm just saying it is better. I feel bad for Witcher fans when it comes to Witcher Netflix. Jesus Christ. I'm telling you, I think that what we're seeing now is kind of a massive shakeup in various industries, specifically because how much chaos ESG has caused. Look at the Halo show. The Halo show Season 2 is still really bad, but their campaign for it on Twitter was literally going, "We promise this one will be better. We promise this one will be better than the game, than the first season. It'll be just like the games. Please believe us. Please believe us." The fact that was their marketing campaign for it is telling. It wasn't, obviously, because it was produced long before they kind of got hit with the realization of, oh shit, if we don't change, we're going to get canceled. But the fact they were willing to literally advertise it off the back of, "We promise we fixed everything we did wrong." Whole Wheat Pete is the whole partially the reason I like Zenitsu. Spoke up over your Disco Elysium video. Question, did you buy it or put Pirate Hat? I bought it. I actually bought it. Because the people involved with it, they are long gone from the company. There was a Halo Season 2. It is aggressively not good. Season 2 is okay. I've been hearing nothing but bad things. Too late in Netflix. Halo is not Netflix, it's Paramount Plus, but yeah, same principle. Hollywood speedrunning to lose all money run. Yeah, exactly. You ever play Scarface The World Is Yours? It's alright. That'd be a fun one to stream. That'd be a fun one to stream. If he takes the helmet off, I don't watch. Feel bad for the unreasonable devs. For the reasonable devs lumped together with schizos, all that effort and not a dime for it. Yeah. Tragedy. Tragedy. Listen to old voice clips and me realize how much I miss Halo. It's weird to think that back in the day, Halo was such a strong franchise. There were other franchises that were specifically just people recording Halo footage and then making YouTube videos with that. Now, I haven't talked about just Red vs. Blue. Red vs. Blue was the biggest one. I'm talking about stuff like RB and the Chief, and there was that one channel where it was just various celebrity quotes and people like that over Halo footage. It's like Machinima was a legitimately very, very strong thing. Now Halo's dead. Feel bad for the actor Henry and Witcher. They treat him like he's garbage, I kept hearing. And Henry Cavill is actually a massive Witcher fan. Three, 4, 3 killed it. Mm-hmm. Machinima era was something else. Yeah, it really was. Here, the Netflix Avatar Last Airbender series that seems to be not doing too well. Yep. Eventually, you run out of money. Eventually. Like, I guess the best way to describe it is Yoko Ono was eventually told to shut the fuck up. It probably would have doubled down on the comedy aspect. It's definitely a shame Zom implode as it did. The world Robert made is interesting when the other writers control Spurging. Yeah, the funny part is I had some people in the comments go like, oh, well, if you actually read the book, it doesn't say anything at all about, you know, communism is the way to stop the Pale. It's just, you know, hope is how you stop the Pale, and communism gave people hope. It's like, you mean like every other ideology? So, you know, communism doesn't stop the Pale. It's just the hope communism gives you stops the Pale. And not the hope that ultraliberalism gives you, or moralism, or fascism. Nothing like that. Only communism is enough to stave it off. Wearing one of your shirts get me laid. I mean, I can't make a definitive statement. But it won't not. Sovereign Syndicate, the steampunk Disco Elysium like game you're thinking of? I think so. Sounds like cope, not hope. Mm-hmm. It's that mealy mouth thing of like, oh, well, it doesn't actually say that. And then you look into it, it's like, yeah, it does. Like, directly it does.
They've adapted the principles of corrupted crystal technology and constructed a mechanism which converts ether from its surroundings into elemental wind. Said wind is then harnessed by the specially engineered sails, providing the craft with propulsion and lift.
Lulu 4 for $2. What's your opinion on the Fire Emblem franchise? Really, really good. One day we might get a game that's not butchered in translation. One day. Communism explicitly doesn't give hope. It distracts you from the cause. Yeah. You agree Hellsing and Berserk have the best examples of an English dub? Definitely some of them. Yeah. I think if Microsoft went the Warhammer route and let multiple teams work on the Halo IP, would be a good idea. Maybe. Our Lord Disco Elysium, the church seemed to do a better job of holding off the Pale. Yeah. And think of it like this. So the actual lore of the revolution is a bunch of the communists revolt against their king and set up their own nation. They then try to invade a neighboring nation and get their asses kicked so hard, the coalition stops them. So the commies, fresh off killing the royal family, immediately as part of the revolution try invading a neighbor for resources and then die. So the revolution wasn't even over yet, and they were trying to conquer somebody else, and that's when the rest of the world stepped in. And they try to phrase it as, well, we just wanted to do something different, and we just wanted to revolt and liberate people. It's like, no, you tried to take over the world. You tried to take over the world, motherfucker. That was literal imperialism, the exact thing that you said you didn't want to do. Revolution was just Chaz, but in fiction. It was literally Chaz in fiction. When Che showed up in your video, I immediately said and typed, fuck that piece of shit. Yeah. The funny part is, once again, there was someone in the live chat going like, oh, wow, you say Che Guevara is hated by Cubans? It's like, yes, he is. If you wear a Che Guevara shirt in certain areas of Miami, they will beat the fuck out of you. Why did he kill Ruby and Disco Elysium? Part of the Hardy Boys. You know, ran drugs for the cartel, so as far as I'm concerned, it's like, fuck them. Collecting the South Park DVD. Which season should I stop at? I'm at season 7. Around the 2016 era. Just because that's when the Trump shit dips in, and it's like, At first, I was like, oh no, that was actually kind of funny, and only now in retrospect am I going, oh wow, that was just unironic seething. Oh, okay. Don't blame me, 343 dropped the ball with lock. Yeah. Cubans hate communism. Why the fuck do you think they left Cuba? Yeah. Yeah, have you met an actual Cuban nigga? Yeah, right. Like a Helldiver channel for the Discord? I might, yeah. People are playing it a lot. Honestly, what should happen to Lenin? It was not much better than Stalin. It was under his watch. Romanovs were killed, children and all. Yep. Can't confirm. No guy's grand uncle was killed by Che. Didn't they call him like the Jackal? Like it was his nickname in Cuba because he killed so many people. I love how communism never works and just gets bent by Mao and barely Stalin. Yeah. Yeah, El Chacal. Yeah. Did one of the commie students look like Che Guevara? I don't know about look like. I think you're talking about like the guy with the Mexican accent, Spanish accent. I don't know if he looked like him. Yeah, Che was nicknamed El Jacal. That's what I thought, yeah. K43 dropped the ball 4 times in a row. How do you do that? My uncle was working at a plastic surgery center. He had a Cuban lady working under him. When Biden got elected, my uncle told me that she squeezed her hand so she bled. Oh, God. Not only operated a political prison at the executions, he personally executed people. Yeah, he was a fucking monster. Then people try to go, oh, he went to Africa to liberate people. It's like, no, he just wanted to shoot people. I mean, he was super hyped up, only to not do anything, to have 0 personality. Rookie from ODST had more personality than him. Yeah. But Loli, Fidel had free health care. In the sense that you get a free bullet in your skull. He was a violent motherfucker. Yeah. Once again, kind of the thing I talk about in the Disco Elysium video, which is these are nice ideals that get stupid people to push them, and then very, very violent people take control because who's going to stop them? No, El Chacal was a cool guy with a trumpet on Sabadao Gigante. That was shit back in the day. But they liberate them, you mean from their lives, then yeah. Executions of the week take a lot of government resources. It's to the point where we start using knives. I know it's cutting corners. Grow the turnips, Mother Nature. War crimes are based when commies do them towards filthy capitalists. That's kind of why I'm happy I added the N-word when I did, end-word, that I did with fucking the Disco Elysium video about the Studio Zom, where it's like, when Elon and all them, or wherever, Elam, I think that was the guy's name, when the investors do something bad, you have to hear about it over and over and over again, that the investors are bad, they're two-dimensional villains, they're pieces of shit, should never forgive them, they killed art. When Kurvitz does something bad, well, that was just some people accusing him, you can't actually prove that. You know, he's so hard to work with, that's such a problem. It's like they'll downplay what Kurvitz did, even though guys like Argo are straight up saying, no, he made us feel like pieces of shit and abused us. But then say that the investors are horrible for doing the exact same thing. Yeah, the killing fields, Cambodian communism at its finest.
Some good fortune at last. A few days past, Julala informed us
The end word, YouTube. The end word.
supplies had been delivered to the palace.
I think next big thing in pop culture is Space Marine Epic. I think Henry Cavill's Warhammer show will be big if Amazon keeps grubby figures out of it. That'll be the big question. Will they let Henry do what he wants? I explained the college student solution. I immediately said that's fucking retarded. Because it is. Like, the students represent that section of communists that was literally that guy in the live chat going, well, if you just read literature, if you just read, where it's like, motherfucker, they're talking about growing turnips with your mind. Like, if I have to have a Marxist lens to make this work, that means I have to brainwash myself to where it makes sense.
It lends some weight to Julala's claims.
I don't know if that's part true, but it's crazy that Google's killing Gmail. There's rumors about it. I don't know if they actually will. Gmail is such a standardized thing across the world. I can't imagine them killing Gmail. How do you get the mercenaries to survive the tribunal? They will always get fucked up. If you're talking about the one that was the brother to the guy who got murdered, fuck up the check to shoot him, which is pretty hard to do. It's pretty hard to succeed that one anyway, so, you know.
All that remains is to apprehend the woman.
Speaking of common killing, the Great Chinese Famine was caused in part by the CCP ordering a mass killing of sparrows, which led the insect population to getting out of control and eating crops. Yep. Meal literacy people would rather identify with the bugs from Starship Troopers. Yeah. Like, I mean, I've went back and forth with Starship Troopers people before, but, you know, never once have I ever said the bugs are sympathetic. It's like, no, the bugs are literally mindless monsters. The idea is the Federation are just the bugs, but a different species. So it's like, no, both of them are the same monster. You know, that kind of thing. The bugs are not meant to represent minorities or anything. They are violent, flesh-eating bugs that have zero regard for self-preservation and just want to kill everything around them. The only way communism fixes the pale is if everyone's turned to Hollow-esque like Dross. Also, will the two bookworms be willing to die for their cause, or they hide like rats? That's the big question. That's the big question. The reason Stalin got into power is he didn't really believe in the ideology and was surrounded by university spurgs who had no idea how to navigate power plays. Yeah, and he was a gangster. If I remember right, Stalin was part of some kind of mob. Not like full-on Russian mafia, but definitely organized crime. So that gave him experience to fuck people over and put himself into higher and higher positions. Tasting muffin 2 fake mice? Pray, return to the Viking sands. Matthew Pickard for 5 fake mice. Sorry, he's boring and ultra-liberal together on Twitter. That wasn't very cash money to me. Also, almost done my FYS focused fascist superstar run. Yeah. How dare you call the grind set boring? 50 real deduction right now. He was a bank robber. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like Stalin was like straight up organized crime. So obviously when it came time to get into power, he was the exact guy that would be able to kill people. Yeah, he was a Georgian thug, yeah. Google killing Gmail thing is a telephone game deal. In reality, is HTML that's expired. Google is still keeping Gmail. That letter was a troll job. Okay. Bolsheviks themselves, before Stalin got their money through banditry. Yeah. Yeah, Stalin was Georgian mafia. See, Yakuza was trying to traffic nuclear contraband. According to Japanese police, their Yakuza contacts don't even know who the guy is. Based. Georgians have done irreparable damage to the world. Yeah, Joseph Stalin was a Georgian who ruled the Soviet Union from 1920s to early 50s. Yeah, because he died of a stroke in his office. Well, it was a stroke or a heart attack. Point is, he had a medical issue in his office, and supposedly, according to rumors, nobody went to check up on him because they were terrified he'd have them executed for thinking he was weak. Sometimes I feel Stalin and Hitler should be roommates in hell. They both killed similar amounts of people. And they're the kind of guys that make you believe hell exists. I can't speak any sort of Slav language. How much work did George do in Elden Ring? He wrote a lot of the lore details, but everything else was fleshed out by FromSoft. I find that both Hitler and Stalin were from countries that were not the country they ended up being tyrants over. It really is interesting, isn't it? I mean, Austria now is basically roped in with Germany, so, you know. Here are Miura's other works, like Giganto Maximum and Doranki. Yeah, they're pretty good. They're pretty fucking good. I see the tweet, the Hi-Fi Rush account on Twitter said there are physical games being distributed by limited run games, and I'm like, why have all problems they are now? Yeah. Like limited runs really shat their fucking pants over and over again. And Trotsky got romanticized too much compared to Stalin when both were pieces of shit. Oh yeah. Maybe Harry was right to say foreigners ruined Revachol. Just saying. He's not technically wrong. So much power even early on, he can insult Lenin's wife and get away with it. Yeah, because who was going to say anything about him? He was the guy that controlled everything. That's why, honestly, honestly, if you kind of look into the subtext of Disco Elysium, Everard's kind of like Stalin. But, we're not ready to have that conversation. What happened with Limited Run? They fucked over one of their community managers over, like, a complete nothing burger. Where I think it was, like, she made a tweet or liked a tweet, and they gunned after her and like, threw her out. The thing about Hitler is he was out of his mind with all the drugs at the time. Doesn't make what he did right, but he wasn't in the right mind. Oh, yeah, 100%. No, really? Well, like I said, yeah. Want to have that convo? Okay. So do you want to hear me actually talk about why Everard is like Stalin in Disco Elysium? So, as stated, Stalin was tied to organized crime and worked his way up up the totem pole by fucking over and killing everyone who got in his way. Everard does the exact same thing. He is part of organized crime and uses political ideology to rope people to his cause, and then fucks over and kills anybody who gets in his way. His entire plan with Disco Elysium is to get the dock liberated so he can be in complete control over it. So now it's a massive drug running network where they can supply different cartel bosses so he can be connected. And he wants to do this with more and more ports until Wild Pines is dissolved, meaning he wants to take over those ports. Everard is literally planning on becoming the kingpin of a basically nationwide drug running operation and leverage political power while doing so.
He turned us into fucking killers!
Those other companies have dropped ESG as far as we can tell. For sure, Square Enix. Japanese investors have talked about dropping ESG funds. We don't know anyone in particular. Fucking cartel boss. That's why I kept using that language over and over again. Cartel boss, because that is literally what Everard wants to be. Also, Stalin had a gimped hand from his daddy beating him. I still hold on to the theory his whole thing was daddy issues. Usually is. Don't forget that Limited Run also infamous of being really bad customer service and delivery. Yeah. Didn't Lennon really die of a seizure or did Stalin kill him? Flip a coin. Atlas needs to go harder and put ESG fuckers against the wall. That's the funny part. Like, everyone talks about, like, oh, Atlas is going to be taken over by ESG. There was the Rainbow Pin and Persona and all that shit. But, like, they haven't done anything. They got rid of the trainee in P3R, which, honestly, the more you think about it, the more it's like, you know what? Now we don't have to deal with the trainee. Now we don't have to deal with the trainee. Oh, my God. Still have the battle dresses. Shin Megami Tensei 5. They have not fucked with that at all, from what we understand. It's like, really does seem like, hey, a lot of companies might just be ignoring this shit now. Did Square Enix really drop ESG or just hide it? That is the question. They've removed all reference to it from their website. And on top of that, the beach scene from Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, it's like, okay, they're blatantly leaning towards fan service. You can straight up look down Tifa's cleavage. So it's like, that's a blatant ESG violation. People literally posted in, like, shock. In, like, actual fucking shock. Like, holy fuck, you can't get away with this now. Like, and then that, of course, made people go, why the fuck are we talking like this? Why are we talking about how, like, two women in bikinis on a beach is, like, some verboten, like, oh my god, you can't do this now thing. It's, like, fucking wild. But the point is, it's, like, very obviously leaning towards sexualization that usually every other company would avoid, like, the fucking plague. Would you rather a Guido or a Mick save your life? A Mick. They're my people. Scots Irish, motherfucker. Close enough.
You conniving little worm. You had your claws in the Crystal Braves before their first recruit had sworn to serve.
Booba Dog whistle saves lives.
But of course, when a new game begins,
Guess we're in the 1950s now. Measure the whore leg.
piece on the board. Ilberd was mine. Truth be told, a significant
Another
proportion
potato
of
famine.
Brave's initial endowment was
At last, Tifa's giant boobs and glorious 4K. Square's still investing into crypto, but hey, you win some, lose some. That's true, and crypto's not the worst thing to invest in. Just, don't push NFTs on people. What about Mao Zedong? Was he dumbass or psycho? Psycho. He killed a shitload of people for shits and giggles.
with a promise to support his cause authority had been solidified.
Speaking of term gigante, have you seen the new episode of Gushing Over Magical Girls? I have seen the clips. Yes, I have been pinged.
From the grasp of the Empire.
In real life, we're more revealing bikinis than Tifa. And once again, that's kind of the thing people are pointing out, where it's like, everyone's trying to feign shock and go, oh my god, and I'm really happy people are going, so wait a minute, this is just safe horny now? Like, this is safe horny? Where are all the people saying Final Fantasy VII is pedophilic? It's like, oh, anime women in bikinis. Where are all the people saying this is pedophilic? I love the people going like, oh, safe horny, what's even that? And they go, hey, it's when everyone draws fucking porn of Lady Dimitrescu in RE8, then has a fucking heart attack over Ashley and RE4 remake. That's what safe horny is, dumbass. The Russian pilot defector got killed in Spain. Looked like a professional hit. Wild stuff. Russia's vindictive. Stalin was the only real high-level proletariat. He was an upper-class university guy early in the Bolshevik government. Yeah, and it's because he was a gangster. Yeah, Mao's still the #1 dictator with the highest body count. Yeah. Square Enix sold Tomb Raider for $220 million that they would invest in blockchain bullshit. Hope they're correcting that idiocy. Yeah.
What say you, General? Both you and the Sultana are alive. We have one corpse and one fugitive. And
Tifa's boobs need to not just be pyramid-shaped, but bigger.
Shall we cry quits and start again with
Russia killed an author who spoke against the Soviets with an umbrella. Yeah.
The hells we will.
Yeah, Capcom knew what they're doing with Vampire Mommy D. Yeah. Probably a diplomatic meeting in the Dutch lands, and some drunk Englishman tried to speak French and English, and they made their official language. Yeah. Someone's only tolerated because he could bring money in. Even Lenin wanted him gone near the end of his life. Yeah, because that state, he was a gangster. He actually knew how to run shit. Now it's also super fucking cowardly. He ran off to the mountains during the Japanese invasion when nationalists fighting off the LIJA. Yep. You're saying it pissed off Russia. Be prepared for some funny and glowy tasting tea. Yeah. When the guy's two subordinates killed when he just landed the chopper in a Ukrainian airfield, the Ukrainians just shot him. He got a gun style. See, Pippa's in the new Borderlands movie. Alright, what's the context here? What'd she do this time? Did this go video was shot down hard in the subreddit? Why would I give a shit about the opinions of Redditors? It's like, oh no, the people on the rape, subreddit don't like my shit. It's like, oh, how tragic. Only opinion I care about is the Berserk subreddit. And even then, they annoy me.
You will find her Grace resting comfortably within her private chamber.
Tiny Tina looks like Pippa. Oh, okay. Safe horny is just weird fetishes. Degenerate horny is normal heterosexuality. Yeah. I wouldn't really describe it like that. The what subreddit? Oh, you don't know about that? Yeah. There are multiple and numerous subreddits for specific fetishes that just straight up cross into illegality. The incest subreddit, the rape subreddit, revenge porn subreddits, barely legal subreddits, all of them cross the line into flat out being illegal, and when people report them, the mods that you find out are tied to those subreddits go, no, it's fine, it's totally okay.
You have my gratitude.
Yeah, r/jailbait, yeah. Once again, that's why I'm like, I don't give two fists of a fuck about the lolly argument, because that shit exists. Like, that shit exists, and you can't go, well, both are bad. It's like, no, I'm gonna say one's worse than the other. Safe horny is creme with cleavage, but black voids under skirts are shorts for everyone. Yeah. Well, not even the black bars or clouds. It's literally just sexualization. This time is okay, and we all just pretend there's not like mouth frothing retards that will have a stroke any other time. Whenever I talk to the commie students, I explained to them after the whole revolution, they would be killed by whoever they asked to be the muscle. One girl literally spaced out for a second. It was funny. Yeah. They cannot comprehend that situation. They cannot comprehend of somebody coming to them with bad intentions and using them, and then when they are used up, they will be killed. They cannot comprehend that being a possibility. Anyways, here those subreddits. I just want some wholesome vanilla stuff, and I feel like I need to bathe in holy water. Welcome to Reddit. Alright, the admin shut down the Donald for supposedly promoting violence against the police. I can think of numerous subreddits who do that daily. Yeah. Thought those subreddits just had hentai. They actually post real people. Yes, like actual real people. That's what I mean by like, no, they flat out cross the line to illegality. Especially stuff like, there were specific subreddits that were all about like various female celebrities, and they were all about counting down to when they become 18. Like really creepy shit. If you ever watch the birthing video subreddit from Wang, he talks about a subreddit that was just dedicated to fetishizing birth videos. Reddit was the cultural shift we needed so we can bully in media they can enjoy. Yep. Was that Reddit called r/orbiter? I think so? Winston Churchill was theorized to have once said anyone who wasn't influenced by communism at 20 years of age had no heart, while anyone who still influenced at 40 had no head. Yeah. There's a reason I used his quote, because he was just fucking right. Please say psych. No, it's an actual thing. I think the problem with universities is you have a bunch of professors or teachers with large egos, students being bombarded with ideology and told they're smart while on a shit ton of drugs. Yeah. There is a whole thing going on where... So, every societal problem is not just one thing. Is he dude from EPO? Oh, no, I think it's just general biker dude. I kept thinking he was, what's his face from EPO? But yeah, so the whole thing is society and the problems with people are never one thing. It's always a multitude of different things. But the whole thing around it is you have kids nowadays, like actual kids, like 14, 15-year-olds, that have been raised off YouTube and constantly trying to win the social media game. They will say literally anything if it's socially acceptable, so long as it gets them a Twitter like. That is one of the more nefarious uses of social media, where it managed to do the one thing that tons of politicians couldn't do, and that is make children love censorship, because if they support censorship, even if they don't actually like it, they will get rewarded on social media with clout and money. Some of the most vapid, egregious, hypocritical drama whores on YouTube are specifically people who have been doing this since high school. So it is ingrained in their bones to worship the YouTube system. You know, worship the algorithm. Do whatever you can to appease the algorithm. Sell your soul to the algorithm. It's where you get a lot of the catchphrases that YouTubers say over and over again, because they've been trained to say it because they think it works. Where it's like, guys, did you know 0.0% of people that watch my videos are actually subscribed? You know, that kind of thing. You know, they get these phrases inside their head, and they stick to them like a pathology. You know, it's like, I have to say this. I have to say this. It's a thing where they know YouTube is easy money, and if you play your cards right, you can literally make enough money to last you your entire fucking lifetime. And you can do it from when you start in high school. Poultry Tom, he is just one of them. This is an entire generation now. You see a ton of kids who try to become drama tubers or things like that because you can just read tweets all day. So the problem is the fact that with that, it's now become kind of innate in them that when YouTube dubs something, you have to simp. You have to be like, well, YouTube just, you know, that's just TOS. That's how it is. That's the rules. It's to kind of steal from a recent Count Dankula video where he was talking about a British zoning issue. It's like the movie Brazil, where that's just the rules. That's just what you do. You know, it's like, well, you know, who cares if you like it or not? That's the rules. That's what YouTube says to do. When Monkey Jones got fucked over, there were a lot of people going like, well, that's just TOS. What was he expecting? It's like, well, motherfucker, like, who cares if it's TOS? That's not right. Like, that's not cool. Does that remind me of that clip where a lot of news channels repeat the whole danger to our democracy thing? It is literally what it is. It's social engineering. See, ESG tried using the principles of social engineering, but tried too hard, too fast to the wrong crowd. They wanted to convince adults who already had ingrained principles to change with the hope of money. Money they didn't actually have and couldn't pay them. And so adults know how to perform. Adults will pretend to like stuff. They'll be like, yeah, sure, I'll do that. Like, if you ever talk to a chick you think is kind of hot and she's ranting about something and you're just kind of going like, yeah, I agree. You know, PETA makes some good points, but you're just doing that so you can get, you know, you can steal some glances at her ass or something. You know how to play the game. You know how to sound like you care. And in truth, you're thinking in the back of my mind, this is fucking stupid. Zoomers know to completely warp their personality overnight like 1984, where they will wake up a completely different person because social media told them to. My cousin's mother had an orgasm and given birth to him every day. I wish he never told me that. Man, that's the kind of shit that Batman couldn't beat out of me. That poor motherfucker. The new South Park OnlyFans episode about sponsors really hit the mark. Yeah, they talked directly about it, where influencers are targeting kids with the hope of warping kids' minds. That's where you can get some nefarious shit. Not in the sense of kids will listen to influencers and follow their advice, because that falls into basic role model shit, which is some will, some won't. It's hard to say. It's specifically giving kids success early. Remember when the YouTube commentary community got triggered by Grey Day's video on the Kufen vaccines? They were saying you shouldn't say that and YouTube should do something about it. Yeah. So this is what I mean. This is literally what I mean. It has nothing to do with, kids will hear a role model say something, therefore they'll follow it. No. That's not at all. It is you give kids a taste of success early. You give them that taste of social media victory and AdSense money, because it's genuinely addicting. When I started getting, more traction with my stuff, I was in my early 20s when it happened. Juan Wick for $2? I blame society. Society made me what I am. Yeah, that kind of shit. So I was in my early 20s when it happened. Well, early to mid. Yeah, early to mid 20s. I was about 23? 23 or 24 when YouTube finally started gaining traction. And that wasn't even to the degree where I am now. Or even now, I'm still not really up there, but I'm way more than I was even a few years ago. Even I was kind of hit with that, ooh, this is going places. This is kind of exciting, So me as a 23, 24-year-old man, I was like, shit, that's kind of interesting. But I also had the real-world experience of grounding. I worked jobs. I worked around people. I knew what it like to fucking hate working and hate waking up in the morning, that kind of thing. You were 23 when we released the Spec Ops video? When was the Spec Ops video? I genuinely don't remember. It's dopamine imbalance. Yep. Let me look that up.
How close are they to completing this ship? Is it operational?
Okay. Spec Ops The Line was 3 years ago, so I was 24.
I should imagine Emperor Varys is eager to see how it performs in battle.
Yeah, 2017. Yeah, I was 24. So, yeah.
My lords and ladies.
It's a thing where,
It is time to repair the damage caused by
size of proportions of small people reminds me of Teletubbies. Yeah, they're Lalafels.
to repel the Empire once more.
Yeah, fuck, you're old. Yeah, I know. 3 years to 30. Trust me, I don't want to think about that shit. The problem also lies in that these kinds find personal validation in it too, so they grow desperate for more and more. Yeah, as stated. So, you're 27? Yeah, I know, right? I take it as a compliment, don't worry. You didn't care about the crowd, just a paycheck. Man, that SR3 quote hits hard. Yeah. Arthur Thompson for $2. No, Juan Wick, I am society. I'm 34. Yeah, and that's kind of the thing. Fuck, you're younger than me. I'm 31. You will assimilate. Can just go to show that people should treat YouTubing as a hobby, not as an actual job, like how some people, like a certain British tuber, like to think it is.
I have decided to disband the
You're almost 30, nigga. Yeah, I know.
Among the recruits,
But as stated,
those who support
having that kind of success take off when I was the age I was really, really helped ground. It really helped ground me. I know it sounds like a humble brag thing, but I mean this in a way of like speaking to the general issue.
the traitor Ilberd,
So it's like,
down and held to account for
the best way to describe it is when you're a kid and that shit happens to you, I can't imagine
the time comes.
the lack of impulse control you would have, Like, I was like 24, seeing the numbers rise up, and I was getting all excited about it, I was like, oh shit, this is going somewhere. I was still working jobs, but it was going somewhere. It's like, oh wow, that's really fucking cool, So obviously, even though it was successful and I was starting to get a little bit, and I was like kind of inching my way up there, I knew not to leave my job. I knew not to rely on certain things. I knew, hey, this is still going to take a while, so I don't want to count my eggs before they hatch, that kind of thing. Sim Despot for $20. Remember an early 2000 Simpsons episode that predicted the rise and fall of content creators? News anchor gets fired, lives with Simpsons, makes YouTube videos, and becomes Lisa's friends, then he got back to his old job. Yeah. Go both in 27 Club. Yeah.
In the face of hardship, and give mine all
You got my parents' house, pay rent and water bill, but I need to fix my money. Yep. Always build a nest egg. Don't jump out just because you think you have to jump out. Plan. Always plan.
the light of dawn across the realm once more.
Ryan aging at the gravestone, Saving Private Ryan gets more real every day. Yeah.
Crystal brave commander suited me ill.
Imagine high school drama and social roles, but now the place on the internet. That's the issue that's coming from newcomers. Yeah.
I shall be no more or less than Alfino.
My chair's gonna kill me like Harry Dubois. But yeah, so as stated, Random question: is it new modern fad to insist Lilith being the redacted first woman by hateful men? 10th century folktale about what babies die and totally in Torah. Wait, you didn't go the DSP route? Okay, loser. Yeah. When you get out of bed, do you hurt your back? Hack. Not gonna lie, I actually did hurt my back today. I was doing my exercises. I was doing my exercises for the day and ended up twisting my back, and I felt it the rest of the day. So yes. Bro, chat's full of older people. I'm one of the younger ones at 20. Yeah. But yeah, so the point I had to say is, like, as a 24-year-old man, when the success was coming, I was all excited about it. And I thought that was really cool. But I had the luxury of multiple different factors. For one, I didn't really give a fuck about AdSense money at the time, so it took me a long time until I actually started getting money from YouTube. Only recently have I actually started caring about monetization. That's just because, like, with the economy the way it is, I kind of need every single cent I can get. You know, obviously that's not oh, I'm so poor. It's more the fact of I know better than to skimp on money on the table. You know what I mean? Hag lolly, hag lolly, hag lucky. But yeah, so as an adult, you kind of understand the importance of, like, all right, of priorities, where it's like, I could do a job where I sit at my computer all day and read Twitter and Discord and all that. I could also go outside and talk to people. You know, I could talk to my neighbors. I could talk to people around town, that kind of thing. I tweet a lot, but that's just because I literally, like, 2 seconds, whip my phone out, post something, put it back in my pocket, that kind of thing. You know, that kind of thing. You know, you still have that grounding of reality and kind of understanding the real world and, like, yeah, this is all temporary shit. This is all side shit I'm doing. End of the day, the actual real world job I'm doing is has a lot more security, has a lot more potential in it. You know, not to get too descriptive of what I do, but I might start moving over into property management. Not as, like, I myself will be owning properties, but I am helping a property manager run their properties. So that could be pretty fucking safe. Don't have to worry about the real estate market as much as I did. Where, you know, if a bad period happened, I would legit be worried of, like, oh shit, am I even gonna have a job because the office might close? This is something more along the lines of, like, specifically longer term income. So it's like, all right, that's more security, more stuff I can plan around and all that. That's pretty good. This is still side shit. Don't make this a full job. I don't want to make it a full job. It's like, I like YouTube stuff, but I like it specifically not being a job because then I'll get burned out on it. This is stuff I do specifically to relax because I like doing it, you know? Evict all the single mothers in all seriousness, congrats. Yeah. As stated, I'm not running the properties. I'm helping the property manager run them. Nice little gig. Is there a real estate agent? I was not a real estate agent. I assisted real estate agents. I was, there was a specific term for it. I forgot the term. But it's like you're in the office and you are working with the paperwork, because there's a lot of paperwork in a real estate office. Like, holy fuck. The amount of trees the real estate field kills alone. Do you coworkers know you do YouTube? I don't mention it because I do say things on here that would get the office in trouble if they tie it to me. So real estate agent. No. Underwriter? No, that's a specific position. It's more of like, God, what is it? It's not like a technician, but it's like, God, what is the term for it? Fuck. Office drone? Yeah, fuck it. Office drone. Assistant? Yeah. Assistant implies I'm, like, specifically for one person, but I'm not. It's like general office assistant. They're basically the owner's external hard drive, basically making sure they remember stuff. Yeah, that's a little bit of it, yeah. Computer guy? Yeah, that was another part of it. You know, I'm planning on working at either a grocery store like HEB or Walmart, on the other side, either writing a novel, learning to draw, maybe learn a new language, start a blog. Do as thou wilt. Well, he doesn't know what he does. He just doesn't. I don't know what to call it. Started watching yourself when I was 15. To say your shit hasn't influenced me would be a hell of a lie. Eee. Technically, if you had younger viewers before, for instance, watching one of your movie streams with one of my nieces, she's 15. That's pretty nice. Watching your VOD chat, remember, said you needed 10, 12-pound yoga ball to rotate your body with. That might help. Because I've been doing my arm exercises where I got, like, my little weights. It's like little 8-pound weights, and I'm just moving my arms back and forth, and that's how I wake up in the morning. And I think when I was doing that, I might have twisted something. And it's like, these are little 8-pound weights, and I'm barely doing anything. This is literally just to get my blood flowing so I can wake up. And I somehow twisted my back. Fuck.
He turned us into
Some just about $5 on my
killers!
business plans to start going to raising pigs, sell direct to my consumers from meat. Did that for my high school senior project. That is a very, very, very good idea. If you get up there in farming, you can make ass loads of money. Like, there are a lot of farmers that, like, you know, the stereotype is like, oh, they're the dumb hick farmer and all that shit. No, farmers can be fucking scary smart people. I can lift 18 pounds without breaking my back. Like I said, it's just one of my routine little morning exercises just to wake me up. And I'm like, all right, I'll get started on everything else. And then out of nowhere, it's like, ah. Best way to lose weight, start swimming, get in the pool, Ollie. Yeah, I do in the summer. I love swimming. I don't get to do it too much, though. One month for $2. Landlord, all arc begins. Congrats in 10 years. Yeah, I know, right? I also have my investment account. My investment account was like one of the best ideas I ever had.
It's a fucking killers!
Often do you bench press? Not very at all. I try to do the toolless exercises, I guess you could say, like, hey, do some sit-ups, do some arm stretches, do things like that, do more lighter stuff. Because I'm working my way up to more and more. Everyone's most depressed people in the world, unironically, yeah. Any good investments? As stated, I got a account with Edward Jones. Very, very good people. Very good people. Start a new character on Road to 80 Worlds, and damn, that's a lot of XP. Yeah. Don't go full gym cell. Arching back when you do weightlifting in bed. It's not in bed. I wake up and I go and get my weights. I think it's a thing where I just did it too fast, or my arm moved in a way it shouldn't have. You know, one of those things. Invest in Lockheed or any military manufacturer? Yeah, right. Work retail, been writing a bit in my free time because, hey, money's not going to drop out of nowhere. Very true. You'd be amazed. Like, write a little self-help book. You'd be amazed how fast those can move. 27, he's 30-year mom wife who'd be just normal relationship. Yeah. Yeah, bulk up, bro. How are you supposed to defeat Quentin and gain your persona? Sleep is just as important as working out, especially to grow. Trust me, I don't have much issues on the sleep front when I can actually, you know, remember to get it right. I mean, obviously there are times where I'm like, nope, I don't need sleep, I need to work. And that usually sucks, but the times I can sleep, I'm like a cat. I like sleeping. Trick with pigs and never sell them as commodities like cows. My dad tried that in the 80s and he never made his money back. Granted, the pig market crashed hard in that decade. Very true. Orgasmic births are pretty common. Feel bad for all the sundries by single mothers who had that kind of birth. Their mother was probably feeling some conflicting feelings. So you do have issues. Yeah. Sometimes not. It just depends. Alright, so it is up here. Got a job from my uncle as a plumber, and now I understand the importance of a back brace. Yeah. Cut out rice from diet, but not enough. You gotta move around, you know, don't... Take a walk around the neighborhood, you know, get a little weight set. Do something to move your body. It's all about just burning energy. Remember Lolly Stalin died from a stroke because he only had 2 or 3 hours of sleep for the last 12 years before he acted for the rest of the time. That is true. What's next video project? Is movie review? Yeah. I have to cancel my gym membership because my new job doesn't match with gym closing times and I have to find a 24-hour gym. Yeah. The parents wonky on my bed during work. When I'm home, I can't fall asleep. Yeah. I started taking magnesium to help me sleep because I used to take melatonin like all the fucking time. Then I was talking with like a family member and they said, yeah, don't take melatonin. That can actually like fuck up your head. It can lead to dementia when you're older and that kind of shit. It's like, huh. Also, when I took melatonin, it didn't really work. It just kind of made me super exhausted. And sometimes I still couldn't sleep. So then I just go through the whole day twice as exhausted as I was before. Then I take magnesium. And magnesium is it's a muscle relaxer. So your body just kind of naturally relaxes. So then it's easier to fall asleep that way. Colombians are making a Colombian remake of Better Call Saul. I will watch. I drink a nightcap to sleep. If I do that, I have to wake up and piss. It's actually what my mom does. Yeah. Would you like to learn boxing? I can help out sign up being pro. I do little exercises. I don't know about actually going to a dedicated gym, but I mean, I have a little punch bar, a little punch bag. You know, it's good. Started watching Squidbillies and was curious what your favorite bit from Grandma Kyler is. Oh, Granny? Oh, Granny's great. You have her one of her more famous quotes, which is, "But what are we gonna do to keep those banners out?" during the illegal episode. That was fucking great. Her trying to come up with an entire, you know, multi-layered plan just to have sex with the ghost of Robert E. Lee. That was pretty great. Just reinstalled Disco Elysium, giving it another shot of your video. Yeah. Funny enough, Colombian Saul was one of the good things about Colombian Breaking Bad. Max did take melatonin a lot to help her sleep. Suddenly, some of her behavior makes a lot more sense. Yeah. And I say, when I took it, all I did, like, I realized that it was, like, draining me of other vitamins. Like, it would make me sleepy because it would make me fucking anemic. Because when I took melatonin regularly, I kept getting anemic. Like, it straight up dark circles under the eyes, super pale. And I'm like, man, what the fuck's going on with this shit? And turns out I was super low on, like, B9 and, like, folic acid and stuff like that. And I looked it up, and I'm like, you know, folic acid, what the shit? And yeah, men are not usually supposed to be low on folic acid. And it's because, yeah, I was taking melatonin, and for some reason it was draining me of that. So I'm like, holy fuck, this is actually just, like, stealing vitamins from me and make me feel exhausted and like shit. Then I switched to magnesium, have not had an issue with that since. Like, Columbia has a Breaking Bad copy? What the fuck? I live there. Sal Bueno. Favorite granny scene was when she was complaining to Jesus why she was so old when she got to heaven. That one's good, too. I like that one. I like the one where she's trying to get Jesus to tell her the lottery numbers. Things that hate me taking growing up, including soy, melatonin. Yeah. Rib night for 2 fake mines. Want to say, as a Brit, you're defo a fresh perspective. Yeah. I'm American.
I paid a brief visit to the workshop to inquire about the Marnicatus.
Ever chugged saline after 3 months? I have not. I just feel tired. I know I get enough sleep. Yeah, that's probably anemia. You know, look around to different vitamins you might be running low on. Get some iron, get some B12, things like that. Once Bound for Season 2 is so fucking bad. It's coming. I played the game Tales of Arise. It was added to the Game Pass, and curious and it's good. Yeah, it's part of the Tales of series. I've not played it yet, but it's supposed to be really good. Parents went on a trip to Baja California. From all the pictures I've seen, I'm surprised the Mexican version of California is actually better. Real men take Benadryl. Benadryl contributes to the dementia.
I could scarce believe the tale Estinian told.
I'll never masturbate again. Come on. I know. God, early Squidbillies was so good. Ever heard Dragon 7's an 80s mecha anime? Check it out. That sounds cool. Promethazine/lean. I'm walking a bit and doing some yoga is not much, but hey, better than nothing. Small steps. Yeah, yoga especially helps. You know, once again, it gets your joints kind of moving around and more flexible. Because as you're older, you kind of start tensing up, and it's like, oh god, oh god.
Aye, that they would. Full grateful am I for every hour of respite.
Might be going the same thing and take melatonin too. Yeah, stated. Keep an eye on it. You'd be amazed.
Much improved. 'Tis but a pity they won't.
But Pedro is. Wait, who are you again? I love Zorro being a Los Angeles figure associated with fox, so I like to associate with particularly island foxes, which are very basal species of canid that live on the Western Isles. Okay.
I am under no illusions. Nidhogg's might is legendary, but with his eye in my possession.
How's that going for a run? It's free. Yeah. I was lean a meme to begin with. I don't know. I just think it became the new drug everyone knew. Lucky, but do you think Final Fantasy 17 might be in trying the vein of something like Baldur's Gate 3 going to success? Probably for consoles, unless like a CRPG, but definitely would be cool. Who knows? I think it'd be interesting. A friend of mine does yoga because of an unfortunate work injury. Really good for him. Yeah. Oh shit! I skipped over that.
Pray leave slaying of dragons.
By any chance, be interested in joining an FC, a large house next to market board, rotating buffs to help with leveling jobs earning currency. You might check that out.
Should we fail,
Stinian, don't mean to alarm you, but your armor might be making everyone nervous.
who then will hold the walls against him?
Personally, never fully got into it, but I found it funny how Husband Hotel accidentally made people favor the straw man to hate character. Shouldn't have made his song go so hard.
There are others.
You just take Bandrol by own money to the Black Hat Man, so I've been avoiding him.
Authority in the standing to orchestrate a city-wide defense. I do not, and neither does the Warrior of Light. That is why it is our place to fight, and yours to remain here, Lord Commander.
Not gonna lie, I feel like I'm gonna avoid getting filled with supplements that may or may not be helpful to me. My issue for not falling asleep is I like staying up late, so all. Yeah.
This adversary
How'd fentanyl get so popular? Isn't it a form of heroin? It's like a more advanced form of heroin. So, heroin junkies.
Your candor is appreciated, said Dragoon.
Surprised how physical labor does for someone. My dad's 63 and is a lot better than most guys his age. I've also seen people I went to high school with say I look the same. Yeah.
the last of the volunteers.
And then catch your eye from the Nintendo Direct yesterday. Epic Mercury Remaster and Return of Endless Ocean caught my eye. Could be cool.
Tis surely we too.
George Floyd. George Floyd was kind of after the fentanyl boom. Fentanyl was still kind of going around. Yeah, basically super morphine, yeah. Is it wrong to be scared of inheriting 3 different properties at only 23? It can be intimidating, but... It can be intimidating, but definitely don't take them for granted. That's, assets you can liquidate. And if you take care of them, they might even increase in value. Funny people blame God for all the ills of the world while he explicitly stated to not eat the apple from the tree. Yeah, because not even a thing of like, oh, well, people just didn't know. It's like, no, they didn't exist to mankind. Alright, so... Our tile's next to the market board, so we shall go to the market board. I assume it's that. I know, this is the bar. Are you religious? I'm not, like, religious in the sense of, like, oh, well, Bible humper, all that shit, but I definitely classify myself as at least some form of spiritual. And we might be able to do the next Dark Knight quest. There we go. Alright, so we are 2 levels below. Yeah, we're 2 levels below, but we can easily grind that. I mean, God did warn us a lot. Why doesn't he just fix the world then, edgy teenager? Yeah, right? Gotta be some out there. I don't think humanity will ever be able to understand it. That's kind of how I think, yeah. Yeah, that should be a hole. Ah, we're 1 level short. Fuck. Yeah, keep it a lake. Should be good. Or is that a single super boss? 1 sec. I don't remember. Should be a... I'll do Snow Cloak. Grind is Dust Vigil. Okay, okay. We're not religious, but spiritual to the boiler room of hell with you. Yeah, Dust Vigil is 51. Okay, okay. Well, I was doing duty support from just, like, stuff we can jump into without worrying about other people. Any anime YouTubers been watching? Been watching Dimitri Monroe recently. Not really. Been told about the meat candy being a hypocrite yet? Yes, I'm aware. Optional dungeon, optional Heaven's Ward dungeon in Corthless West. Okay, yeah, I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. $1 $2. Favorite AC 6 build, trying to make a good melee AC. I used the meta one, which is the spider legs and the miniguns and the I think it was mockingbirds. That was pretty cool. That was pretty good. Pile Bunker is busted. It really is. It's fucking good. They played Dead or Alive. All the characters are better written than I expected. Oh, yeah. Once again, that's a franchise that got exclusively fucked over by games journalists. It was Songbirds. Yeah, that was it. I was in the Ars Gotia. Shit's crazy, man. Not sure what that is. So, entering DLC trailer. Yeah. I think it looks pretty good. Once again, I like them still trying to go like, no, but it's written by George R. R. Martin. It's like, I don't want to hear that. I want to hear it's written by people at fucking FromSoft. What's the Meat Cane, a hypocrite? He made a video spurting about lolly shit, and then people point out, didn't you also sexualize children in a fucking in your fucking animations? One of them was based off an actual child, and that was fucking Tom Brady's son. We'll go straight to heaven and find out Mormons are right. Yeah. You watched a horror show From? I gave it 2 seasons. I loved a lot of elements of From. I despised the Lost format. I despised the Lost format in a way that genuinely was like, I can't keep watching this. This is driving me insane. He can't sexualize an actual child, wasn't based off of, was outright animation of Tom Brady and his son. Yeah. Companies pulling ESG, can DOA make a comeback, or is that more of an issue with FGC organizations like EVO? That is the question. FGC all around is getting more and more heat for being a bunch of hypocritical sex pests. They just had another controversy where someone was specifically targeted because he used a lolly character in fighting games. I think it was like a Tsukihime or like a Blaze Blue player, something like that. And he used a lolly character that was specifically low tier because that was kind of his thing. He picked a low tier character that was a lolly and beat people's asses to fuck with them. Was accused of being a pedophile, and the FGC was like, you know, talking about how they were going to ban him and all that, and he went, hey, I can literally prove that there is a conspiracy of people organizing to fuck me over. And FGC is like, well, we don't care. We're going to ban you from tournaments. Grappler from Unib. Okay, yeah. Yeah, Under Night and Birth. Okay. Yeah, FGC core values. Yeah, that bullshit, yeah.
He turned us into fucking killers!
See, do you know Dead or Alive got a live-action movie? On it was played by a white woman. Yeah. I think Spoonie actually did a video on it. What was Lost format? So, Lost format was... You have episodes that were about the central mystery and exploring and trying to figure out what's going on. Sporadically in between episode after episode after episode of cheap drama and we need to figure out how to survive here bullshit. From's actual mystery is very, very interesting, which is a bunch of people out of nowhere just show up in a town and they can't leave. And every night there are these like skinwalkers that are going around, and if they catch you, you die. They rip you apart. It's like, all right, that is very interesting. I like the setup of that quite a lot. But then, it focused once again on every subplot under the goddamn earth beyond solving the mystery. Keep a count in your head if you ever decide to sit down and watch From. Keep a count in your head how many times a character is about to reveal a massive piece of information to another character, and then they just go, I don't want to hear that right now. Why do we need to talk about this? It will happen so many times, especially after cliffhangers that are explicitly, no, we are going to talk about this right fucking now, and it will start driving you insane. Priest character was pretty cool. Priest was okay. The guy that was there for like 40 years was pretty cool. I like the main guy, the black sheriff guy. I thought he was pretty cool. Like I said, good ideas, but the actual melodrama pissed me off. I hated the family. I hated that little commune, the people living in the mansion. I hated those people. Like, they literally had to bring in an entire busload of people because they killed off so many jobbers, and they're like, well, we need to stretch this out for some more seasons, so we're just going to bring in another busload of people that don't know what the rules are, so we can pad out the show with scenes of people explaining the rules to each other. Dreaming in general is pretty bad with subplots don't go anywhere. Oh, yeah. How's that story been writing going? So it has turned into something completely different. Not even gonna lie. I sat back and was like, you know what? I kind of want to do something else with this. On the upside, it is a lot more fleshed out now. To the point of, like, I've gotten into the 8 sequences. Gotta let in the Skinwalker was retarded. He was a fucking moron. I did feel bad with for the lady with, like, the security blanket or something. I felt bad for her. It's like, man, that's actually kind of fucked up. But that was the point, you know. Now I'm glad I never started watching From. That blue ball idiocy would cause me to do violence. Oh, it gets really bad. There is a point where the main guy, the sheriff guy, the black guy, runs into a dude who's like chained to a wall, and he's like, "Hey, what's going on? You've been here for a while. Will you fucking tell me what's going on?" And he's like, "You can't even imagine. It's just the tip of the spear." That is word for word what he fucking says, instead of just explaining what's going on. No More Burnt Nobleman is now a completely different genre. Do you know what the story is about? Okay, so I was dabbling with some ideas of like, all right, I got some ideas in my mind of shit I want to do and want to see and all that. So now it's become not a fantasy thing. It's now just general crime thriller thing. Oh, God. Yeah. Started writing a harem story and then it ended up being a sort of slice of life and comedic story and said, yeah, those changes tend to happen. So lazy Lovecraft instead of actual mystery. Not even Lovecraft, it's just actual crime thriller. From sounds like a really cool movie or limited series. Can we make a show out of that? Yeah. Oh, and you were talking about From. Yeah. From is like lazy Lovecraft, yeah. The actual monsters are really fucking cool. The Skinwalkers, they're really cool. Because they are people who just walk around with big smiles on their face. And if they catch you, they turn into... I think they're kind of implied to be fairies. They're like some kind of like actual old school fairy book, storybook fairy. And they rip you limb from limb. So the thing is, like, they're intelligent. They can actually make plans and talk to people. And they will try to talk you into letting them in. Very, very interesting monsters. The only thing that can stop them is specifically magic wards that you put by every door, and they cannot get in, but they can still look at you and they can still talk to you. So even though they can't get in, they will try to like break you down psychologically. Yeah, the Fae. Yeah, they're Fae. Yeah. Like I said, I love the monsters. There's even one that kept showing up over and over again as kind of like the main one. That one was creepy as hell. There's a scene where it's the tour bus shows up. I'm not even joking. It's a literal bus full of people that shows up. And these two old people that don't know what's going on, hide in the bus at night because they don't know that you're supposed to run into a building with one of the wards. So the Skinwalker walks up to them, and they're like, "Oh, thank God, there's a person here. We don't know what's going on. Please help us." And it just goes, "You picked a really bad spot to hide." And then it just cuts to outside the bus, and you see it shaking and blood, spraying all over the windows. Earplugs get earplugs. I mean, you just cover up the windows. You cover up the windows. You stay away from them. You tell kids not to go near them. That kind of thing. What show is this? It's called From. Reminds me of the Deadites and Evil Dead 1. They don't take the form of people you know, as far as I'm aware. I dropped out about halfway through Season 2, so I don't know if they started doing that. Reminds me of the Deadites. They are a lot less sadistic. At least in the sense of, like, they're trying to get to you. When they get you in their hands, yeah, they rip you apart. But when they're trying to get to you, they just walk. That's their whole thing. They can only walk to you. Messed up part about the Fae, those things might just be kids having fun, psychological torture, mutilation, their sense of humor. Yeah. This is a complete counter to them. One hungry German guy screaming the name of the Catholic Church. It goes through all the typical cliches, too. Like, guns don't work. Don't even try to shoot them. You can't fight them. You can only run and hide. They did kill one, but it was a very convoluted way to kill them, where you had to use a specific parasite you can only get in a specific area. Once again, that's when I started leaning harder and harder into actual lost territory, where I'm like, oh my god, fuck off. Yeah, with worms. Yeah, it was like a worm thing, yeah. Y'all talking about skinwalkers or wendigos? It's more of a skinwalker. It's expressly not human under any definition. They just look like humans. Sounds like alternates from Mandela catalog. No, they're a lot more sadistic. They don't want you to kill yourself. They want to rip you apart. Like, as one of the kills, they impale a girl through the head with a tree branch and leave her there on the tree. And the thing is, they impale her in a way to where she doesn't die. So she is there, like, still conscious, still aware of what's happening, with a fucking tree branch through her head. A lot of the gore in the show is pretty fucking good. I like a lot of the gore and the violence. It's the melodrama crap and the whole, like, you know, oh, well, we're a community. It did community building shit, and that's what pissed me off. It's like, I don't care about the culture of the town. I want you to solve the goddamn mystery. Tree lobotomy. It was literally a tree lobotomy. And basically, the characters are like, all right, there is no way on God's green earth we can get her off the tree and she'll survive. But if we leave her here, they're going to come back, and they're just going to rip the girl apart while she's alive anyway. So it's either let her die really, really bad from the skinwalkers, or we just put her out of her misery right here. What are your thoughts on Evil Dead Rise? It was okay. It was pretty good. Less like demons from Mandela Catalog, more like serial killer from Urban Spook. Get the fucking pussy shit right out of here. Well, I say it's more just the Fae. It's like evil fairies. I'd skip a good part of an episode to get somewhere good. Yeah, the melodrama gets really bad. When the nurse chick's ex-girlfriend shows up, oh god, every scene is awful. Because the nurse chick was actually a stronger character before the girlfriend showed up. Because she was very no-nonsense and like, listen, I want to keep people alive. Then the girlfriend shows up and it's all about how she feels bad and like, I can't help anybody and I feel so bad because you're here now and I feel bad that I feel good that you're here. And it's like, fuck off. What show is this? It's called From. Would you recommend the show? If you loved Lost, you will worship From. If you hated Lost, you will despise From. The first half of the first season is genuinely great. Then just start skipping around because episodes will just start getting worse and worse. The setup to the show is amazing. I will say that. The setup to the show with the family, you know, going through the loop over and over again in town for hours at a time, them finding out what's going on, the reveal of the creatures, it is really fucking cool. From sounds like a cool concept, bad execution. Lost. It is literally Lost. Yeah. Is Silo any good? I haven't watched Silo. How much Lost have you seen? I didn't keep up with it a lot at all. Working on something for a bit, and I've reached a roadblock. Does the scene where a guy, dick turned to a worm with teeth sound gross enough? I think that sounds interesting. Getting up in age, kids these days don't know what Lost is. Is town in purgatory or something? That's the mystery. You don't know why they're in the town. You don't know why it selects people. It specifically selects people. It's a thing where people around the world, not even just in America, people around the world will be driving through, you know, just down a derelict road, what have you, wherever they are, and they'll see a tree fallen over in the middle of the road. If they decide to drive past that tree, they will end up in the town and they cannot get out. I know Season 2 ended with one person escaping the town. And I'm kind of worried it's going to do the exact same thing as Lost and confirm that, like, oh, it's a parallel world / purgatory / hell / whatever it is, like Lost was. Talking about From? Yeah. Best place to watch From? I know it's on streaming places. I think it's on Hulu? Skinwalkers are humans who use Native American equivalent dark magic, so what you're talking about is what 4chan thinks is Skinwalker. People said it's like a fae. You know, it's like a evil fairy. Sounds like Silent Hill, but worse. Kind of was. Like, beginning of the series felt a lot like Silent Hill, where it's like, okay, this is cool. Every episode was very... You didn't have, oh, let's sit down and explore the culture of the town crap, which I didn't want. I didn't care about that. I wanted them to go through the town. Yeah, MGM Plus, unfortunately. Yeah. I thought a show or movie was too gory. Not really. If I'm watching something that's super gory, I'm watching it because I want the gore. You know, if I'm watching Ichi the Killer, the last thing I'm going to complain about is the gore. I mean, obviously, you have stuff that gets too splattered to the point of, like, all right, this is just for, you know, nonsense sake. That's where you get into, like, Goro stuff. Now it's on Hulu. Undead Unluck. Undead Unluck's pretty fun. It's from where? From which guy? That's on Sallow. Sallow is definitely an experience. It's like Missing 401 mixed with Silent Hill. Basically, as stated, ideas in it are really cool, and if you already love Lost or any show like that, you will worship the very ground it's on. Some people love it. It has really cool ideas. Like I said, the concept is fucking amazing. The problem is just it didn't work for me personally, and it just started going into territory. I'm like, I'm not into this. I'm not into this at all. I love characters in it. The sheriff guy is genuinely really cool. Also, scene with the worm dick segues and the guy jacking off with intestines feel too try hard for me, so I want a second opinion. Yeah, that's a little too hard. I don't know the context of what's going on, so I don't know if it's like a dreamscape, but yeah. They good shows are run by trying to be lost under the dome and Wayward Pines and Noble examples. Very true, yeah. Most bloody fight you've seen in real life? In real life? Some guy at a Lamb of God concert split his skull open. Don't know if that was a fight or he fucked up somewhere. That's on Blood anime series. It's pretty good. Pretty good. What's Sallow? Sallow is an Italian film about basically sort of an adaptation to how the Italian government mistreated people back during World War II / an adaptation of 100 Days of Sodom. So it's all about a bunch of politicians in Italy gathering a bunch of underage children and sexually abusing them, torturing them to death, and then at the very end, they all get executed, even the prisoners. It is a very, very miserable movie. It's also famous for having scenes where actors ate shit. Not literal shit. It was like pudding and things like that, or like marmalade. But the characters ate poop. Was it real? It adapted events. The story itself, 100 Days of Sodom, is not completely real. Not in the sense of like Italy. It was like a French guy. But the events it talked about were touched on, and the director was murdered after the movie came out. Could have been brownies. Yeah. Well, I mean, they straight up said that, yeah, it wasn't real. Marquis de Sade, yeah. NCA per save, my family was having a party, and due to his friends, my uncle just came up and appeared all bloody. Oh, God. Part of Criterion Collection. It is a very good movie. It's just one of those of you're not whipping that shit out at a party. You are just not. Like, there was a reason why Linkara's movie, they kept making reference to it, because it is a movie that's legit pretty hard to stomach. You ever watch Little Green Elephant? Ah, God, that sounds familiar. Was 120 Days of Sodom Sallow the inspiration for twins from Black Lagoon? Yeah. I don't know if it was a direct inspiration, but it definitely played into it. That's on a Serbian film. A Serbian film is at least goofy. You know, a guy like kills a lady by stabbing her in the eye with his dick. Events were based on shit that happened like 400 years ago, but they moved to the 40s because Nazi bad. Yeah, something like that. Ever watched the Hannibal show? Yes, I fucking loved the Hannibal show. That was my jam. That's one of the things that introduced me to Mads Mikkelsen. I'm like, God damn, this dude's a good actor. Because the actors had a great time with Pasolini, the director. I remember very fondly working with him in the team. One of them even mentioned the poo being Choco. Oh, yeah. He did the smart thing, and that is he didn't abuse his actors to make the film. That's one of the reasons it's hard to watch Silo, just because the content is like really heavy. But yeah, it's not like an unethically made movie. Which also is the question of like, man, I wonder who killed the director. Favorite Scream movie? Oh, gee. Like, 2 and 3 are not the worst. I know people have strong feelings about those. 4 was okay. I know the new ones coming out are, like, way better than they have any right to be. But OG will always be the top for me. Little Green Elephant's infamous for a scene where a guy gives another guy plenty of shit to eat. It became a meme in Slavic countries. So a little better than the Cannibal Holocaust. Yeah, Cannibal Holocaust just straight up, like, the director of that was an asshole. Watch Polar if you like Mads Mikkelsen. It's legit great. I saw Polar. It's pretty good. It's pretty okay. I kind of preferred Riders of Freedom, because that is a Danish action movie that he is in, and that is a fantastic movie. No, Riders of Justice. That's what it's called. Look up Riders of Justice, go in blind. The title is not that great. The movie itself is one of my favorites. It is fantastic. You played Death Stranding? Yes. Bad thing about a Serbian film is the director is full of himself thinking he made legit art. Yeah, it's like a shitpost. I don't know, Scream is kind of one-and-done movie. As stated, sequels are not that bad. I kind of like the sequels. They're not amazing. You know, 2 and 3 especially were kind of flawed. But I like them. I've seen Drunk with Mads Mikkelsen. No, I don't think I have. I watched Last Round, the movie he did, where he gets drunk, and that was fun. There's a reason Fubiki has a thing for Mads. He's a good actor. Animal Show gave me one of my favorite concepts, detective simulating the mindset of serial killer turning himself into one. Yeah, well, I mean, that was kind of always Will Graham's thing. If you ever read Red Dragon or you know, anything like that, Will Graham kind of always had that ability, but yeah, the show, like, made it an actual conceptualization thing. I'm gonna get behind the... Oh, jeez. I'm fucked. I'm fucked. Yeah. Charlie Sheen thought Guinea Pig 2 was a snuff film. Yeah. Shit-eating scenes, and Salo was the director criticizing fast food, which is funny because fast food's more than what people eat under communism eat. Probably communists or the mob killed that director since the 1960s, 70s during the years of lead. Yeah, it makes sense. Oh, right. Yeah. Can't use these. I haven't called Drunk in Denmark, but it's called Another Round in English. Yeah, then yeah, I've seen it. That movie's fantastic. I know Chris Rock talked about doing an American remake. I am curious to see if he can do something with that. I know Chris Rock's trying to be more of a drama actor, because people are like, oh, God, he's going to make like some dumb comedy. I'm like, no. Chris Rock has been trying to do more serious stuff, so I am willing to see what he comes up with. But yeah, it's not going to live up to the original. The original's fantastic. Christopher Salo was a commie himself. Yeah, I mean, yeah, he just gets caught in the crossfire. First man I watched with Mads Mikkelsen was Valhalla Rising. He doesn't talk in the movie, but he gave a great performance. For a while, I thought he should play Geralt. Yeah. One good part of Red Dragon, the portrayal of Francis Dollarhide, even if it was way off from the description. Oh, you're talking about the actual Edward Norton movie? Yeah. Ralph Fiennes is a really good actor, so even if Red Dragon, the movie, kind of veered off in places, like, Ralph Fiennes was really good. The director of Salo didn't abuse them. Who killed? It was politicians feeling called out, wasn't it? Maybe. After the slap, he wants to make more serious movies. He's been doing it for a while. Fargo Season 4, he played a mob boss and was a very serious character. He played the main character in Spiral and was more of a dramatic character. I love Manhunter. Manhunter is awesome. I would rank the Evil Dead movies. 1 is kind of in its own special criteria because it's so different from the rest of them. But 2 is... It's genuinely kind of hard because you have to classify, like, okay, what counts as Evil Dead? What counts as, like, you know, Army of Darkness or things like that? So, you have, I'll say 2 at the top. I think 2 is the definitive Evil Dead movie. Army of Darkness right underneath that. Evil Dead 1. Then you have Evil Dead Rise. And then under that is Evil Dead the reboot. You ever see Man with the Iron Fists? No. Dead by Dawn is S tier. Oh, yeah. The economy's in shambles. Yeah, Mad's brother was in Witcher. Yeah. What about Ash vs. Evil Dead? That's a show, so I don't know if you really want to count that among the movies. But, I mean, Ash vs. Evil Dead is just fucking awesome. It is just fun. Evil Dead reboot wasn't that bad, just every other film was better. That's kind of how I feel. Yeah. Like, Reboot had some really good ideas, and I really like, I think the director of it was good. It's just the fact of, you have to live up to not having Bruce Campbell, and the cast themselves are very basic. They're not the worst characters ever, but they're very basic. Now, granted, it's because, you know, they're not really expecting people to care much about the fodder in a slasher movie. Remember the X-Files episode with Bruce Campbell? Yeah. Man's awesome wherever he is. Oh, jeez. Alright. Favorite shock movie? Like, is just trying to be shocking? Dead Alive is pretty good. Also known as Brain Dead. Toxic Avenger. Obviously, Toxic Avenger is fucking classic. Hobo with a Shotgun. Hobo with a Shotgun goes out of its way in some parts to just be like, holy fuck, that just happened. We're going to ever do a video on Boardwalk Empire. Watch it after you mentioned it on stream. Great show. Definitely underrated. I love Boardwalk Empire. Bro's Girlfriend and Evil Dead remake. I don't even think we even heard a name. Yeah, seriously. Bruce Campbell and Burnos was great. Yeah. Opinions on Zombieland. Zombieland is really fun. Is definitely the more high-octane, action-y version of, like, zombie satire compared to, like, Shaun of the Dead, which is just a legitimately... That is just a zombie movie that sometimes winks at the audience. And it is fun if you like the more ass-kicking aspects of zombie movies instead of the vulnerability thing, where it's like, no, I want to see people rip through these things, you know, that kind of thing. I hate hobos, yeah. Dude, the dick shooting scene was legit pretty fucking gratifying. Like that was hardcore. Like, he fucking duct tapes the shotgun to his dick and blows it off, and he has to walk to a fucking payphone to call his brother. It's like, god damn, that's fucking mean. We're gonna watch Jobless Reincarnation because it's really good. I'll do it after I watch Farron. Seeing the hobo with the brothers light a bus of children on fire was hilarious. Oh, it's so over the top. And then the bus full of kids come back when the one brother bleeds out, and they, like, drag him to hell. It's like, god, that movie's fun. That movie is just fun. That's badass, yeah. I love the Demon Bounty Hunter hunting bikers and hobo with a shotgun. Oh, they're great. Shane Bruce Campbell always stayed B-list. Definitely would have been an actor who would have been his element in the 90s. Yeah. Ever seen Hobo with a Shotgun? Like 4 times. Oh, jeez. Shaun of the Dead is great if you want a more comedy-focused aspect. Zombieland is neat if you want that early 2000s teenager-focused type of movies. Yeah, that's probably the best way to describe it. And once again, I fuck up. Like I said, Zombieland is more high-octane and action-y. I mean, it just straight up has entire fight scenes. The scene with Tallahassee in the grocery store where he's just beating zombies to death with a banjo. It's like, yeah, it's not meant to make the zombies necessarily scary. It's a lot more like pulp violence, which you look at the guys who made it, and it makes a lot of sense. You know, Shaun of the Dead, the zombies always remained the top threat of the movie. They were legitimately frightening. I'll say ending of Hobo felt a little rushed. A little bit, yeah. Jerk on this, you child molesting shit liquor. God, we miss you, Rutger. Yeah. Hate that it took so long for Zombieland 2 to come out just for it to suck. Yeah. Zombieland's just drunk fun. The ending fight in the amusement park is legitimately boatloads of fun. Like Woody Harrelson just going fucking berserk on zombies. It's fantastic. I've seen Warm Bodies once. I saw it once, and I thought the ideas in it were kind of interesting. Like, the idea of a zombie movie from the perspective of a zombie is like, that's kind of interesting. Where you're literally hearing the voice in his head. Because you had stuff like Day of the Dead where you can kind of count Bub. Because there were scenes where it was Bub walking around and he was doing things. I have a story I'm writing, but I can't decide if I should make it a game, show, or book, or comic. Any advice? Realistically, what do you think you can get done? Because if it's game, show, or comic, you need other people. Wasn't that the romance? Yeah. Love and Monsters, generally a great movie. I saw some stuff about it. I saw trailers, I'm like, that looks fucking weird. I might eventually sit down and watch that. Day of the Dead's awesome. Oh, it's fucking amazing. Alright. I think we went up a level, so let me see. Yeah, it is, okay. So you know what that means. We do it all again. Can you check it out? It's a hidden gem, that movie. Simple but great. Alright, I'll make a note of it. What was the movie the dude had the zombie locked up in his basement? If I recall, he tried to fuck it too. Oh, I think that was Dead Girl. They played a demo of Unicorn Overlord. I'm hearing it's really good. I've seen Drag Cross Concrete. Yes, that one is fantastic. As Craig Zoller just makes good shit. Like the idea of zombies, vaguely remember bits and pieces of what they care about and drift towards it. Yeah. I think that was like old school Romero. What season of Walking Dead did you drop? Around like season 3 or 4. Was Death Proof good? It's got good moments. Kurt Russell plays a pretty good bad guy. The girls themselves are genuinely pretty interesting and have a good dynamic. But the movie itself is very, like, stretched out and feels like it could have been solved in 5 minutes. Check out Starstrike, a new Ken Ganashra spinoff about female-only fighting room and dumbbell artists. Yeah. Zombieland's being my little sister movie that we watch anytime we can. We relate to Abigail and Emma's character. It's just good. I like Zombieland a lot when it came out because I just thought it was fun as hell. Never seen a title as accurate as Drag Across Concrete. Yeah. Ever seen Fido? Good zombie flick. Yeah, that one's weird. That one's weird as fuck, but it's very charming. It's almost like... I guess the best way to describe Fido is it's taking that kind of Starship Troopers-esque logic of very chipper, golly gee willikers in the face of absolute horror and just applying that to zombies. Didn't make a sequel to Zombieland? Yeah, it was in development hell for like 10 years, then sucked. The one that's very subversive in Deer Hunter? Yeah. Why exactly does Zombieland 2 suck? So, Zombieland was a very of-its-time thing where it was specifically coming out during the zombie glut of, like, late 2000s, early 2010s. And it was directly making fun of zombie tropes and calling them out. A lot like how Shaun of the Dead did, but directly addressing them and kind of outright subverting them and making fun of them. You know, where, like, the beginning of the movie would say, hey, remember cardio and keep yourself alive with cardio. So there'd be scenes where, Columbus or whatever is running around. You think, like, oh, he's going to get exhausted or something like that because he was a shut-in and neglecting his cardio. Then you see, nope, he's able to literally sprint around an entire building because he took the rule to heart. He can remember it. Things like that. Tim Blake also makes anything at least tolerable, if not great. Yeah. So glad zombie media isn't all over the place like it was over 10 years ago. Made zombies lame. I always liked zombies, even at the time, but I do agree it got way too much at times. Been doing maps with friends in this, we didn't get shit, yeah. Well, this isn't for grinding, this is for levels, because you gotta do Dark Knight quests. Hippies is why that movie sucks. Lulu 4 for $2. Name an actor with that criminal record you despise. Yeah, right. I mean, I despise a lot of actors, and I don't even know if they have criminal records. I don't like Mark Ruffalo. I don't really like Chris Evans that much. 15 crossover event this week. Do we get the car? Do we get the car? Timeline rule, would you end up being killed by? I don't know. I really don't know. An easy one to say is cardio, but then it's just like, well, a lot of people neglect cardio. Seen Willow, fucking love that movie and its prop set design. Watched one of the Underworld movies and it reminded me so much of Willow with set design and prop. Yeah, Willow's one of those classics where you don't really appreciate it until you start thinking about it. It's like, that is just a charming little movie. Alright, I got it. There it is. Double tap. Oh, yeah. Yes, you get the car. Need a print gold saucer coin, 200,000. Okay, okay. And Gear Hunter always kills me when that's dinner table sing. Oh, yeah. Pippa deleted her first rig. Yeah, she accidentally deleted her first rig. Is Ron Perlman kind of someone you hate? Eh, he's definitely one of them. He's a kind of egregious asshole. Cardio's age, but it really does make you feel better. Yep. Dropped Walking Dead when I found out they got rid of Frank Darabont post-season 2. It's a shame. I thought he would stay on later. Yeah, and he had a lot of ideas he wanted to do. Stuff that would have been really fucking cool. Like Black Hawk Down with zombies, where it would have shown the fall of LA. Well, not LA. Fall of Atlanta. That would have been great. Look up zombie strippers. Garbage, quality garbage, says Robert Englund in it. I know zombie strippers. Yeah, I know zombie strippers. Once again, that kind of came out during the glut of it, where kind of riding the Zombieland / Shaun of the Dead coattails of wanting to do a zombie comedy. Mark Ruffalo is one of the celebrities I hated the moment he talked for that movie script. Oh, yeah. One of Angry Joe's actual funny bits is, hey, Joe, want to play a zombie game? Yeah. Because I think like, other Joe or whoever it was, like, pelts him with, like, case after case of zombie games. I think they had zombie beavers. There was, in fact, zombie beavers. Sounds like wasting ammo, but double tap can actually save your life when zombies get back up. Yeah. Because, well, in general, it's just a good principle. You know, it's a thing where that's not just a zombie rule. That is a gunfight rule. It is shoot somebody you think is not dead. Because why would you not? Favorite House of the Dead series? I remember playing 3. I remember really liking 3. I thought 3 was fun. Yeah, Zombie Beavers had Bill Burr in it. Okay. So Al Capone getting away with murder? I don't know. Just need a good stomp? No, just shoot him. Just shoot him in the head. Make sure. Make sure what you knock down stays down. Yep. House of the Dead 2 is the best. You shoot a Jewish guy at the end. I know Overkill was pretty good. I think a lot of celebrities are used to being in echo chambers, and social media makes them go a bit crazy. Yeah. When Phil Collins rolled with the Bone Thugs. That's in the Walking Dead series versus comics. Like, which you believe is better? Comics were better just because of the fact that they were a lot more consistent. A lot of the ideas in it were just better and came to better conclusions. The Governor was, like, genuinely fucking terrifying in the comics. Meanwhile, in the show, he's pretty bad, but they very obviously water him down and make him a lot more nice, I guess. Almost went backwards. 200k golden saucer points, easy to get if you've been doing the fashion reports. If you have the Sarah Merrick Discord bot in your server, I'll tell you what you need for best results. I will worry about that come later, because I'll probably play this on my own time to get the car, because I want to show it off for everybody. Yeah, don't forget the seatbelt. Yeah, that was a funny one. Sideline seems both a love letter and parody of the Zombie Survival Guide by Max Brooks. Fun fact, Max Brooks is Mel Brooks' son. Yeah, no, because Max Brooks got a writing position for SNL because he was Mel Brooks' son. And he did end up pretty good. Did you hear that Areola Voltaire, the guy who made Brain Song for Millie Mandy, is making a movie about dominatrix teaming up with a priest to fight a demon? It's called Demonatrix. Alright. Alright, that sounds in line with what Voltaire would do. Okay. Can just drive you around it? No. No. I will get the car, and then we will drive around in it. Make sure the TV show's version of the Sanders that they try to make him this sort of charming villain type of character, which doesn't quite work out. Yeah, because like the moments where he needs to be scary, you don't really feel the shift. I mean, like, the governor in the comics fucking just cuts off Rick's arm and rapes Michonne. Just give him a good stomp, bro. Skulls are designed to withstand good stomps. Just axe him. Yeah. Wait, what car? Final Fantasy 15 car. It's finally coming back around from the new event. Forgot Voltaire existed. A lot of people did. If it's seen 2001 Maniacs about diverse cast of college students end up in a racist Confederate village. How much I have to donate for you to do a rebel yell? I mean, the thing. I'm not really good at raise my voice like that, you know. I mean, I am when I'm in the trailer with Shodan. That's because we know there's not going to be people who overhear us. But, like, I do live with family, and I don't want my dogs freaking out, so if I do, it'll be unimpressive. Save it for, like, a Tuesday one. Firebombs great against zombies or no? Firebombs are great! Like, you gotta remember, okay, if I join you for XP grinding? Yeah, sure, just let me get out of the dungeon here. But you gotta remember, so, the human body is a very, very fragile system. A fragile system that can very, very easily be torn apart, circumvented, do whatever you can. Zombies specifically have to break a lot of natural laws to exist, such as the nervous system. I mean, obviously, you have the obvious one of reanimation from the dead, but we're just accepting that's a thing. But you have things like the nervous system, the muscular system, the skeletal system, things like that. So if you set something on fire, it destroys nerve endings. It just straight up destroys nerves. So obviously, if there's no nerves, there's no way to signal to various muscles and bones to contract and move. Meaning, even if they're still alive, they're going to be stationary on the ground. And that's assuming they aren't burned to ash. Or at least impressive Kentucky ever. I demand more Johnny Rebel. Some people who legit rebel yelling, War of Rights is not 0. Yeah, as they shouldn't. Like, why should it be 0? The whole point of it is you're trying to protect the goddamn corn from the Yankees. Remember if 5-4 Casual King can kill a bear, it can kill zombies. Yeah. Anyone cares? Voltaire is a YouTube channel called Lair Voltaire where he makes videos about gothic and horror stuff. Actually sounds kind of cool. Only rebel yell I know is a Billy Idol song. It's a specific kind of yell where it's like, yeah, something like that. It's not like a, loud, stationary yell. It's like a specific, almost kind of like yipping sound. I feel about an anime adaptation of Ash vs. Freddy Krueger vs. Jason comic. I would love it. Get Bruce Campbell to voice act. He doesn't have to move around and hurt himself. Be great. Be fantastic. The argument people make about how zombies could still move even if you set them on fire. Flamethrower weighs you down, and sticky substance motherfuckers you get hit by flamethrowers can't move. Yeah. As stated, a yippy sound? Yipping. As stated, I'll play it right here. Give me a second. Let me get my phone. More so than you, and I'm a coon ass. Governor pulled the teeth out of a zombie's daughter and made out with her. Yeah, he's a fucking lunatic. Alright. This is probably gonna... Yeah, it's just pulling up Billy Idol. Yeah, here. So, this is gonna be a larger video.
Breven at 10, reenact. Veteran of the 37th North Carolina Regiment was asked to deliver his rendition of the rebel battle cry to a local radio
This is a guy called Reading Through History.
Thanks to that recording.
So there you go. That was a guy called Reading Through History, and supposedly it was a radio transmission, or like a radio call with like I guess a Confederate veteran, and they had it archived of like, okay, what does a rebel yell sound like? He's eaten by coyotes. I say that's a battle cry. It's like you're a Union soldier. You're marching through. You're with General Sherman. I know we're in the middle of the woods. You hear that sound, and just gunfire starts going off all around you. It's like, yeah, I can see that working as a psychological tactic. A recording of an actual Confederate doing the yell on a radio show. Yeah, that was it. Some think the rebel yell was appropriated from Native American war tribes when they would yell a war cry when they would do hit and runs on horseback. I mean, it would make sense because the Native Americans helped the Confederates. I mean, Native Americans also helped the Unions. It just kind of depended on the tribe, but there were Native American tribes that helped the Confederates. Sounds like Shoto whenever he screams. Read my message I sent in general. Give me 2 seconds to grab my phone here. Upside, this boss isn't too gimmicky, so I have the luxury of kind of looking away. Was watching a video about Rocksteady and their Suicide Squad game, and the comment section was the Assistant Superman game was debunked, but couldn't decide if one, they were always going to do a Suicide Squad game. Oh, jeez. 2, they wanted to do third-person shooter, and WB said make it DC. 3, Batman game set after Arkham Knight with Damian wearing the Batman Beyond suit. This claim as concept art to go off with some designs for characters and show what Gotham would look like. Also, is going to incorporate Nemesis from God of War. That sounds interesting. So, the idea of a Batman game with the Nemesis system, that sounds interesting. You are specifically grooming criminals to be informants for Batman. So, like, I want to get access to not Kingpin. I want to get access to the Penguin, so I need to make one of his lackeys rise up the ranks so then I can get next to I keep calling him Kingpin. Penguin, and then I can get Penguin. That actually sounds like a really, really interesting uses of the system. I hate Damian Wayne. Everyone does. Emperor Penguin. Groom the mobsters to be secret Robins against the big criminals. I think it's more you could turn a lowlife into like an actual villain. You can make your own homie. Sounds more like the Shadow than Batman. No, I mean, Batman would do it. He's let criminals go so he can, like, find out where different people are before. Hudson Tucker and Dale vs. Evil. Fantastic movie. Fantastic movie. Didn't the Confederates promise the Cherokee Nation if they won? Yeah. Because the Confederates kind of just wanted to stay by their own... They just wanted to live in their own states. It's like, we don't give a fuck what you do. It's not our home. Like Damien that I saw in the anime Teen Titans films? Yeah. Would be the coming back to life gameplay mechanic story hook. You know, just get ass kicked and you get pulled out by the Batmobile or someone like that, you know. You know, have like a Batgirl come in or Robin, you know, someone like that. This is assuming you're playing as Batman. If you're playing as Batman Beyond Batman, that'll be a different story, but, you know, that's stuff to figure out in development. It just came out, WB turned out a Spider-Man, Batman Beyond movie by the Spider-Verse people. As stated, I'm kind of mixed on that. On one hand, it's like, oh, that would have been cool to see. On the other hand, it's like, the Spider-Verse people were crunched like crazy enough as it is. Maybe it was for the best. Imagine some Yankee during the Red River campaign in central Louisiana. Hear a bunch of coon-ass and rednecks screaming the rebel yell. Must be terrifying. As stated, it sounds fucked up and not human. It's supposed to. The Black Lagoon author likes Bigfoot. Oh, that's pretty cool. I now demand a story arc where Revy tries to convince Rock that Bigfoot exists. Damien's actually good when he's not being written like an edgy little shit. Super Sons was great, but then they aged John Kent and gave him an ugly boyfriend. Yeah. Yeah. That's kind of the biggest problem with Damien. Damien's whole thing is the actual son of Batman, and he has a strained relationship with Batman. That's a good idea. You know, the whole idea if he was raised by the League of Shadows and it was more Talia's son than Batman's son. I like that stuff, you know? It's like, that works. That's interesting. Kind of plays into the idea of, like, Batman is constantly raising the next generation with the Bat family, yet his own kid he's having problems with. The problem is the fact that Damien's strained relationship with him is just, well, why won't you kill Dad? And it's like, because I don't want to. And that's really the only crux of their entire relationship. It's, well, why don't you kill? I don't want to. Don't kill people, Damien. That's bad. Jason Todd was cooler as Red Hood. Yeah, Jason Todd was cooler because at least his motivation behind, well, why don't you kill, comes from a much more legitimate place, which is, you left me to die, you asshole. You have featured Harley Quinn making a cult for Joker as a side mission. Also, Gorilla Grodd would have been part of the road with Black Mask's daughter. Okay. This actually does sound kind of interesting. Damien, that kills people. It's wrong. Exactly. Now, obviously, that's a Flanderization, and Damien does have more to him than that. The problem is, the writers kind of don't really act like that. Damian Wayne would have been good if it wasn't for modern comic writers burging. Yeah. Or there was an event where Confederate and Union soldiers attended when the Confederate veterans did the yell, Yankees are noticeably shaking. Yeah. Damien works better as Dick's sidekick than as Bruce's. Yeah, I'll agree there. It's like Damien is at his best when he's with other members of the Bat family, and they're kind of treating him as the new little brother. And they're trying to, like, kind of break through to him in a way Bruce just can't. I'm throwing Unicorn Overlord. On one hand, it looks good, but I still remember when 13 Sentinels got butchered in translation in some areas. So far, to me, it looks interesting. Okay. Making sure I'm caught up on everything. Yep, there we go. Alright. Retweeted a post showing how Elden Ring DLC took visual inspiration from Berserk because the helmet character saying it's an Elric reference for fans be coping. What's the series that Miyazaki has referenced over and over and over again because he was an IRL friend with the author? Berserk. I looked at the guy. That's fucking Grunbeld. I'm gonna get Unicorn Overlord, not gonna lie. It looked good. Kind of curious since the people who made Suicide Squad aren't the same people who made Arkham Knight, so it could be very well not been in a Superman game at all. That is true. I mean, once again, this dips into the whole idea of the studio is not changing names, but everyone in the credits page is. It's very clearly not the same people. You know, I was saying ever since Suicide Squad got revealed that, like, yeah, this is not Rocksteady anymore. This is a contract job. You know, this is not Rocksteady making a shitty game. This is a contract job was forced on the people still at Rocksteady. A lot of people underestimate how thick the human skull is, strongest bone in the body. Yeah. Where that some American Civil War vets saw World War I. Yeah. Some of them lived all the way to World War II, for fuck's sake. Or at least the very, very beginning of it. And they were super young when the Civil War happened. Because, fuck, when did the last Civil War veteran die? It's like sometime in the 30s, right? Yeah, let me look. During the Rebel Yell that you just played puts me in the Billy Idol song A New Perspective. I'm pounding some chicken and started yelling that and putting out Spectre. Okay. Yeah. Holy shit. So, the last Civil War veteran died in 1956. Albert Henry Wilson died in Duluth, Minnesota at the age of 106. The last surviving Union Army veteran of the Civil War. So one motherfucker lived all the way to 106 years old. That is a tough old bastard. I say the fact we now have stories I would rather have Harley Quinn as the hero and Superman as the villain, both Suicide Squad and Injustice. That's a thought to see weapons go from cannons to atomic bomb. That's scary. Yeah. Where does mean Rocksteady doesn't reuse assets from Superman's concept game? Game is set in Metropolis. Oh, very true. So last Confederate soldier. No, it was last Union. The last World War II veterans alive. There's still World War II guys who are alive. It's just now they're getting really old. We're soon going to see the last World War II veteran. That is true. We will live to see the last World War II veteran. I think it was last Confederate soldier died in the 30s. Yeah, okay. Grandfather's around 90 and he served. Yeah. Also, it looks like you have traversed on the Bat Bike. Oh, that would have been interesting. I feel bad for the Confederates. They did seem like they got really fucked over by the Union, even with their stance. Which honestly, who gives a shit? I can be frank. There was a lot of context to the Union people just actively refused to address. Like, hey, the whole states' right thing, it's not about slavery. A lot of the Union states had slavery. It was specifically, there should not be a federal entity telling states what to do. Cut to today, what's the big argument going around? Why is the federal government disobeying laws they wrote and not allowing the states to do things in their own fucking borders? Wrong side lost the war, just not the war everyone thinks. Around 120,000 World War II veterans left, surprisingly. Yeah. Would you think about how many actually served? Literal millions of men. That's actually kind of sad. Last Confederate vet died in 51. Okay. Civil War is such an interesting war historically. Shame that in the past few years, any discourse about it's become cancerous. Yeah. The Union was the bad guys. Look into how they actually won the war. Sherman's March to the Sea was a fucking war crime. Tim Drake should be the one to take up the Batman mantle compared to Dick. Tim is more of a detective, even better than Batman. Yeah, and I think Dick has his own thing going with Nightwing. Nightwing is just a legitimately great character himself. Union soldiers are fucking demons a good chunk of the time. They butcher entire towns and villages. Because a lot of the time, they were Irish people who just came in and were told, hey, we'll give you this gun, go shoot people. Once again, kind of an interesting parallel to today, if you think about it. People who immediately come to the country and try to become citizens, drafted into the military to fight a war that the rest of the population is split on. Just saying. But it's not a war crime if you win yet, basically. Please, God, strike down r/Sherman posting. Yeah, but Nightwing doesn't have a cape. So mercenaries? Not even mercenaries. They were just drafted into the U.S. Army. They go to Ellis Island, and they're like, hey, I want to get a job here in America so I can feed my family. And they're told, well, guess what? You're going down to Georgia to shoot people. And they're like, what? Just think Southerners are a bunch of idiots. Thanks, me, but they've actually some of the nice people I met. Some of the smartest motherfuckers I ever met were Southerners. You know, Southern blue-collar guys. Like, you would be amazed at the intellect hiding in the backwoods. Not even like, oh, they're smart for the area. No, I mean, they're just legitimately smarter than a lot of people around them. Trying to remember. There we go. Just get those out of the inventory. Ooh. See, that's pretty cool. The Ifrit sword, that's pretty cool. And let's get some... Let us get some repairs. Oh, shit, yeah. I like Thanalan. That's where I'm comfortable. Think we should have bothered with Europe in World War II, or we should have just focused on the Japanese? This isn't me defending Nazis, just saying it didn't make sense pragmatically. I think it does, because basically by the time that World War II was going on, nobody specifically trusted the Soviets, and if anyone got involved, if no one got involved, the Soviets would have steamrolled everything. So the entirety of the European continent would have been communist, and that's not a good period of history for anybody. Where's the Dragon Slayer? It's kind of just the entire job. I think you do get one that's like more specifically Dragon Slayer, but you have to grind a specific dungeon. Pretty important for Invasion of Normandy. Very true. If I had $1 for every tweet I saw some radical lefty saying how every Confederate should have been executed, I'd be rich. Yeah. You think Americans should not have joined World War I? That was kind of another case of we really should not have gotten involved with that, especially with how it ended up. But, you know, that's 200 years ago, so fuck it. What can we do? 200 years ago. 100 years ago. Almost on the dot now. So every time I come back is U.S. support in D-Day. Very true. World War II is because of Versailles. Yeah, basically directly. Now, granted, the Japanese side of things was just because Imperial Japan was not exactly nice with their neighbors, but, you know, is what it is. Okay. So if we do this main story quest, we will actually have enough to level up and do the next Dark Knight quest. Wasn't the USSR armed by the USA industry? Yeah. I'm trusting Zeppel HQ, MTQ capture, Arthas, YouTube recommend me your stream. Okay. Think I ever see the day of world peace? Nah, it's just not how humanity works. If the Soviets had their way, the world would have been even worse. Yep. Heard some people say Pearl Harbor was a false flag. Your thoughts? There's definitely been talk of it, where the government was aware Japan would launch an attack. Famously, America and Japan, tensions between them were not great at all. Specifically because America was trying to rein in Japanese imperialism, where it's like, hey, stop genociding all of Asia. And they're like, no, fuck you, Waitupigu. So obviously you could see Pearl Harbor as an excuse to kind of just physically go in and smack them down. But who knows? Yeah, some of the stuff the Japanese did in World War II made the Holocaust look like a kid show. Yeah. Nukes made anime in Tokusatsu. God, I gotta crack my back. 9/11 before 9/11, quite literally. Unit 731 was an evil thing Japan did, yeah. Just realized Martin Naves from Disco Elysium essentially a mixture of German, France, and Eastern European in terms of political situation. And there's a little bit of Spain mixed in. A little bit. Reckon America should have gotten involved in the Chinese conflict after World War II and prevented CCP from existing. It would have been better for the world if communism was destroyed. Not Civil War was the climax of clashing attitudes about whether states could exit the Union. Yeah, basically, because the whole reason that states wanted to secede is because they didn't like the federal government. They specifically felt the federal government was directly stomping on their rights. Insufficient level. Okay, okay. So we're kind of in a catch-22 here. But let us go to outside Corthus. Because then we can just go straight to the... Yeah, straight here. Or no, Western Highlands, yeah. And we can track down the... Yeah, this dungeon. Can blame French Republicanism and Woodrow Wilson for the rise of Nazism and communism? Yeah. Strong communism would have been nice, but a fight with China would have been long and brutal. Yeah. Let me know when I can pop in. Yeah. Like I said, I'm going to head over to that dungeon now, so if you want to, like, follow me there, and I guess we can queue up there. Be the one right up here. Yeah. So I went through the Operation Unthinkable. Who said a lot of headaches? Yeah. Dragon Quest composer Koichi Sugiyama is criticized frequently for his Japanese army denialism until he realized the nukes were dropped when he was 14 years old. Yeah, it's a thing of, like, I'm of the radical opinion of, hey, guys, just stop it. Just stop it. Those 500-year-old tensions, just stop. Why are we even doing this? This is silly, guys. This is goofy. Why are we still doing this? So yeah, it's easier said than done, but it is a thing of, people all around still have a lot of emotional attachment to history that is, at this point, centuries years old. So it's a thing of getting angry. A Palestinian complaining about Israel right now makes sense. It's like, yeah, that makes sense. That's very, very personal history, to put it in a very light sense. Black people on Twitter complaining about slavery is a whole other ballfield. When they have to drop lines like generational trauma, where it's like, you will become so traumatized your DNA is affected. That's where I go, are you fucking stupid? That's not how that works. Damn, Loli, give that speech to Palestine, Israel. Guys, just stop it. We haven't even talked this out. Let's just stop. Yeah, I think we should have gotten involved in the European front in World War II. England and France are our allies. France was occupied and England was bombarded every single day. Yeah. I mean, that is what we ended up doing, so it's like, you know, kind of a moot point. Mainly Gaza's basically open air prison. Yeah. My whole standpoint on it is I am an isolationist. I believe America has more than enough to succeed on its own. The most we are obligated to give the rest of the world is our tourism. You will have our fat Walmart assholes walking around taking pictures of your ancient stuff because we think it's cool. It's like that is the extent that we are obligated to give the rest of the world, because as we have seen with geopolitical situations, people tend to take America for granted a lot, where it's like, we will call you a Nazi and a horrible person and a bigot and every list of buzzwords we can imagine, but the man in America says, well, fine, I don't think I want to get involved with this anymore. Out of nowhere it turns into, well, you horrible monster, how could you do that? You're leaving people to die. Based in isolationist pilled. Yeah. I remember I got into arguments with people on Twitter about that, where it's like, why is America obligated to be the fucking sheriff of the world? I distinctly remember, I have very, very, very ingrained memories. This was my entire fucking childhood of everyone talking about how America is the devil because it wants to be the world police. They want to get involved in every military conflict across the world. America is evil and imperialistic, wants to do all this shit. And yet the minute America didn't want to get involved in Ukraine or didn't want to get involved in this conflict or that conflict, people will go, well, how dare you? You're leaving people to die. It's like, all right, so do you want us to police the world or not, motherfucker? And a lot of them, the ones that directly did call America, Nazis or what have you, went, yes, you are supposed to police the world because you are the world police. That's your job. That's what you do. You have the strongest military. So it's like, oh, okay. Okay, yeah, I see how it is. Wee. Remember that too? Exactly. Oh yeah, we were still technically in a fight. Okay, yeah. Europe and in particular spoiled child comes in American interventionism. Yeah. Now they're trying to come up and say shit like, oh, well, America's barely even paying anything. My question is, why the fuck are we paying at all? It's like, oh, they're our allies. Like, oh, really? Oh, really? Doesn't feel like it. I'm isolationist because I fucking hate foreigners and how entitled the world to America and their armies. Fuck these people. Let the Chinese get wild on them. Yeah, that's why I love the whole thing of like, well, if America doesn't do anything, then Putin will take over the world. It's like, all right, then learn Russian. I have to do more aether currents to make the whale fly. It's like America saves the day is like their favorite trope. It's their favorite trope and they hate it. It's weird. It's a complete contradiction. Pacifists, they don't want to do the job. They just want to bitch after the job's done because it wasn't peaceful enough. Yeah, basically. Chosen people were promised the land of milk and honey by the Lord, Moses himself. So we're just trying to defend that land from the heretics. They claim they were there first. As stated, the Israel-Palestine thing to me is like, listen, America doesn't need to be involved in this shit. We don't need to be involved in any of this shit. Let the world fend for itself. We have enough problems at home. It's not contradiction, it's assumed they're the bad kind. When can America just manifest destiny to the rest of the world? I'm gonna send a fake bomb threat to Kirsch on the cruise. Listen, I got a plan. I got an entire operation. The document is 100 pages long. None of you fuck up. Everyone plays a part in this. Well, if you hear me out, we get Palestine back to the British so no one's happy, and it wasn't our problem to begin with. That war in Ukraine could have ended earlier. Boris Johnson wasn't set to fuck shit up. Yeah. As stated, these are all proxy conflicts. They are the whims of the military-industrial complex. Anyone that genuinely thought that Tucker Carlson Putin interview was subversive, it's like, I have a bridge to tell you, man. It's like, it's not. We are run by men in suits that want to turn war into Metal Gear Solid 4. It is just complete business. Look at how many conflicts sparked up all at once now that it's the last year of Biden's presidency, and they have to create a conflict panic in order to get people to want to essentially do the Roosevelt thing, just vote for the same guy over and over again because it's familiar and it's a time of war and you're scared. War is money. Mm-hmm. Say plan like Dutch, I definitely trust you, Loli, to get all that money this plane needs. I need more animal pelts. More. That's a Revolutionary War. I don't care about it just because there's a bunch of Anglos fighting each other. 1776, undefeated. Almost 300 years now. Policy is basically America prior to World War II. Yeah, because it worked. That they call Trump a warmonger. Yep. You get used to it, though. Just the flagrant hypocrisy. Want Lockheed Martin to starve. That's the funny part. It's like you know, people talk about it all the time. We're fucking. You know, I think probably the most emblematic thing of the issue, the most, you could literally paint a picture with the irony of it. So you have. You have Jon Stewart, who just comes back for The Daily Show, and he spends like the entire he spends like an entire segment calling Tucker Carlson a traitor to America and a piece of shit in a Putin simp because he went to interview him. Tucker Carlson didn't even like talk about how great the invasion was or like suck Putin's dick. He was just journalists asking questions. You know, it's like he was doing his job and just interviewing a guy. And Jon Stewart's calling him a fucking traitor and a monster and all this. Seth MacFarlane was on Bill Maher. He was on Bill Maher and was talking about people who are expressly, openly talking about how they're not going to vote for Joe Biden because Israel-Palestine, because the government's official stance on Israel-Palestine. So he's like, man, people are going to give up their freedoms because of this one single issue thing. And all I could think is, yeah, that issue's war. You know, like, my opinions on Israel-Palestine are my opinions, but a lot of these people view it as an actual ongoing genocide. Whether or not it is, up in the air. But the point is, to the liberals that care about this, they view it as an ongoing genocide. So you are telling these people, you know, to suck it up and vote for a guy they view as actual Hitler because fuck you, basically. Because, well, I don't want Trump to win. Lulu 4, $5. America going to the Middle East ruined my life as a kid. Now we pulled out of Afghanistan, made for nothing. I'm glad I left the service. Trust me, I am well aware. Like, I had family that went there, did that, got the fucking t-shirt. Granted, it wasn't Afghanistan, it was Iraq, but point is, they got the fucking t-shirt. Literally. Might need to go over here, too. Called Trump a warmonger, even though he tried to pull out of Syria, but the Russians had to be dicks and try to take over American bases. Yeah. Carlson's a journalist, Stewart's a propagandist. Yeah. Jon Stewart and Seth MacFarlane ruined a generation. And that's what I mean by it's so beautiful what happened to those two, where they're both getting eaten alive by the audience they fucking they fucking created. Where they're like, oh, so you're okay with genocide now? Because now it's the one issue that they can't beat around the bush. They got away for so long with the Mott and Bailey tactics, just calling everyone stupid and all that. But now they are in direct conflict with their audience. You think people are destined to make decisions that make the world weaker? I definitely think it's part of it. You have the whole mouse utopia thing. Once you reach a level of success, the population will just become desperate to burn it down so they can strive for something again. Is that because Lockheed started his two brothers just wanted to make planes and made one deal with the U.S.? Yeah. How do people get eaten by their fans? What's happening right now? So, Seth MacFarlane and Jon Stewart specifically represent the 2000s era smug liberal. Everything they said was a quip. Everything they said was a joke. Everything they did was about trying to make them the smartest guy in the room. When called on the fact they would hide details or lie, they would go, "Well, I'm just a comedian, man. I'm just telling jokes, man." But then go right back to what they're doing and try to act like an authority on a subject, which is obvious bullshit. And is like, no, go fuck yourself, dude. All right, now we go over here because those are still blue checkmark quests. So. But now they've run into direct conflict with their audience, specifically because Jon Stewart and Seth MacFarlane are Zionists. They are actual no-bullshit Zionists. It's not being accusatory and going like, oh, well, did you know? You know, that kind of thing. Jon Stewart is Jewish. Seth MacFarlane simps to Jews time and time again. He is well aware that the people who own the rights to Family Guy, and i.e. his livelihood, are Jewish. He will throw jabs at them, but he will even outright reference in Family Guy, I am owned by Jews. So, when it became time to pick a side on Israel-Palestine, his actual audience chose Palestine. They are the underdogs. They're the guys you have to simp for. No matter what, show loyalty to Palestine. You know, that's what they did. Seth chose Israel. Because, once again, who writes his checks? Who writes his checks? So now he is being basically pulled between the two of having to simp for Israel at a time when his audience wants Palestine and trying to still be that 2000 smartest guy in the room liberal. This is on top of a lot of his political beliefs going up in smoke. I remind you, the TED show coming out right after the Epstein leaks, not even leaks, releases, that show Bill Clinton was a pedophile. Oh, that was thing of beauty. Will never be repeated again. All it takes is the right comedian to make the right joke, and that will go down in history. Remember late night TV was funny? Did Hamas basically say if they get peace, they will regroup and attack again at a later date until Israel is destroyed? Yeah. They're a terror group. They're not going to just give up. Israel Jews are cool. Jews in the West are a bunch of entitled assholes. I'm well aware. We have Israeli Dan. Israeli Dan's really cool, and he got dragged into all this shit. Fucking mandatory service. People don't understand genocide's the norm around the world. It's also happening in Armenia, and no one cares. Yeah. Why they bring up Bill Clinton anyway? It's dated. Because the show took place in the 90s, and as stated, Seth MacFarlane is a massive Bill Clinton simp. He has legitimate nostalgia for the Bill Clinton era. You see this all the time in his other works. You especially see this with just politicians he likes. Please tell the whale to stop whacking my car with his tail. How about you get in the way of his tail? But yeah, Seth MacFarlane ends up trying to puff up people he thinks are cool in different ways. He'll throw jabs. Once again, he will throw his jabs. But at the end of the day, he will try to sell them to you as legitimately cool. And of course, that comes down to the question of like, well, what does he think is cool? But point is, remember nobody wants Palestine refugees because they try and take over the government, attack Israel, and cause trouble. Yeah. Ted's character daughter was Haley if she was a Mary Sue. Quite literally, yes. Seth seems cool if you can be a huge idiot sometimes. It's political bias. Classic thing. Big rift between Israeli Jews and American Jews. American Jews hate conservatives, but there are villages in Israel named after Trump and his family. Yep. Imagine having your own opinion. Timmy's is the best comedian ever, showing how fast politics ages. That's why I keep saying over and over again, politics and media is bad because it ages. By its very nature, it's just going to age. Seth probably watches gaming in Clinton years. Ironically. Although John and Ted were written best in the show because they were just goofy. They were just meant to be funny guys, and they worked because they were funny. Got a whole MP5 guns, try to build it and design it to take 50 AE. Actually, make that caliber useful for something. Jesus Christ. That poor MP5, man. What the fuck are you doing? That's an SFO's faggy take to isolationism and what caused 9/11. It's the exact opposite of what caused 9/11. I am really tired of non-Americans telling us what caused 9/11. Want to know what caused 9/11, motherfucker? CIA. CIA groomed and trained the terror cell that caused it. They were trained to fly planes in fucking America. CIA was where an attack could happen, and they did not do anything to stop it. The fucking, what was it? I think it was like Manifest for New American Century, which was a report specifically saying if we want to go to war with, Iraq, which is Saudi Arabia's #1 threat, who the people at the time owed a lot of money and favors to, we would need an event that would be similar to 9/11. I suppose that the atomic bombs reason Japan like Loli. That's the thing. So there's a lot of speculation, especially you notice this a lot once again once you become a lot more familiar with certain things, specifically certain aspects of Japanese culture, not just anime and manga, but things like that. And it quite literally amounts to no one has any fucking clue how the rest of the world actually thinks. This is just a universal thing. We all make massive assumptions about each other when we have no idea what another culture actually thinks. I think a P5 Protect design, I think he's pretty basic compared to 3 and 4, but I think that's my preference. I like him. I think he's cool. Remember correctly, Twin Towers attacks in 1994 by a dude who got an engineering degree in Manchester. Mm-hmm. Is it an event like 9/11 when you meant Pearl Harbor? Yeah. Yeah, a document referencing Kitty history and the quote was Second Pearl Harbor. Yeah. So is America so strong the only country that's a threat is America? Unironically, yeah. It takes like espionage and subversion to fuck us up. Yeah, the whole thing is like people have no idea how other cultures think. So there are a lot of assumptions about Japan. You especially notice this if you listen to the if you listen to a lot of the fuck lolly people. Josh is really bad about this, but everyone kind of acknowledges Null has some pretty wonky takes at times. His cheese argument just shows like you have no idea how the fuck America is. But specifically you listen to them and they talk about like the mandatory shutter sounds or the female-only cabins on trains, and they actually try to sell it to people as like a rape island, and it's full of pedophiles and like, nasty jappy, that kind of thing. Then you actually go to Japan, and people are very chill, and guess what? They're human fucking beings. They're human beings, individuals with their own lives, and they're doing their own thing. So it's like, dude, don't speak in generalizations, especially about shit like their culture and media. Because guess what? A lot of the time when you look up interviews, they go, yeah, I read this story that came out in America, and I thought that was hype, and I want to do my own version of it. You'd be amazed how often that fucking happens. That's just being racist. 100%. Like, the lolly thing legitimately comes down to they think it's fucking cute. That is literally all it amounts to. They think it's fucking cute. Who's the person helping you? That's, what's his face in the chat? Ferrith. He helps us out sometimes. Because the queues become very painful. Justin like anime, that's fine. Just don't call him pedos, but he's an edgelord, so he probably gets a kick out of it. As he makes it clear his personality. He fucks with people, and yeah, he's willing to say shit like that. So I was like, yeah, that's not that surprising. I'm talking about people who will try to explain it as like a matter-of-fact thing that Japan is just all pedophiles and then call themselves like diverse and inclusive and woke. That kind of thing. Where it's like, dude, no, that's not why they do this shit. It's like the atomic bomb did not make Japan obsessed with cute things. They were drawing like kind of cutesy characters even before that, Look into the history of the development of manga and all that shit. Because you had the one mecha. Mecha is kind of strange way to describe it, but there was the giant robot series that was made as literal propaganda for Japan, and like every story was him fighting America. Could a P90 chamber in 357 work? Oh my god, you're gonna murder these poor guns. Not bad knife. Female only train in a Muslim country. Yeah. Why exist to distance Japan from World War II? Stated, no. Why not on Facebook we watch videos with kids doing cute things or pedos like what the fuck? Yeah. Get them thinking lolly's cute. What about arrow lolly? Is it a matter of thinking it's cute? Well, at that point, it's like, how's that any different from any other culture? It's like, I know there was the thing where like the producer of Your Name and a bunch of other anime movies got outed for like sexting a 15-year-old girl. And people are trying to ride that as like, oh, see, Japan's full of pedophiles. And I literally had to sit back and go, hey, what about all the movie producers in the West that got arrested for sexual misconduct? Yeah. All right, now let's do this. Should be easy enough. This one's really popular. Astro Boy. It was not Astro Boy. It was right before Astro Boy. Also didn't help that journalists, especially the game-related ones, spent decades drilling to stereotyping people's heads. Oh, yeah. Pre-World War comics didn't look like comics do today because no one had the thought format, so you has sequential images, but not comics with frames. Yeah. Favorite Mortal Kombat fatality? A lot of the ones in 9 are pretty good. A leftist couple that went to the Middle East to prove Muslims aren't evil, and they were found dead days later going to an Arab nation. Yeah. I have a pen pal in Japan. She hates generalization. A bunch of Westerners have in Japan. I always feel really bad half the time. Yeah. Not to mention people actually defending Polanski. Fucking Quentin Tarantino made an entire movie about how much he loves Roman Polanski with Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. So, yeah, I don't want to hear any shit. I don't want to hear any, like, oh, but anime pedophilia, Master Roshi. And it's like, fuck off, no. Was it Tetsujin? It might be. Give me a sec. Let me look it up. Tetsujin does sound very familiar. Yep, Tetsujin 28. Yep. Actually, I think this might be a remake of the thing I was talking about, because it was explicitly during the war propaganda. Okay, yeah. So what I Googled is the remake of it because it does take place in the Pacific, and it is for the Japanese Imperial Army. So Gigantor is anti-America. It started off that way, yeah. Japan's very professional culturally, so very unlikely to see petty online slap fights, but I mean, Westerners can say anything and get away with it. Very true. Remember that one mangaka got ousted for being a furry after the death of his daughter? Haha, funny. Also, ironically enough, I think Master Roshi only perved on Bulma and OG DB. He never perved on Chi-Chi. Yeah, that's the cope a lot of them use, where it's like, oh, they cut down on that in Z. It's like, well, Master Roshi's still a pervert. He just doesn't perv on Bulma. I meant to ask a genuine non-leading question. Want to know if you had any guess the mindset of people who like TheAlmightyLoli. I think it's just a hyper-abstractified age play. So TheAlmightyLoli does dip into territory that I don't like, which is, alright, that's kind of getting a little, But at the same time, the way I view it is like this. So, the way I view it is basically, you are not a pedophile inherently for looking at loli. However, loli will just attract pedophiles. That is just what it does. So it's a matter of basically a genre of hentai attracting different people. Alpha Omega for $10. Worse are the people who live in Japan and parrot those stereotypes. Gaijin Twitter is full of racist and people baffled by Japan isn't progressive utopia land like wherever they fled from. I could walk around the streets of Tokyo and not once get worried that I was going to get robbed or shot or anything. Giganto the space robot. He's at your command. Giganto the space age robot. The power is in your hand. Yeah. Family Guy can get away with making Stewie the baby homosexual, even sexualize him sometimes with adults as a joke. Yeah. Yeah, Roshi did perv on Marin, Krillin's ex-girlfriend. Guy literally grabs an Earth's ass right in front of a severely crippled Goku. He knew Goku wouldn't stop him. What really is ironic is just how many loli police leftists have CP or the equivalent. It's almost as if they're a guilty conscience and they use protection to keep themselves safe. Yeah, that's why I'm just like, I don't want to hear it. You know, I have completely dropped all pretense of giving a fuck about the argument. Because it's a thing of like, dude, no, this is bullshit. How many times does this need to happen? How many times does the cycle play out? Tetsuo Otomo was the anime pioneer who liked TF, right? I don't know. Tucky ballistic style test string me hiding behind my truck. Japan got really strict gun laws, right? Yeah, but the gun laws aren't really why the crime is not an issue over there. Because the Yakuza just straight up have guns. they just arrested a Yakuza who had goddamn nuclear materials and was trying to build a bomb. Not to worry about being on the street with all the Muslims in Japan. They are not as prevalent as media would have you believe. They do crack down on them very harshly. And a lot of them stay in the red light district that Yakuza is based off of. It's like, Yakukicho or something? Fuck. They're in a specific area, they cause problems, then they get deported. Japan's very strict with that shit. Like, the guy that was in the viral video where he, like, went to a shrine, just immediately started ripping things down and, like, pissing in the fountain and all that, they threw his ass out of the country the same day. Junebug for $10. I actually absolutely hate the hentai because the English translations give hints or straight say the age or grades of the characters. Yeah, it's fictional, but goddamn, that hurt my body type argument in my opinion. Yeah, Kabukicho, that was it, yeah. Well, it's a thing of like, if you carry a piece in Japan, the Yakuza will fuck you up if they know you got one. Don't go fucking swinging a piece. Yeah, because it brings it down on everybody. Because now the police have to crack down on everybody. First, the cartel and the Yakuza are making dirty bombs. But yeah, it's a thing where the argument I have with hentai is you are specifically looking at a pornographic subculture. So, of course, you're going to find degenerate, weird shit because it's pornography. It's made to be degenerate and weird. You are judging an entire culture with thousands of years of history off of a pornographic subculture. The fuck do you think you're going to... What do you think you're going to find? You know? That's ignoring all the other legitimate artists and legitimate people that have worked in Japan and continue to work in Japan and, you know, have done things that have nothing to do with pornography. One of the funniest things I experienced was how Tom Hanks removed comments on his Instagram around the time Epstein list came out. Dude's guilty for real. Oh, 100%. He's guilty. Tell me that people with a lot of money and power do a lot of creepy, fucked up shit. Imagine my shock. Yeah. Look at the main porn site for America now pushes partial incest for being step fucking. And when called on it, they directly try to accuse everybody of being anti-Semitic. Do you guys need another DPS? At the moment, it does seem to be. It does seem to be. Because we're doing this because also Gio has to grind up some shit too. He said he needed levels. And this is a good one to do it in. Docs are very strict on how they do things. They try to enforce how they do everyone on the underground. Yeah. Because that's stated, if one guy fucking up, everybody gets blamed. Imagine if all of America was judged by the Rugrats porn parody. Exactly. Exactly. Damn, I didn't know Jewish people endorse incest. Sorry, fam. Not only that, they've been sued multiple times for containing rape videos, pedophile videos, you know, videos that were revenge porn. Like, Pornhub has been sued over and over and over again. So come here often. I bet you don't. Let me rant about how Jews own the porn industry. California people are racist towards these agents. Yeah, and the problem is that it all comes back to just genuine stupidity. Seriously, though, do invite that one guy who offered in. Yeah, sure. I am willing, because right now we do need. Definite actual Rugrats porn parody? Yes. Creeper out $5 in defense of normies when children are involved, people get extremely upset, which is more than understandable. No, I understand that perfectly. Like, I understand it's very emotionally charged. What I'm talking about is you have the growing subset of grifters who expressly are just too dumb to follow the logic that they're putting forth. Wait, what does criticism of pornography have to do with Jews? Yeah, it's what the fuck is revenge porn? Is it just posting porn of the person you hate, or is it fucking them violently or whatever? Revenge porn specifically is posting pornographic material of somebody that did not consent to it to spite them. So say you're dating a girl and the girl sends you a pic of her tits, something like that, and you save them on your phone. Then later you break up with that girl. She fucks somebody behind your back, steals a bunch of your money, does whatever it can to piss you off. So because of that, you decide to post her tit pics on Twitter and name them and all that. Like, this is her tits, all that. That is revenge porn. You are expressly spreading pornographic material to hurt her reputation out of personal grudge. Say, as a lifelong native to LA, it's very dangerous here. Even Hollywood isn't safe. There are casual, crazy homeless people that come by and steal some shit too. Lulu for $2. It's a culture. Why Japan's safe, not gun control. Exactly. Isn't the hub owned by a rabbi or just posted by some retards on Twitter? It is owned by a majority Jewish people, because anytime they get criticism, they blame it on anti-Semitism. I don't think them being Jewish actually matters. I think they use being Jewish as the cover, because they are the ultimate protected group. At least they were until Israel-Palestine. Is a revenge porn if you just send their OnlyFans to their friends and family? OnlyFans is an actual gray area, not even kidding. OnlyFans is a gray area because basically it was already expressly basically made public. So that follows more along the lines of like internet piracy. Speaking of porn, have you heard the Eroge Neo no Hakanawa? Pretty good, but dark story written by the author Nekopara. I have not. You wouldn't have always used their ethnicity as a shield. Well, if you just send a link to their OnlyFans. That's different. That is a public... OnlyFans is a public service, quote-unquote. So, yeah, that's like... Anime store I really want to go to closed down. Had a real good selection of manga I haven't heard of. Some more known stuff like Vampire D and a collection of City Hunter. Ew, that's good shit. Don't like fan shit always get leaked. They do. So I made the mistake of studying sociology. The reason leftists don't mind being racist towards Japanese because they're obsessed with underdogs even outside marks. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why, expressly for the Disco Elysium video, I didn't want to read any Marxist literature or any crap like that, because it teaches you to group people into, well, groups. They're not individuals, they're groups. So it's like, well, that's unhealthy as fuck, because people are not groups, they're individuals. Dream Buck for $5. Man, I want to say something, but I don't have time. Good night, everyone. Yeah. Yep. There we go. Got myself alive. Eat it. That actually shocked me, yeah. You can't currently trying to sit on a soapbox and anti-lolly while making a lot of depraved, rapey, sensual live videos and followed by a lollytuber. Oh, yeah. As stated, that plays in perfectly what I'm talking about, where he made this entire video condemning lolly and anime, and half the shit he said was fucking wrong. He got, what was it, disappearance of Haruhi Suruziwa, a really popular seinen series, and called it shoujo. And was like, well, why is this so pedophilic? This is meant to be sold to little girls. And people went, no, it's not. It's aimed at men. It's an adult story. How long are you going tonight? Not too much longer. I want to do the next Dark Knight quest, then we're calling it. See that guy in Premiere talking about how you were never read Marx? Yeah, and he was trying to quote it as like a gotcha. And it's like, yeah, no shit, I didn't read Marx, because why would I? What was OnlyFans supposed to be for? Basically just adding a new price point on porn, I guess. Technically, it was supposed to be for artistic modeling and things like that, but it quickly became porn. Yeah, Haruhi Suzumiya. Yeah, I couldn't remember the title. Make me can't touch too much grass and eat chads. Melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya, where schoolgirls are unaware of the fact she's literally God. Yeah. Speaking of weep shit, how's your friend who's obsessed over the dungeon light novels? Oh, you talking about the dude who was like, is it wrong to pick up girls in a dungeon? I've not talked to him in a long ass time. Why someone as normie as me can't talk about lollies in the first place? Because everyone is trying to profit off of the Vosh shit, where Vosh got outed as having lolly pics. But they're trying to make it strictly about the lolly pics and not bring up the fact Vosh is just a pedophile. Axie042, $5, or imagine America being judged because creator of Steven Universe made Edda and Eddie porn for creating her shitty show. Exactly, like, America is exactly as guilty of all these sins, if not more. Hurry, the anime that reignite my love for anime. Yeah, classic. That Pickup Girls and Dungeon series still going? I think it ended. I think it's still getting spin-offs and reboots, but I think the main series is over. Ow. Do. Yeah, or Vosh being a hypocrite. Yeah. I remember reading Theo Adorno. The brother made a statement where he compares shutting a car door too fast with fascism, which is guard shit. It's hilarious. That's what I mean. It's like Marxist literature is just batshit insane. I make a point of it in the Disco Elysium video about how the college students embody the exact stereotype of communism that, you know, you would kind of laugh at, where they're obsessed with subverting and critiquing everything so much that they're talking about how fucking turnips grow grow better under revolutionary conditions. A literal direct reference to the Holodomor, where Soviet officials threw out all capitalistic knowledge of turnip farming and crop farming in general, because no, Soviet science is the best science, and that is, that is the thing that will push us forward, and then everyone fucking starved to death. Don't lump in America a bunch of California people. Exactly. Like, everything I noticed, every single time the Loli debate comes up now, it's someone that's directly hiding something, or they're very clearly trying to be the cool guy in a crowd that's not very cool. Discount Che Guevara and Lenin. Yeah, seriously. Oh, did you know the Holodomor was a myth? Yeah. Literal genocide denial. It's like that's always the most hilarious part where they go, well, the Holodomor never happened. It's like, oh, okay, so genocide denial. It's like, once again, not beating the Nazis and Soviets with the same fucking people argument. About me trying to get rid of the Jobtron allegations after JonTron posted the pic of him hanging out with Papa Meat. Definitely feels like it. Once again, it's always people with shit to hide. They're always trying to hide something. They're always trying to be like, no, I'm one of the good ones. I'm one of the good ones. And then something comes out about them. Ironically, if they just didn't do that, they could write it better. Where they're just like, hey, I don't give a fuck, I did that. Yeah, shove it up your ass. But no, it's always they try to make a big spiel about it, try to morally grandstand, then something comes out damn near the same day, almost all the time, where it's like, hey, you're a fucking hypocrite. And then their reputation is permanently damaged. Every person in your Twitter replies said Loli bad as public likes. Yeah, some of them were pretty bad. There was that one guy who was like, oh, we're a bunch of pedophiles who are porn addicted. And then you look at his likes, and not even his likes, his fucking profile page. And it's full of, like, reposts of, like, transgender porn stars with their dicks out. They have, like, a pinned comment where it's just Mercy, like an SFM video of Mercy, like, sitting down and farting on the camera. Where it's like, dude, come the fuck on. Usher legitimately got him props for sticking his chest out and saying that he fell to the temptation of cunny. But he didn't. He couldn't. He couldn't because he expressly was talking about how anime is pedophilic. It made you a pedophile Nazi. Oh my god. Yeah, that was somebody that actually argued with me and called me a pedophile over this shit. And I literally just quote to him with, your likes are public. I wish I hadn't looked at that guy's likes. Like Rev said, your likes are public. It's the phenomenon that's made me so fucking confused over and over again with this whole thing. Where it's like, what is with this arrogance and this idea that you will not be touched? Where is it in your brain where you're going like, well, no one will ever look at me? You're accusing people of being fucking pedophiles. What do you think was gonna happen? You know, it just seems to be an actual, like, mental problem with these people where they just can't seem to understand, like, motherfucker, you are not safe. You know, you are not immune. You are not going to be that guy. I don't need any of this. Power to the people. I can't people like normal shit. I point Cunny Cult with accept Vosh as a convert. No, fuck Vosh. Vosh is not someone who likes Loli. Vosh is an actual pedophile. It won't happen to me. I'll be the exception. I'm special. Yeah. SP minors, honestly, especially with the self-confidence when they say Japan's full of pedos. Oh, yeah, it's stupid kids. Stupid kids who listen to dumb YouTubers about shit they don't know nothing about. What bugs me about people who hate Loli is they're saying there shouldn't be child characters in animation. There are tons of characters that are sexualized in the West. People have talked about it. Fucking Stewie from Family Guy, one of the most egregious examples of it. a literal baby who has shown his ass, who has had sex with people, has done all sorts of things that, yeah, are the sexualization of a child. Someone might argue, well, he's voiced by a 50-something-year-old old man. It's like, yeah, but he's still a baby. Oh, but it's meant to be funny. Oh, so you think child rape is funny? You know, it's these standards that could very easily be turned on them, and they just never want to accept that. It's the Apple thing. It is literally the turn an apple in your mind thought process. They can't do that. They literally cannot think that far ahead to understand what I'm saying has larger consequences. People think being normal is boring, like how modern-day homosexuals think being straight's normal. Yeah. Well, he's xenophobe and say shit about Japanese culture. That's why I made a point of it in the Disco Elysium video. It's like, oh, the people calling me racist put buck teeth and squinted their eyes for Persona reviews. Someone should swat Vosh should be deserved. No, don't do that shit. That's fucking gay. If you want Vosh dead, do it your fucking self, motherfucker. Like, just saying, like, oh, someone should swat. It's like, oh, okay, so you're a pussy. Because all swatting does is make a big hullabaloo, nothing happens, and he gets to grift off it for fucking years. Hey, joke about him escaping Kevin Spacey's basement. Yep. Hinting towards the idea that Seth MacFarlane knew Kevin Spacey was a rapist for 20 years. MC used Ilulu as an example of his pedo bait. Yeah. I assume he meant, like, yeah, Meat Canyon. Makes him a victim, exactly. Like, his grift is already talking about, like, oh, I'm being victimized because of shit that I say, and I'm just trying to speak truth to power. It's like, don't give him a chance to fucking grift. Even a kill Vosh don't want to step foot in California. Well, there you go. There you go. Like, no, the smart thing to do is just constantly beat people's head over and over and over again. He's a pedophile. He's a pedophile. He's a pedophile. He is not a he is not a socialist commentator. He's a pedophile. You always forget the old pipe bomb in the mailbox trick. Yeah, but you're not going to send it. There's no point in talking big and giving them fodder to use if you're not going to fucking do it. And of course no one's going to fucking do it. Because no one wants to. No one actually wants to do this shit. No one wants to risk their fucking life and spend decades at a time to go after a single guy. Like, no, the smart thing to do is basically humiliate him. You know, force him into a corner and go, no, you're a fucking pedophile. That's the only thing that will ever change it. If you make him a martyr, he'll always have those people that are like, oh, well, they had to kill him to shut him up, you know, that kind of thing. He'll develop a cult of personality regardless if he was a fucking moron or not. And all that does make all the people that are shitting on him out to be the bad guys. But if you humiliate the motherfucker, if you force him into a corner, and you take away all of his friends, take away all of his abilities to hide shit, then you get results. That's when shit happens. But no, everyone wants the short, dumb, and easy solution. Because no one can turn that apple in their head. Bosch was assassinated, turned to a martyr overnight. Yeah. He already has cult personality, so don't contribute to it. We breed a species of dick-eating geckos and send the geckos to California. See, now you're talking. Now that's a plan. Could drop a tip. Vosh might have CP on his computer. It's better to have actual proof of it. So I guarantee people tried it with the lolly leaks and the horse leaks, which horse one actually might get him in trouble in a few places. But it's like, no. Ending him is too easy, not condoning him, and end his legacy. Exactly. Release the geckos. Just humiliate him and basically show people defend him are fucking retarded and piece of shit too. Yeah. Ignore Vosh talking about CCM is morally the same as buying shirts or computer parts with a second lolly drawing pop up. Now the open column what was obviously made for years. Yeah. That's why I encourage people all the time. It's like, if you want to start YouTube, do it. Because you'd be amazed how, what you can snowball. If you just mention every now and again, Vosh is a pedophile, Vosh did this or did that. It's like, doesn't even have to be like targeted Chris Chan troll style channel. It's like, no, just mentioning like, these things happen. These people exist. They do fucked up things. I will condemn the healer. He was a very good boy. Trying to point to bite his wiener off. Alright, now we do the Dark Knight quests. Vosh should probably fade off the internet in a few years and get arrested for touching a kid. Probably. When Hark all surprised his buddy turned out this way, yeah. Like when not get stupid and depressed and black-pilled in the world country and people are absolutely fucked and no lack of hope for a better future. Nah. I'm not even gonna do the whole, oh, if it was hopeless, the propaganda wouldn't be necessary. It's like, no. You have to understand, the tyrants running the world are stupid. They're not smart. They're stupid. They can be insidious, they can be sinister, but they're stupid. Eventually, everything backfires because the world runs off resources. You want to have a resource, it all starts crumbling. Doesn't even have to be apocalyptic. It's just systems they put in place start crumbling. This is not the right way. Foolproof plan, make a blood contract with Bigfoot and you can take care of Vosh. I say, it's a whole thing of like, it's super easy for people to get really hot under the collar and want to plan gay ops and want to fuck people. It's like, ooh, let's swat this guy, let's stalk this guy, let's do this, let's do that. Very, very rarely does it ever lead to anything actually good happening. Look how many times that KF has had threads on people and have exposed them as like actual no bullshit pedophiles. Nick Page is the most famous one. The Kuro leaks. For a long time, KF was the only place that you can get the Kuro leaks. All this shit where it's like, hey, this is actual people doing really illegal, fucked up things. But because the people in question... I'm trying to get on the whale. Because the people in question do these fucked up things and are very, very good at playing the victim, they can look at a site like KF and go, well, they do all these horrible things. You shouldn't believe them. You should believe me. I've said for a while, anyone that says optics don't matter does not have your best interests at heart. Optics is how you convince a lot of people of a lot of different things. Because without it, motherfucker, what do you have? Get on the whale, we will fly. To adventure. People in charge want to be gods, but I push so many stupid ideas. Yeah. Ground will slip from the heads unworthy, just a matter of time. Yeah, quote Rise Against what is fun about it. Listen, not all their songs are terrible. Went to the eye doctor, got a cataract, and I'm only 24. Fuck me. Might need blue light lenses. If you're staring at computers too much. Is DD set in a specific time period or its own thing with a few hints of the year? Oh, it's its own thing completely. We are now in a flying whale. During the future, I have to explain the release of hentai beast folders led to the downfall of the YouTube collective. ViewTech USA and everyone, the cool kids from 2010s like Chris Reagan ended up being super spurgy. They were listening to Vosh. Yeah. Presentation's a big part in running something. Exactly. It matters. That's why I don't like all the, optics fag people. It's like, no, this shit matters. Getting your message out there in a way that actually sounds convincing matters. That's obviously not to say, like, completely bend over backwards and try to appeal to people that hate you. That's not going to fucking work. The point is, cut out the outrage factor, cut out the anger, and just present it very objectively and matter of fact. That to me is how you do shit. That is how you manage to, I don't know, we may as well fill out the map here. I don't know if convince people is the right word, but definitely make yourself sound a lot better. See, chat, you can write the chat too if you pay the sub to join up. The whale too. Unless you're roasting Vosh, like you can raise red flags. Oh yeah, 100%. Rhetoric matters. It does. Tuning in for tonight and have the rest of the stream. Yeah. Don't make yourself look like a fucking retard. Exactly. Bluntness works best. Yeah, that's why a lot of the time I word things very just bluntly. Just because, like, you'd be amazed how effective that can be, just saying something for what it is. You know, it's like, the reason I talk all the time in Disco Elysium about the crimes the various characters use is because the fan base at large want you to listen to the buzzwords and go, well, if you look at it from this lens, really, is selling drugs to children really that bad? You know, that kind of thing. But if you just plainly say, yeah, they sell drugs to kids, you'd be amazed how far that can go. Same thing, once again, with the lolly argument and the hypocrisy of it, where it's like, you know, why is Meat Canyon allowed to draw a cartoon of Tom Brady fucking his son up the ass for shits and giggles, yet Dragon Ball can't have Master Roshi? You know, it's like, what is the standard here? What is the standard here? Why are we pretending there's a standard? Wrong for that Vosh be known in the future for his porn leak, because he genuinely thought his shitty Coconut Island analogy was what history would remember of him. Nothing makes those people snap like just going, yes, it does. Mm-hmm. Mikani did what? He made a video sparking about lolly shit, and then people called him out for being an egregious fucking hypocrite. I don't think Mikani read Dragon Ball. If you watch the video where he's sparking about lolly, he is in front of a big bookcase full of manga. A bunch of them are Naruto and Dragon Ball. Isn't that what makes student commies use buzzwords to make them sound better? Yeah, basically. There's no actual acknowledgement of what the words mean. There's no actual definition. There's no substance to the word. It's just, you know, it has a bunch of syllables because it makes it sound smarter. All right, man, I'm not the best writer in the world by any means, but the whole point is, like, I don't want to drown people and convince them that I'm smart. You know, I just want to write what I think. Is Wonder Woman's weakness still being tied by the lasso? As far as I'm aware, I think they retconned the bondage thing. Use our keys and also have a huge pile of video games, just saying. Mm-hmm. How much money was the whale? I got it when it was on sale, but regular price is like $30. Wasn't Sakura sexualized Naruto? Yeah. California people, no one called them out on their shit because California's treated like some kind of promised land in media. It's not even a fact of California's treated as a promised land. It's specifically that this is a circle of people. It is a circle of people that all know each other and correspond, and all share details and stories. They go to hangups and all that shit. A lot of the time, they're very open about it. It's like, oh, I met this guy at a meetup, and I met this guy here. And on the surface, it looks like friendly networking. Then you kind of start digging deeper into it, and you start going like, no, this is setting up a clique. This is setting up a clique. It's setting up a possibility to where... I don't think Will knows where it's going. We had to clear out the map. I wanted to clear out the map. So now we can just go with the foundation. Yeah, it's setting up a clique. Look up the Chris the Narc stream where he specifically talking about how he and Mutahar talked about the Keffels thing. Before the completionist drama broke. Chris the Narc is talking with Mutahar and specifically is talking about how when they were talking, they brought up Keffels. And Mutahar was like, oh yeah, I think I'm going to be looking into Catboy Ranch and where the $100,000 went. And it's a thing where Chris the Narc was trying to like tease it as like a, ooh, well, this is going to happen. Ooh, they've been working so hard on this. But you kind of sit back and listen to it and go, so that motherfucker knew for... When did the completionist drama happen? It was like a few months ago now. I think it was still 2023 when that shit broke. So it's like, that motherfucker knew about Keffels grooming kids, selling contaminated HRT to kids for a long-ass time, and decided to only now speak up about it now that Keffels was in trouble because of Vosh? Like, are you fucking kidding me? How is that supposed to be like, ooh, that's so like, oh, they're totally going to take him down now. It's like, that just proves drama people will literally go out of their way to hide stories for their own fucking gain. And it's a thing you might go like, oh, well, that's such a Yeah, about October, November, I want to say. So, yeah. And the thing is, the Keffels thing was known for years. Literally, for 2 years straight, people knew about Catboy Ranch. They knew about the HRT. They knew what Keffels did. So the idea of, well, I'm just looking into it, bullshit you are. Bullshit. People knew about this for a year. Destiny made an entire stream breaking down what Keffels did in a big-ass doc that he got booted from Twitch for a little bit. And that Josh has been shilling left and right to people because he wants people to know about it because he fucking hates Keffels. They're most stupid people, they have connections, and that's the problem. That's the problem. Because the most egregious thing to me is if you want to go, well, maybe he just happened to not hear about it. It is what it is. My whole point is, right after, not even right after, about 3 or so years ago, Vosh was on that Vegan Gains stream, and he was talking about how people who buy child porn should not be held liable, because morally, people who buy computer parts are not held liable, and computer parts are made with child slavery. A very, very obvious red flag of Vosh does not find an ethical reason for child porn to be outlawed. Something that anyone says that, and they're immediately branded a pedophile, and that's held over their heads for fucking years. Vosh has had that held over his head for years, for good reason. So, Mudahar decides to stream with the guy. And they talk about, like, transgender issues or some shit like that, and talk about America and some shit like that. So it's a thing where after that, you know, Mudahar wanted to do the whole spurging about Loli stuff. He went after the Blue Archive channel where a guy was, he did a video of, like, a top 10 waifus from Blue Archive or some shit like that. And Mudahar was making a post on Twitter about, like, man, I don't know if anyone should sponsor the guy. I mean, that's pretty fucked up. And then he had the cartel executions thing, the famous, like, oh, you watch cartel executions, motherfucker, which thankfully has stuck, and people are going like, are you fucking kidding me? But now with the Vosh thing, it's like, that's even more egregious. That's a dude straight up talking about, like, you know, that's not like, oh, I crank it to Loli too, you know, some shit like that, where it's like, oh, well, that's pretty hypocritical. You're friends with a guy, even though he had that with Nuxtaku. Nuxtaku, who would edit Loli hentai into his thumbnails in order to, you know, have, like, clickbait for his videos. But it's like, oh, well, you're breaking the Loli rule there. No, Vosh was talking about actual children, actual child porn. So it's like, so wait a minute, streaming with a guy that says child porn should not be illegal is okay, but this motherfucker who wanted to make a video about Blue Archive should have a sponsors pulled? Are you fucking joking? And now with the Keffels thing, where coming in and pretending like he didn't know, and people are riding his ass for it, where it's like, motherfucker, you all knew. All of you knew. All of you knew, and you just wanted to profit off Keffels. You wanted to profit off them when it was looking like they were going to be the new Chris Chan. But now they're not useful anymore, so now it's like, oh, well, we have to get rid of them. It's like, fuck this culture. Fuck this disgusting culture. They can come up with any excuse in the book, but the point at the end of the day is, no, you wanted to profit off of fucking pedophiles. I crank it to Loli. Why is Vosh masturbating to you? People say I have a good voice. Like Vosh said from a lot of young people on the internet suffer from, which is that they have tenure scraps and real-life implications or talking points. No, I think Vosh is a pedophile. Like, I just think he's a pedophile. Talk about this click on a video. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. Yeah. Even Nux tried to say Loli bad like last year and Spurg got red for calling him out. Yeah, because they're fucking hypocrites. Ever finished Blue Eye Samurai? Yeah, it was pretty good. I liked it. Definitely different. Are they admit to this or complacent when kids being abused? Exactly. Hell, even Nola's kind of posting about that, where it's like, all safe, edgy people must now denounce or they will be... when the Troon trials happen, all safe, edgy YouTubers must denounce or they will be considered part of the femboys and be executed. I think that was like the tweet he made, and it's like, yeah, he's not wrong. It's like, no more of the safe, edgy bullshit. Do you call this crap out or do you not? Can I act like a cult? It's worse than a cult. It's a clique. And once again, it's something that's legitimately disgusting. It's like, no, When you get to the point of like covering up stories of pedophiles so you can profit off people, and then swoop in and be like, oh, well, I just found out about this. The fuck you did. The fuck you did. There's a new Berserk chapter coming out. Yep, in June. Your video clipping all the time you shit talk and call that Vosh, but that guy's moved on to other things. Yeah, right. My conviction. That's what I talked about earlier with the young people winning on YouTube thing, because that's what I'm talking about. People have been encouraged since a very early age to sell their soul. Because, hey, you might be able to win on YouTube if you just sell out every fucking principle you have, including working with pedophiles. Now, granted, a lot of it's just because everyone on the internet's just a bunch of pedophiles now. It's kind of insane. The point is, like, if you notice a pedophile, you get rid of them. YouTubers rely on three things to gain power: connections, money, and people's gullibility, ignorance. They often know each other from California, which makes me pissed because they're in my state. Yeah. Kids, every Minecraft YouTuber appears. Yeah, right? Like, that's why I've spoken about before, where, like, I despise the YouTube sheriff mindset, which you've seen time and time again. There's people that want to be the YouTube sheriff and call out the bad channels, and every fucking time without fail, they fall apart. From H3H3 to iDubbbz. I mean, it's just happened over and over again. Someone wants to play good little SJW, literally SJW, doesn't matter what political ideology they pretend to be, and then they get ripped apart because it turns out, motherfucker, you're a hypocrite. You are going out of your way to protect your friends. You're going out of your way to lie. You're going out of your way to gun after people out of personal grudges. Family friend of mine has his brother die of a drug addiction. Just learned about 2024 is a fucking terrible year. Yeah. It is what it is. But we the community YouTube sheriff. Yeah, right? But yeah. A whole lot of people have been dying of drug ODs. It's fucking tragic. Goes to show, though, it's like, you gotta get clean. Gotta get clean. It's easier said than done. I mean, it just is. It's like, it's easy to tell a heroin addict's been doing it for 30 years, like, hey, man, get clean. But, like, how? I don't know. It's like they've been doing it for decades. And yeah, the fentanyl spikes definitely made it worse, yeah. What's the difference between a clique and a cult? A cult is expressly losing individuality for the sake of the grand scheme and the grand vision. A clique is a bunch of self-serving assholes. There can be overlap, but there is a difference. Can you believe we're not even 3 months in 2024? Yep. We as the community, bitch, you're the one getting paid thousands. I'm sitting here getting nothing. Yeah, I despise the whole YouTube community shit, because, like, what fucking community? Everyone fucking eats each other. Something fictional BC outage regarded the same as real one in the UK and Ireland. Why is this guy who previously his name was Irish lad, he moved to LA? He's always been American. He specifically grew up in California under, like, Hollywood royalty, basically. A click is the correct spelling, not click. Yeah. Brother didn't even reach 30. Dude's father also died of an OD a few years back. Can't catch a break. Well, yeah. Yeah, there you go. Once it's in the family, it can be really hard to get rid of. One streamer, Loli, described his experience on Turkey Tom streams as like high schoolers. That really was what it was. Like, I wanted to go on there at first and just kind of, like, scream nigger and fuck with them. Then I'm like, I don't want to fuck up their channels. I mean, that's just being a dick. But then, yeah, I kind of sat there and listened. And, like, they tried to start shit over the lolly thing. And I said, yeah, I don't like lollies. And then they just went dead silent and started doing their in-jokes. And then I just left. So it's like, it really is like high schoolers. Holy fuck did I feel that generational divide. It's like I was like the old man trying to be the cool teacher. And I just didn't know what to do. Well, the word community came applied in society. Community implies community where there is none. There is no coming together for the common good. Everyone kills your brain for a bit, makes non-existence pain. Yep. Bosch genetically prone to be a pedophile like his dad's bull, and his dad's bull before him. Most political YouTubers grow up in luxury with no real hardships in life. That is true. The only one I know for sure that hasn't is Styx, because he talks about all the time how he lived like butt-fuck poor in Vermont. So a cult actually believes in something. Clique is just a bunch of narcissistic grouping together for their benefit. Yes. Keep doing what you do, Lolly. I think most of us want to hear. Yeah. Some of those people are older than you. I know. But spiritually, they weren't. Two people in Discord don't know about the infamous fumbling show. Did you remember the name of the Fallout New Vegas stream? I think I literally just called it. Can't come up with any titles. Fallout New Vegas stream. I think so. I don't have problems. I don't need drug addiction added on them. Yep. The way to view it like this. The way to view it is like this. Addiction's expensive. Remember calling your Discord a community is like trying to feed a homeless person with a shadow of bread. Yeah, basically. Weird part with the Dark and WHM classes crossover. Really? I've never played the White Mage quests. Remember Tom clipped a VOD of him talking drug addicts and trying to make himself look good. That or he was trying to fuck the girl. Some people are saying he's trying to do it to like get in her pants. Get in her pants. There we go. Any idea why lower effort content gets more views? Not the one to care for channel numbers, but it seems a little depressing. You just never know what works. You literally just never know what works. That's why I just completely disregard it. I'm not chasing algorithm at all. I'm just doing what I want to do. Addiction's expensive. Me using tabletop wargaming and model building. True. Oh, my brother's intimately aware. He's getting into like actually painting models, and he's like, motherfucker, I had to pay $100 for a tank. This guy's the CNG trainer. Oh, okay. Like I said, I've not fucked with magic in this game, so I can imagine that'd be a cool little reference if you've done Conjurer then went to Dark Knight. Also, I accepted that quest for not much actual reason. Isn't TJ friends with Vosh? I remember he was a pedophile too. Once advocated the age of consent should be lowered to 12 on our net forum back in the early days. A lot of the atheist crowd ended up being sex weirdos, yes. Which is funny, because they would always harp the gay priest having sex, homophobic priest getting into gay or just talking point over and over again. You throw back streams to constantly playing Final Fantasy? I know, I should. I'm not going to. Often enough, lower quality videos sound more real than high quality. That is true. Like, people have legit been stumped by the Saul AI, and they think I, like, hired him off Cameo or something because it's just imperfect enough to sound real. You're not Chris for a stream, but you and Shota ever played the Yu-Gi-Oh games with Persona Social Links? I don't know any of the ones with social links, but yeah, Shota loves Yu-Gi-Oh, so... We should raise the age of consent to 69 because funny sex number. Why does every political pundit ends up being a sex weirdo pervert? I don't know, man. Like I said, I think it's the mouse utopia. Once your needs are met to such a degree that you have surplus, you eventually go insane. That's why you need to have a goal. You know, you always need to have that next level to strive to. You know, you can be Donald Trump, who wanted to be king of the world and two-term president and all that shit, and get the triple crown of, you know, celebrity, two-term president, and billionaire. Or you can be Vince McMahon, who stagnated with WWE and felt comfortable, and he ended up giving a chick a Cleveland steamer. There's 6 of them. Tag Force games are pretty good. Okay. Well, Age of Consent should be talking about the New Order song. Utopia will never work. Humans will literally make a problem for ourselves. Yeah, we do it all the time. Don't know if it's because you don't have the chiptune to be a Better Call Saul theme playing with AI segments, but your AI sounds much less performative in recent appearances. I think that's just the AI breaking down. It's possible. Also, yeah, I didn't want to use the chiptune theme song that much I'll still use it sporadically. I think it's fun. The guy who made it did very good. Agent consent to be raised to 21 because I can't buy a handgun until I'm 21. You hear about the Warhammer 40k Power Wash sim? Yeah. Let me pop for AI saw during a video. Yeah. As what people that gain great success stay hungry. Exactly. You need to constantly look for that next rung. Now that obviously can lead to a pathology where you are doing very unethical things to succeed, but obviously stay in the lines of, fucking humanity. Can't wait till Pippa finds the beginning of that one stream. I think people have sent it to her more than once, so I think she just doesn't want to address it. And honestly, fair. Very, very fair. Have a good night, broski. It's 3 a.m. See ya. Yeah. We are not too far out ourselves. It's 2:30 here. Who doesn't love AI Saul? Soulless midwits. Pippa's addicted to meth now. She's dead to me. The vast majority of DLC personas and P3Rs is Fam Thief personas in their evolved forms because 5 will never not be milked. Grossed out Pippa, congrats. Probably. As Dave, she doesn't want to address it. Very, very fair. We kind of created a monster with that copy pasta. Kirsch knows of fumbling. Well, yeah, because I've been in the streams where people mention it. Like, before, when I just found out about her, people were, like, mentioning me to her and, like, trying to tell stories about, the shit me and Shota have gone up to her, and she has no idea what the fuck they're talking about. And I'm also sitting there like, why do you think this woman would know or care at all? Pippa's right on most of the exact same copy pasta thing is a matter of apathy, retread. That is true. If it's just a retread, even if the Saul thing is there, it's still like a gimmick. Okay, there we go. And we can do the next one too. That's really cool. So let me... Which fumbling are you talking about? The only thing I can assume, if it's like the specific one, I think it's when Shota fumbled the Latina chick at work. Alright, now I'm going to log out. I'm feeling Pippa might blacklist you because of the Saul. Yeah, very, very fair. It's like, you know what? If it's going to happen, yep, that'd be the thing. Chat, don't bring Lolly or Shota in any VTuber, they don't understand. There's a difference between going, hey, this guy would be really cool, and then trying to tell stories where like, alright, who the fuck is this? And it's like, yeah, of course they're not going to know. Fuckus Cuckus for $1. How do people like Vosh manage to get listed in the first place? Was it all Susan Konshiki's algorithm or cool kids from 2010s? Hollywood royalty had money to throw around in the first place to gain leverage. What time do you go to a dentist when it's 2:30? It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I think Pippa would be okay with you too. She seemed fun during the Metal Gear Rising stream when she stream sniped us. She played along with the bit pretty well. Like, yeah, she seems fun. A lot of the Phase Connect girls just genuinely seem like fun. Sure did what at work? He met a Latina chick who I think she had like a Dragon Ball tattoo or something, or like her phone background was Dragon Ball. So, like, hot Latina that was into Dragon Ball. And he was like, holy shit, I gotta talk to this chick. I gotta get her fucking number. He got pulled away to do something, and by the time he wanted to go ask her again, she was gone. Kirsch collab with you might be cool. Yeah, I think she's still upset over when I had to basically beat chat like a dog when she wanted to do the raid. Because she mentions it. It's like, oh, you didn't even say thank you. It's like, oh, shit, okay. This was a fumble on my part. Now I'm the fumbler. As girls are mentally unwell, and that makes them fun. Yeah. Seen that Itchy Magical Girl show that came out? Yeah, gushing over Magical Girls? Yeah, I know about it. Yeah, she was specifically talking with Shota about Dragon Ball. Yeah. People like Vosh having your political opinions reinforced to you stimulates parts of your brain's heroin. That is true. It is legitimately addicting to gain validation. Should I mention Latina had the sexiest abs he wanted to lick? Yeah. As stated, it was literally God giving him the best possible scenario, and he fucked it. He fucked it by not fucking it. From the Kiwis for $1. Hey, Lolly, congrats on Disco Elysium video. Question, is SFO actually evil? He wants to blame innocent people like the truckers and the guy who shot that schizo pedophile with the truckers. I read that he wanted to find evidence against them. Who was the guy that shot the schizo pedophile? Anyway, I don't think he's evil. It's just a thing of, because it's hard to determine someone is like actually evil if they haven't directly just done something fucked up to another human being. I can definitely say that he is very stupid. He is very stupid, and he is so desperate to ride that centrist line because he doesn't want to be wrong, when the whole point of politics is it doesn't matter. If you're in the political sphere, on a long enough timeline, you're always wrong. That's just the nature of politics. They are a fast-moving train. So it's like, fuck's sake, dude. There's no point in worrying about whether or not you're wrong or right. And specifically holding off your opinion on one of the biggest human rights violations in modern history because you wanted to wait for a court case or you wanted to smear them as bad as the BLM riots. It's like, that's fucking cowardly. That's cowardly. You knew it was stupid. Come on. Tucker doesn't be killed by Trudeau. Is still too fat for them to live up there. Yeah. Vosh is evil. He kill a person, get away with it. A lot of BreadTube does dip into like legitimate evil. Estate. A lot more pedophiles and sex offenders. Oh, my Lolly's my favorite anime character. Can relate to Shota. My older sister took me to a club to socialize, met this other cute girl, and always regret not getting her number. Yep, it's always the small moments. It's always the like, fuck, I should have done that. As for ever allow himself to be wrong, so don't trust the guy while I watch him. Yeah. As stated, it's a thing where it's hard to really define it as evil because it's more of just useful idiocy. He is very easily exploited by actually evil people. Like, trying to be friendly up to Brianna Wu. And it's like, Brianna Wu is a fucking culture grifter that stole thousands of dollars pretending to be a victim of Gamergate. Directly one of the people that accused gamers of being terrorists and encouraged the media to censor people. Do you seriously want to buddy up to that person? It's like that's useful idiocy. And as stated, 100 years from now, maybe I'll be the wrong one here. Politics are like that. That's why you pay attention to the events. You get angry in the short term, but remember in the long term, nothing ever plays out the way people think. It's like observe everything, admire nothing. That kind of thing. Is Ruby the best character ever in Disco? I mean, chunks of her head were. You ever fumble a crush? Oh, yeah. Just it'd be how it be. Praying to Jesus, God, and even Buddha for hot Latina DBZ fan to meet Shota again. Why is Kojima always right? Okay, Kojima's different. He can see the future. Why does life hurt good people more than bad people? It's not really that. Just the human mind tends to only focus on the bad. We try to remember the bad more than the good because remembering the bad and how to avoid it next time is what keeps us alive. And sometimes that just gets cross-wired and we can't get over things we really should. So talking with Lone, I haven't seen him in chat for a while. Yeah, he's doing his own thing. He's still working on his channel. He's doing streams. You can see the future because he's inspired by movies. Yeah. Kaz literally canning knows Kojima's God. Kojima is God. Could just tell Kirsch you were being a shy tsundere boy afraid of rejection. That's why you fumbled. No. Number one rule of women, never admit you're wrong. Jokes saying you've never been in a position to fumble a crush. The proper soldier, fascism guy, okay, the proper opposite deserter. Yeah. I had to explain to my father nobody wants to date the autistic kid in high school. Well, when I say fumble, I literally mean that, like, it would literally be like 80s movie shit where, like, there'd be a girl that I knew or, like, would know in class or something like that, and I just was too scared to go up and be like, hey, want to do something? I just never got around to it. Just one of those things of like, I would rather kind of sit there in the background being like, it is what it is. I'll just hang out with my bros and all that, and not worry about the possibility of rejection, that kind of thing. Major C-Man for $20. Sorry, Disco Vid was pretty rad. Now is me conflicted because my playthrough is me going back and forth being communist and ultra-liberal. Thanks, Lolly. Do both. Do both. Number 2 rule of women, always carry chloroform and a handkerchief. Getting the hang of the tsundere thing already. Y'all talk to girls? Yeah. Let's make eye contact with Kirsty pisses pants. You have no idea how much you're hitting me hard in the feels. Yeah, as stages is what it is. The universal human experience. Martin came back from the quick venture with a war cheat. Requisite defensive and offensive accoutrements for combat. Did my cat girl just raid a war camp, bring back a whole armory? It appears so. Women, a lot of his friends group talk to women the least frequency. Yeah. Well, most of my crunches, that's life. It is what it is. Especially when you're a teenager. When you're a teenager, you're like, you have no idea what the fuck to do. You have girls who are friends. Well, yeah, I know women who are friends, but now they're all like 50-year-old women. Back in high school, yeah. My high school year kind of all talked to each other. We all had our groups and our people we talked with, but everyone kind of flowed between each other pretty naturally. So yeah, it was pretty easy to like know people. That's on Tomska. A guy went from making funny content to some, I don't know. He's probably in BreadTube now. 50-year-old? I work in real estate. It's all 50-year-old women. You will find your Casca. There's guys who talk to girls. What the fuck is up with that? Yeah. Saw the autistic kid in my class who was not me. Asked a girl and got rejected. Told him afterwards he had courage to do that and brought it to him. Ever had a girl you want to marry? Yeah, nothing like that. But as stated, it's high school I had there was like this Japanese girl who was like an artist and actually was really, really good at art. And yeah, I had a crush on her, and I kind of always wanted to talk to her, but I kind of was like, do I do anything? Like, what the fuck do I do? We talked like once or twice, but it was never anything beyond that. And yeah, she went to Ohio. She ended up becoming like a professional artist for like a studio somewhere. And it's always one of those of like, on one hand, I am kind of curious to look her up and see what happened since then. On the other, I'm scared shitless of like, did she become like a raging fucking commie? Did like one of those of like, you kind of have the ideal in your head and the memory of like, well, that's there. Then you kind of think about the possible reality, and it's like, all right, that could have happened. Of course, she was Japanese. Not gonna lie, yeah, I like Asians. And I will admit, that was one of the reasons I kind of got interested in her. It's like, ooh. Speaking of which, you got diagnosed with actual autism. Explains a lot. You could have stopped it. She was nice too. In like history class, we were in high school around the time that Unbroken movie came out with the pilot who crash landed in World War II and got picked up by the Japanese. And like the whole time she would make jokes about how like the actors are speaking broken as fuck Japanese and they didn't know what they were doing. And it's like, oh, that was pretty funny. She taller than you? No, she was a fucking midget. She was short as shit. She have interest in the CCP or Soviets? As far as I'm aware, no. The question is, did that change? What about Blasians? We didn't have any. Colonizer for World War II Grandpap. He fought in Germany, though. Or any girls at your school, blowjob Barbies. I'm in California. They're everywhere. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. There were some that were like, fucking everybody had sex with them. I don't know, my crush died months after I learned. Let's just say it hit me hard. Ooh, fuck, that's hard. Uzaki? Not quite there, but she was more nerdy. Any white boys don't like Asian women are a part of the master race. Tema level height? Yeah. She wanted to bang Lolly. My heart is breaking. Germans are still colonized by NATO. Very true. You're allowing show to hang out because they have no Riz, or do you have Rizola and cause you to hang out? Oh, no, like, everyone in the friend circle, yeah, they have, usual interactions with women, I guess is the right way to put it. Yeah, it's your short stack Japanese waifu and you fumbled. Looking at Tomska, aka new content. Yeah, I'd say he's a Brit tuber. Apparently the guy he's a fucking mental breakdown during 2016. Also, he's British. Well, there you go. I liked a smart blonde girl and I fumbled her. Yeah, there you go. It just happens. Ever see that one person wonder what the fuck happened to you? Had his sister friend get preggers at 13. So I argue while pregnant with her mother. I only shake my head. Oh, yeah. Like, recently we all... Oh, I hit the mic. Recently we all hung out with Dick Bro. And we were specifically talking about, like, people we remember from high school. I don't remember a lot of them. I guess my subconscious just starts repressing memories after a certain period of time. Because I'm just like, I don't need to remember that. I don't want to remember that. So there are a lot of times they name drop someone. I'm like, who the fuck was that? And then they would try to explain who they are. And then they would look up like a Facebook picture, try to remind me. And like they have completely changed. It is like completely different. Like you know the cliche of like the hot girl in high school that would become like a fucking whale as soon as they get out or get married. That happened 4 consecutive times. 4 consecutive times. It's like, oh well, that chick was pretty hot, and look her up, boom, whale. Well, what about her? Her friend, she seemed pretty good. Whale. It's like, oh god, oh no. You have any retarded kids at your school? There was one Downey. Yeah. They were all right. I mean, they were special needs. You understood to be patient with them. It's like anyone that wanted to fuck with them is like, you're just a dick. What random Japanese woman from New York messaged me last year. Wrong number. Had a few combos. Did you stop responding? Wonder if there was anything different I could have said. Yeah. Clip of the fumble is in general obvious. There's more juicy context. Fumble a couple minutes later. Yeah. Like Walmart whale? Some of them, yeah. And God, that was fucking culture shock. There was one chick we were friends with. It was one of those things where, like, none of us wanted her, but, like, we were just friendly with her. We just talked to her. Apparently, she hit on Dick Bro before. I'm going to have to drag him on stream to tell the story. She would hit on Dick Bro a few times, and Dick Bro just kind of, like, flew over his head a little bit. And then cut to, like, afterwards where we're all talking about it. And we were like, yeah, she kind of showed some signs of you. I was like, really? And then we look her up and like, boom, she's one of the ones that like turned into a fucking whale. You're like Berserk? No. Knew a guy in high school at a cashier at a local grocery store. Poor guy's going bald in his early 20s. Ain't no Asians where I live. They're all in cities. What a white boy like me supposed to do? Was Dick Bro already seeing his wife? No. He met his wife years later. He met his wife after high school because they met when they were working in a place together. And his wife is super nice. She is the nicest lady. So it honestly worked out for him. Despite what people say on 4chan chat, a lot of people do not believe the mentally disabled. If they do, they're usually called assholes and told to fuck off or get ganked on. Yeah. $1 for $2. Save the whales. And had big problems getting a hint. Oh, yeah. And I think it was just a thing of like, I don't think fate had that in mind. Dick Pro dodgeball without realizing it. Yeah, quite literally. Found Jim Sterling untenable inspire FNAF by insulting Scott Coffin from the Slower Sands video. Yeah. Unintentionally inspire FNAF. Yeah. Had a guy bash the retard kid to a shock. The drug dealer who was related to the retard kid had guys bash him up. Yeah, there you go. Play an FF again on Saturday? Most likely. Internet really hates rape victims a lot, I've come to realize. Okay. Ask if she helps him manscape. No. Yeah. Dick Bro has mentioned he wanted to be on stream, so I think that would be fun. Kind of get him to tell some old stories and things like that, stuff we used to get up to. Because we did some wild shit. Not super wild, but fun enough. Ugh. Get a woman on stream. Tell him Cloud sucks. You have some kind of addiction to FF? As stated, I've been trying to go through the series just because it's my personal goal for the year. So I'm like, you know what? As I'm going through this, I'm learning details I'm appreciating. I'm learning more about the series, and I want to show it to you guys. You know, it's like, this is good stuff. This is good stuff. My chick could try to flirt with everyone out committing murder. Yeah, we've had a few murderers for ours. Yeah. I have a chance to slap your Japanese women is all I say. I'll not deal with a Californian. Chat, we have plans for the Cruise Saga. Don't spoil shit. Get your brother on stream, or does he not do YouTube? As far as I'm aware, he does not know, but he does watch the circle I kind of am in. Female on stream. So FF13 soon. Very possibly. It definitely helps that all the Final Fantasy games are radically different from each other. So it's not just playing the same game over and over and over again. Mysterious Figures kick my ass. Try by tomorrow. Know how bullshit Best Sleep was. Yeah. Okay. So I'm ready to call it. I'm tired. So thank everybody who showed up. Very, very good shit. Very good shit. What's your sister opinions on Final Fantasy? She doesn't really play video games. I mean, she'll play like casual stuff here and there, but like not really. But yeah. Thank everybody who showed up. And good night.
You could read my mind, love, what a tale my thoughts could tell. Just like an old-time movie about a ghost from a wishing well. In a castle dark or a fortress strong with chains upon my feet, you know that ghost is me. And I will never be set free as long as I'm a ghost you can't see. If I could read your mind, love, what a tale your thoughts could tell. Just like a paperback novel, the kind the drugstores sell. When you reach the part where the heartaches come, the hero would be me. Heroes often fail, and you won't read that book again because the ending's just too hard to take. Like a movie star who gets burned in a three-way script. Enter number 2, a movie queen to play the scene of bringing all the good things out in me. But for now, love, let's be real, I never thought I could act this way, and I've got to say that I just don't get it. I don't know where we went wrong, but the feeling's gone and I just can't get it back. If you could read my mind, love, what a tale my thoughts could tell. Just like an old-time movie about a ghost from a wishing well. In a castle dark or a fortress strong with chains upon my feet, the stories always end. If you read between the lines, you'll know that I'm just trying to understand the feelings that you lack. I never thought I could feel this way, and I've got to say that I just don't get it. I don't know where we
feeling